Chapter 1487. It's in the direction of the White Deer Mansion. White Deer Mansion. It was the White Deer Mansion again. When everyone received the same answer, they all widened their eyes in shock. The White Deer Mansion was a place where people liked to play tricks the most. It hadn't been long, but another group of people had been released, causing a commotion from time to time. Now even the purple pill lightning and the super god level pill were produced. The purple pill lightning turned into auspicious chi and was directly collected by Li Zongjio, who was in the White Deer Mansion. All of it was injected into the 3 pills in his hand. In the end, the 3 pills slowly took shape. Li Zongjio looked at the 3 pills in his hand and let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I succeeded. This half a month was very long, but fortunately Li Zongjio succeeded. For Li Zongjio, the last half a month of condensing time was simply going to cost him his life. Fortunately, he succeeded. "I'll call you the soaring pill," Li Zongjio said. After putting away the 3 flying pills, the chances of concocting a second batch of flying pills were very slim, because it meant that he had to continue to kill the leader of the White Dragon clan and take out his dragon pearl. Only then could he succeed. Therefore, Li Zongjio didn't want to refine another batch of soaring pills in a short time. The refining process could be said that Li Zongjio didn't want to go through it a second time. The feeling of being completely emptied was really too uncomfortable. I wonder what kind of effect this super god level pill will bring to me, Li Zongjio thought to himself. This was equivalent to an 11th grade pill. Without the physical quality of an absolute saint, it was impossible to withstand the impact of the energy. Even if Qi Yanran came, it would be difficult for her to refine this pill. The slightest carelessness could cause one to be stuffed to death by this pill. Li Zongjio wasn't in a hurry to consume the soaring pill first. Instead, he first adjusted his breathing and adjusted his condition to the peak. At the very least, he needed to improve slowly and steadily. The more anxious the situation was, the more he needed to know how to calm down. Otherwise, if he consumed this pill, it would spoil everything. The White Deer Mansion returned to its peaceful state. However, the appearance of the purple pill lightning just now taught everyone in the sacred flame Imperial City a lesson. Evil Lord Li Zongjio, who had disappeared for 2 years. Even if all of you added up, you still wouldn't be able to catch up to him. He was already able to concoct transcendent, divine grade pills. How could ordinary people catch up to him? So scary. Zhong Xuanshan's heart was filled with emotions, and 1,000 waves were stirred up in his heart. He had heard of Li Zongjio's pill refining skills before. To be able to touch the threshold of a 9th grade pill at such a young age was indeed very good. However, Zhong Xianshan was about the same back then. But now, it seemed like this Li Zongjio was a monster among monsters. "Instructor Zhong, can you trigger such a pill lightning as well?" The little lowly asked in front of Zhong Xianshan. Zhong Xuanshan's face changed immediately. How was that possible? He was far from the purple pill lightning. It could be said that the difference was like heaven and earth. In fact, he hadn't even triggered the purple pill lightning before. If he was given another 100 years, he might have a chance to touch the threshold of this level. In fact, this was the first time he had seen the legendary purple pill lightning. In the end, it didn't matter whether it was a transcendent pill or not. Whether it was or not, it was still above Zhong Xuanshan's cultivation. What a scary guy. Zhong Xianshan shook his head. Indeed, there would always be someone better than you. Li Zongjio could be said to be the highest mountain in the world right now. No one had ever been able to climb it. In fact, this mountain had already flown into the sky. Just the terrifying strength that Li Zongjio had displayed was not something that the people in front of him could catch up to. It was hard to imagine. What's the point of arguing all the time? The only thing that's useful is to refine the pills in your hands. Zhong Xianshan reprimanded. Everyone instantly understood. Even Instructor Zhong couldn't do that. He was just too embarrassed to admit it. Even though Zhong Xianshan was unable to concoct a transcendent divine-grade pill, he was still the strongest person after Li Zongjiu. He still had this bit of confidence. His reputation from hundreds of years ago wasn't for nothing. Otherwise, even the master of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor wouldn't have personally come here to arrange things after the news of him leaving the mountain had spread. Just this alone was enough to make it difficult for others to do so. The Heavenly Star Medicine Manor's Manor Lord was also very capable. It was just that Li Zongjiu's brilliance was too dazzling. He couldn't compete with him at all. Everyone clearly understood this. Evil Lord Li Zongjiu hadn't disappeared. It wasn't that his cultivation had declined. It was that his realm was too high for people like them to catch up. I won't play with you anymore. What else was there to say? Work hard to improve your strength and catch up. There were still many people who wanted to curry favor with the White Deer Mansion. However, they were all stopped by Xiao Zhao's men. He didn't know where these people came from, but they overestimated themselves. Lord Xiao Zhao, Zhou Bachuan has sent a letter. Tai looked at the messenger pigeon in his hand. This pigeon was a very special kind of pigeon. It was extremely fast. Zhou Bachuan, Li Zongjiu had arranged for him to guard the border of Luoxia City. However, Luoxia City was too safe. In addition, there were also some movements from the Devouring Yuan clan and the Abyss clan recently. Xiao Zhao directly called for this tiger general. He asked Zhou Bachuan to go and look for information about the Devouring Yuan clan. Now that he had sent a message back, it was obvious that he had found something. Xiao Zhao opened the letter sent by Zhou Bachuan. There was only one sentence in it. The Devouring Yuan clan is in chaos. Tell Zhou Bachuan not to act rashly. After finding out the specific information of the other party, we will make a plan. After all, Zhou Bachuan was an ancient person. Therefore, he had some understanding of the Devouring Yuan clan. It was basically no problem to find them. The Devouring Yuan clan was also a clan left behind from the ancient times. It seemed that Zhou Bachuan's perception was quite sharp. As for the Abyss clan, Wang Ding and the others were investigating. It could even be said that they were fighting on many fronts now. There were disasters from the Abyss clan in many places. Hearing that the Sea Empress of the Sea God Palace in the Four Seas, she was now rushing to Sacred Flame Royal City at full speed to ask for help. As long as the Sea Empress came, she would definitely bring some information about the Abyss clan. Currently, the Four Seas had the Sea Empress in charge, so it was still relatively safe. After all, the Sea Empress had a divine artifact, and her cultivation was already in the sovereign realm. Naturally, there was nothing to be afraid of. For the time being, she could hold up for a while. However, no one knew what would happen in the future. All kinds of things fell on Xiao Zhao's shoulders. But Xiao Zhao did not feel panicked at all. Long Ji had actually returned. After chasing for a long time, he still could not find the guy from the Devouring Yuan clan. After all, the Devouring Yuan clan was an expert in concealing their aura. They looked just like ordinary people. If the other party was not willing to take action, it was impossible to distinguish their aura. That guy hasn't come out of seclusion yet. Long Ji obviously wanted to play with Li Zongjiu. After all, other than Li Zongjiu, the other people's levels were too low. They could not play together at all. How many people in this city could speak normally in front of Long Ji? If their gazes focused on you, you would feel like you were about to break down. This was too normal because your strength was not as good as Long Ji's. The gap between their realms was obvious. Miss Long Ji, don't forget that you are also the tactical combat instructor of the Sky Sect Academy. Xiao Zhao saw that Long Ji seemed a little bored, so he simply reminded her. Xiao Zhao did not have any plans to order Long Ji around. After all, Long Ji was too strong. Xiao Zhao could feel it. However, he could not let her do nothing all day. She had to at least do something. All right, I almost forgot. Long Ji suddenly realized that she did have such an identity. Back then, she had taken the initiative to volunteer. In the end, She did not even know where the entrance of the academy was, let alone going to class. I'm ashamed. I'll go take a look now. Long Ji was swift and decisive. In an instant, she left the White Deer Mansion. Xiao Zhao shook his head, helplessly. Therefore, people had to have some goals. Otherwise, if you stayed here all day, you would not know what to do. Aimless. Wasn't this kind of life very scary? After that, Xiao Zhao continued to deal with the matters at hand. He sorted out his confidence and allocated the manpower reasonably. These things should be done by Emperor Shenyan. However, Xiao Zhao listened to Li Zongjiu's orders. Since it was a task given by Li Zongjiu, of course, he had to complete it. In the secret chamber, Li Zongjiu rested for 3 days. In the middle, he even took the time to sneak out to eat pickled fish. Only then did he return. In his hand lay a pill. It was clear. The light was restrained. With just a glance, he felt deeply attracted to the latter. Super divine level pill, soaring pill. It was as if the one lying in the palm of his hand was a beauty that was hard to come by in 10,000 years. There was no time to admire it. Li Zongjiu opened his mouth and swallowed the soaring pill in his hand. The soaring pill was like a pool of clear water in his mouth. There was no fluctuation at all. Suddenly, this pool of clear water turned into a long river in the blink of an eye. In Li Zongjiu's body, it flowed rapidly. Chapter 1488. Although Li Zongjiu had expected this, when the power of the soaring pill erupted, he was still shocked. However, he was still shocked by it. But, fortunately, the trial in the evil dragon's eye was effective. In the face of such an emergency situation, he had a subconscious reaction. In an instant, he reacted and firmly caught the power. After that, success came naturally. However, the power of a transcendent level pill was not so easy to control. During the process, Li Zongjiu also quickly adjusted his own power. Then he gradually poured the transcendent level pill into his body. It filled his 10 directions hell. Boom! At the same time, in Li Zongjiu's dantian, there was also the power of will condensing. With the appearance of this will, there was also a small hammer. The power of this flying ascension pill was mainly used to refine his small hammer. Faintly, there was also a kind of power that appeared in Li Zongjiu's mind. Innate level 1. Li Zongjiu was taken aback by the sudden command. Innate level 1, what did it mean? Although Li Zongjiu had yet to figure out what innate level 1 meant, he was able to sense it very quickly. At this moment, his mental power was sublimated. In the blink of an eye, Li Zongjiu could even feel that his thoughts had become faster. He even had a feeling that, as long as he looked at anything, he could easily see through its essence. Such a strong change made Li Zongjiu a little excited. This innate level 1 realm should belong to the level of the power of will. Before this, Li Zongjiu was not at the innate level. If this was the case, then before the innate level was the postnatal level. The postnatal level was divided into several levels. Li Zongjiu taught Fu Ding in the sacred martial realm. He quickly grasped the power of will through the method taught by him. Moreover, he used the demon-suppressing ruler to perfection. At this moment, he was probably at the entry level of the post-liminary stage, which was the post-liminary stage level 1. Although Qi Yanran's willpower was inherited, Qi Yanran did not truly master this willpower at that time. However, she was still stronger than Fu Ding. He could be considered a level 2 pre-celestial. On the other hand, Li Zongjiu's cultivation speed was relatively fast. After all, he had studied for an entire year to pave the way for his willpower. It should also be equivalent to pre-celestial stage 3. From that point of view, it was because he had taken the flying pill today. He had broken through to innate level 1. Therefore, the cultivation realm of willpower was temporarily divided according to what Li Zongjiu felt. If the experience of the predecessors could be used directly, of course, Li Zongjiu would be able to clearly feel his own strength and what level it belonged to. He didn't have to use his own experience to classify it. There must have been someone who had reached this level in the past. Li Zhongjie believed that. For example, the Saint Martial Emperor. On this Saint Martial continent, he was a true master who had once unified the world. This person must have also cultivated willpower. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to kill his way out of the encirclement of so many masters and become the master of this world. It was also an extremely strong challenge to one's willpower. If one's willpower was not enough, they would not be able to bear this name. They would never be able to sit firmly on this level. If the other party could bear this weight, it meant that the Saint Martial Emperor had willpower. Li Zhongjie himself didn't know what level the Saint Martial Emperor's willpower had reached. The flying pail continued to release energy. Soon, Li Zhongjie's strength also increased rapidly. Previously, his Yuan energy cultivation had been stuck at the level 1 Absolute Saint Realm. Now he had entered the level 2 Absolute Saint Realm. However, the Yuan energy cultivation of the Absolute Saint Realm was actually equivalent to a fixed amount of water in a large vat. After filling this vat, it would naturally rise. The division of realms was not that important. What was really important was the tempering of willpower and the mastery of one's own unique skills. In fact, there was no real division of power between the Absolute Saint Realm and the Absolute Saint Realm. From the beginning to the end, it was just a realm. The strength of one's strength was shown through other aspects. If one could master a strong willpower, it would be like how Li Zhongjie could easily kill the generals of the fallen race. In fact, willpower was also the advantage, blindly increasing one's Yuan energy cultivation. The Yuan energy of an absolute saint was already inexhaustible. It would be a waste of energy if one continued to increase one's Yuan energy. No one had ever heard of an absolute saint or even a sovereign being killed because they ran out of Yuan energy in a battle. Basically, it was because they were not skilled enough and were not a match for their opponent at all. Then they were killed. However, this was also a natural process, and it was difficult to deliberately stop him. Li Zhongjie was also trying to improve his own strength. He was breaking through rapidly, while Li Zhongjie was cultivating in the secret room. The outside world was already in a state of war. Many cities near the water were also attacked by the abyssal race. This was because the abyssal race was reproducing too quickly and their numbers were extremely large. Therefore, the Ocean Empress also came up with an effective plan to find the mother of the abyssal race. Once the mother of the abyssal race was killed, the remaining abyssal race would gradually lose their vitality, and it would be easier to deal with them. Longji was in the sacred flame royal city, so she was not harassed by the abyssal race. If there were, Longji would have already killed them. Along the way, Longji also went to the deep sea to explore. The seal was good. With the current strength of the abyssal race, there was no way to destroy the seal for the time being. After all, Longji's strength was not to be trifled with. She was the #1 young expert of the Dragon Penitentiary on Dragon Island. Even the position of the Dragon Penitentiary's warden in the future would basically be held by Longji. Originally, it was the evil dragon god. However, this guy had turned bad and wanted to destroy the harmony of the Dragon Island. Naturally, such a thing could not be allowed to happen. However, for Longji to be listed as the warden of the Dragon Penitentiary, it was enough to see how powerful Longji was. She was a truly terrifying existence. Therefore, the abyssal race that was causing trouble outside was actually only a small portion. If the portal was completely opened, it would be troublesome. It was likely that they would be in big trouble. For safety reasons, Longji continued to reinforce the previous seal, the matter of dealing with the abyssal race. Li Zhongjie had previously instructed that the disciples of the Sky Sect Academy must be on the battlefield and participate in the trial. Now Longji was also with the Ocean Empress of the Four Seas. She went to find the mother of the abyssal race. As long as she was killed first, the number of abyssal race would not continue to increase. Killing one would mean one less abyssal race. Moreover, they would not have such a clear unity to attack. Basically, they would swim around randomly, like a plate of loose sand. However, these abyssal race had a bigger appetite. If they were allowed to eat continuously, the creatures in the water would be reduced by more than half sooner or later. The diversity of the creatures would decrease directly. At the same time, Xiao Zhao received another piece of information. It said that Zhou Bachuan, who was moving around in the portal, had been discovered by the devouring Yuan clan. Now, the devouring Yuan clan was chasing after Zhou Bachuan and the others. The situation was critical. Damn it! Xiao Zhao knew that the devouring Yuan clan was difficult to deal with. If one did not know how to cultivate one's body, one would basically be courting death in front of the devouring Yuan clan. Fortunately, Zhou Bachuan himself was good at cultivating his body, leading these ancient soldiers. They all followed the body refinement method. What's wrong, Xiao Zhao? Just as Xiao Zhao was at his wit's end, Li Zongjie magically appeared in front of Xiao Zhao. Young master. Xiao Zhao was pleasantly surprised to see Li Zongjie out of seclusion. It's about the devouring Yuan clan. Devouring Yuan clan? Where are they? Li Zongjie asked. How could he not be excited when he heard the news about the devouring Yuan clan? He couldn't wait to kill all the members of the clan, to vent the hatred in his heart. Since he had said that he would exterminate the devouring Yuan clan, he had to do it. Otherwise, he would be going back on his word. That would not do. That was why Li Zongjie had sent people to gather information about the devouring Yuan clan. We discovered that the people from the devouring Yuan clan are in the midst of a riot. Furthermore, that Songheng Mansion's mansion master of the Azure Ocean Institute is most likely a member of the devouring Yuan clan. Earlier, when Chen Zhudao of the Azure Ocean Institute wanted to attack the Sunset City, he was stopped by Songheng Mansion's mansion master. Xiao Zhao also sorted out the information she had gathered during this period of time and told them about it. Long Ji had gone to deal with the devouring Yuan clan. Qing Shilong was guarding Luoxia City. Furthermore, the master of the Azure Sea Academy seemed to be related to the devouring Yuan clan. In the portal, Zhou Bachuan was attacked by the devouring Yuan clan. He was currently on the run and his life was in danger. He could be in great danger at any time. Very well. In that case, I will make a trip to the portal, Li Zongjie said. Since he had found the devouring Yuan clan's movement, he would go and deal with them directly. He would first deal with the devouring Yuan clan and then kill Qin Zhudao. Li Zongjie did not care what the Azure Sea Academy was up to. If they dared to stop him or found out that they were related to the devouring Yuan clan, he would kill them all. Li Zongjie immediately went to the portal. With the young master's help, Zhou Bachuan and the others would definitely be able to escape. However, the prerequisite was that Zhou Bachuan and the others could hold on until Li Zongjie arrived. Chapter 1489. Boom! It was a chaotic place. The forest was dense with towering trees. Zhou Bachuan and his guards were besieged by the devouring Yuan clan. Fortunately, these people's strength was average, even though they could use their current elemental energy. Zhou Bachuan managed to break out of the encirclement with his own strength and heavy axe. However, Zhou Bachuan and his men soon lost their way in this chaotic place. A huge rock blocked the entrance of the cave. Just now, Zhou Bachuan had carried this huge rock over with his bare hands. We will wait here for reinforcements. Based on our previous battle with them, their fighting strength is not strong. Our elemental energy will disappear, and so will their elemental energy. As long as we are willing to fight, we will not be afraid of them. Zhou Bachuan said, everyone had a weakness. Only by finding the weakness could one compete with the other party. After the previous battles, Zhou Bachuan and his men had found the other party's weakness. Also, we must not walk together. The three of you are armed with bows and crossbows. Move about 100 meters away from us. Their devouring Yuan clan's territory has a large area restriction. It is impossible for them to be invincible. Yes, General. They only needed to follow Zhou Bachuan's orders, even though it was dangerous to move around with bows and crossbows. However, in a team, someone had to be sacrificed. Zhou Bachuan used a rock to block the entrance of the cave they were in. He only left a small gap, which was only big enough for one person to break through. In this way, even if the other party chased after them, it would be difficult for them to break through. In addition, Zhou Bachuan also buried some gunpowder and set up a trap. If the other party came, these things did not need any elemental energy to cause damage. Naturally, it was very convenient. Then, Zhou Bachuan and his men waited in the dark cave for the enemy's arrival. It would be best if they could wait for reinforcements. They had special sensing stones on their bodies. Previously, when he had released the distress signal, he had sent it out. They also sent out the sensing stones. As long as the reinforcements brought the stone with them, they would be able to find them. Night fell. Zhou Bachuan was in a cave that wasn't very spacious, holding onto his battle axe. He suddenly opened his eyes. In the night sky, a loud and clear whistle was suddenly heard. It was as if it was calling out in the night sky. Zhou Bachuan immediately heard the whistle. Oh no, something happened to the three of them. In the end, the enemy came first. Although he didn't know what method the other party used to find him. They must have their own unique methods. The rest of the people also woke up one after another. There were 12 brothers left. Come on. A formless force instantly landed on the bodies of Zhou Bachuan and the others. It was this formless force that had sealed their yuan power. Here it comes. In the next moment, the boulder blocking the entrance of the cave was smashed to pieces by a fist. Just the gravel that flew out was enough to seriously injure them. Zhou Bachuan and the others didn't have time to raise their shields to block the attack. They didn't expect the other party to have such an expert who could shatter the boulder with a single punch. This was the first time they had seen such a powerful expert from the devouring Yuan clan. Boom! Zhou Bachuan and the others immediately retreated. Swoosh! A few rays of sword light hit the axe in Zhou Bachuan's hand and knocked it away from Zhou Bachuan's hand. You think you can cause trouble for the devouring Yuan clan? Since you've been found, it's time for you to die. 3 experts from the devouring Yuan clan stood outside the cave. 2 of them were holding the heads of the archers from before. A total of 3 heads had been chopped off by them. Charge out! Zhou Bachuan let out a low growl and charged forward. He threw a punch at the man with 3 eyes. However, the man's 3rd eye shot out a ray of light. It shot towards Zhou Bachuan's arm. Although Zhou Bachuan didn't know what kind of attack it was, he knew that it must be very powerful. His body immediately flashed. The ray of light brushed past his shoulder armor. It hit the stone wall. It directly blasted a deep, thumb-sized hole in the stone wall in front of him. Even Zhou Bachuan's shoulder armor had a mark, and smoke was coming out of it. If it had hit his arm or any other part of his body, he would have been killed. This group of people in front of him was even stronger. Zhou Bachuan thought to himself. He didn't expect the other party to have gathered a group of even stronger opponents. These people in front of him were extremely powerful. This made Zhou Bachuan exclaim in his heart. Swoosh! The man kept attacking Zhou Bachuan with the ray of light from his 3rd eye. Zhou Bachuan's dodging wasn't very agile, but with his own experience, he dodged the first 2 attacks and rushed in front of the man on the 3rd attack. Zhou Bachuan raised his fist and punched the man in front of him with all his might. Boom! Zhou Bachuan punched the man with 3 eyes. However, the man with 3 eyes only raised one hand and easily caught Zhou Bachuan's fist. His eyes were full of disdain. Do you really think that I'm not strong enough? I'm just teasing you. The man in front of him was extremely arrogant and had a playful smile on his face. Only now did Zhou Bachuan realize that his opponent's body-tempering strength was also above his own. Obviously, these people also knew his shortcomings. Damn you! Zhou Bachuan lifted his leg and kicked the head of the person in front of him. However, the young man's leg technique was even more exquisite. He lifted his leg and instantly broke Zhou Bachuan's leg. Crack! Zhou Bachuan's leg was broken. However, he wasn't discouraged. He grabbed at his waist, and immediately a dagger covered with poison was slashed at the man's neck. Crack! Unexpectedly, the man exerted his strength and broke Zhou Bachuan's other arm. Instantly, he lost his balance and his attack collapsed. Then, Zhou Bachuan was sent flying with a kick. At this moment, the other 2 members of the devouring Yuan clan had also defeated the 12 warriors. The elders want us to concentrate on cultivating in the deep mountains and forests. I was bored to death. Fortunately, you guys are here for me to practice my skills. Next, I'm going to torture all of you properly. Just as the 3 of them were about to continue torturing Zhou Bachuan and the others, they heard a faint sound. Suddenly, Zhou Bachuan heard a slight movement. He lowered his head and saw that the soil on the ground seemed to be stirred up by something. He immediately took a closer look. It seemed like something was going to come out of the ground. What? Zhou Bachuan and the others also saw this shocking scene. However, the 3 young experts of the devouring Yuan clan who were about to attack immediately took a step back. They suddenly became vigilant against each other. Fireflies! Go! Some poisonous insects appeared on the ground, and a group of extremely weak fireflies flew over from the sky. As these lights appeared, the 3 experts from the devouring Yuan clan immediately retreated. They did not hesitate to flee into the distance. Zhou Bachuan and the others were stunned. Where did these fireflies come from? How could they scare them away with just a few fireflies? Could it be that their weakness was these fireflies? Zhou Bachuan could not help but think. However, Zhou Bachuan and the others saw a blurry figure of a lady in front of them with the help of the moonlight. There were a few fireflies circling around the woman. The hazy light also caused the latter's identity to appear extremely mysterious. Leave quickly. This is not a place where you can come to. Zhang Biao looked at Zhou Bachuan and the others in front of her. She said indifferently. She might have saved them this time because she was in a good mood. However, she would not have such a good opportunity the next time. The fertile land was filled with a primitive aura. There were countless rugged rocks and strange shapes. There were also some alien clans who were disloyal. However, there was a branch of human cultivators in the inner palace, and it was here. The fertile land Gu clan. These people were good at refining and raising insects. They also cultivated the Gu arts. Because the land was fertile, it was very suitable for raising these little bugs. The climate was also very suitable, so these Gu clan people also lived here. Zhang Biao was the #1 genius of the fertile land. She had also taken over the position of the first elder of the Gu clan. Back then, there were some traders in the Gu clan who wanted to establish their own clan. However, Zhang Biao eliminated them one by one. They were the fertile land's poison cult. For outsiders, the Gu clan did not necessarily have to kill them. They only needed to persuade them to leave. Otherwise, just the poisonous insects and creatures here were not enough for them to survive. Sorry, we have a mission, Zhou Bachuan said in a deep voice. Thank you for your help, master. Zhou Bachuan will remember this. Zhang Biao shook her head after hearing this. There are many problems in the fertile land now. Take care of yourselves. Then, Zhang Biao's figure gradually disappeared into the forest. This scene was almost like a dream to them. Zhou Bachuan and the rest did not react at all. Fortunately, they were saved. They treated each other's injuries. Zhou Bachuan was not curious about this mysterious woman. She was definitely not someone to be trifled with if the devouring Yuan clan was so afraid of her. They were already in a difficult situation. If they continued to provoke people who were not to be trifled with, wouldn't they end up in a worse state? Fortunately, Zhou Bachuan and the rest did not have to wait for too long. Li Zongjiu had already arrived in the sky above the fertile land. Whoosh! A figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Zhou Bachuan and the rest. When Li Zongjiu appeared, Zhou Bachuan and the rest were stunned. Young lord, you have worked hard. Li Zongjiu directly injected a force into their bodies and healed their injuries. At the same time, he gave each of them a grade 8 elixir as a reward. Those who died naturally didn't get anything. They didn't even have a family, so they didn't need any money to settle down. After all, they were people from a few thousand years ago. Zhou Bachuan told them about Zhang Biao's help. Of course, Zhou Bachuan did not know that the other party was Zhang Biao. However, based on Zhou Bachuan's description, Li Zongjiu guessed that the firefly was undoubtedly Zhang Biao. Fortunately, Zhang Biao was not in cahoots with the devouring Yuan clan. Otherwise, Li Zongjiu would have had to kill her and clear all the obstacles. I got it. You guys go back first. I will handle the rest myself. Originally, they did not need to participate in the battle when carrying out this kind of mission. However, they had no choice but to be targeted by the other party. They could not retreat. If they retreated, they might lose some of the positions they had marked previously. Although Zhou Bachuan wanted to stay and help, their strength did not seem to be of much help. "Young lord, please be careful," Zhou Bachuan said. Then, he led the rest of the group out of the fertile land. Li Zongjiu, on the other hand, was looking towards the depths of the forest. Then he stepped forward and disappeared. Chapter 1490. Yellow River Gu Tribe. In fact, in the entire Yellow River Gu Tribe, the Gu Tribe was very rare and precious because they were isolated from the rest of the world. There were a total of 10 tribes. Each tribe had its own chief, but there was only one elder. Usually, if there were some conflicts between tribes, it would all be resolved by the elder. The elder was the one who decided the highest management of the tribes. But if it wasn't involved in these issues, the elder would be in a state of idleness. They would visit everywhere to see if there were any small tribes that were left alone. Moreover, the elder had no right to interfere with the internal affairs of the tribe. As the great elder, Zhang Biao understood the reason behind it. As the great elder of the Yellow River Gu tribe, Zhang Biao's most important task was to protect the various large tribes in Yellow River Gu tribe. But recently, Zhang Biao found something unusual. When she visited, there were actually some tribes that were extremely mysterious, and the traces everywhere showed that someone was refining zombie worms. The so-called zombie bug was an extremely invasive bug. Once it was eaten, the ability of the zombie bug would be activated, and it would make your body invulnerable to swords and spears. But this ability was easy to get addicted. Once you fall in love with this feeling, you will need to maintain this state. This was a very terrifying thing. And the zombie worm's infection rate was extremely high. If you were bitten by the mother worm, within a short 3 days, if you weren't detoxified in time, then you would really become a zombie. But Zhang Biao didn't have any evidence of this. Moreover, no one came to report this matter, so Zhang Biao couldn't investigate this matter. The only thing she could do now was to observe in secret. He had to settle this matter and find out the person who did this behind the scenes. Because once the zombie worm broke out, it would be very dangerous. It was like a plague, spreading at an extremely fast speed. Of course, Zhang Biao had brought this matter up to the Elder Council, but it was rejected one by one. Although Zhang Biao was now the Great Elder, it didn't mean that she could do whatever she wanted. She still had to follow the rules of the Elder Council. I can't listen to you just because you're strong. Otherwise, how would I know if you're just looking for an excuse to find trouble with other tribes? Where there were people, there would be underworld. Even in a paradise like this, there would still be underworld. Recently, Zhang Biao clearly felt that there were people who were ready to make trouble. They could no longer hold back and were preparing to do something that would endanger the tribe. Zhang Biao had to find these people before the enemy made a move. However, Zhang Biao was alone, and there were many things she couldn't do. The other party was also extremely careful. But tonight, Zhang Biao had some gains. The appearance of Zhou Bachuan and the rest also caused a change to occur in this quiet place. This change could be clearly felt. The other party was about to give himself away. Zhang Biao didn't kill the 3 people from the devouring Yuan clan. Instead, he quietly followed behind these people. Finally, she followed the 3 people from the devouring Yuan clan to an unfamiliar place. The valley was huge and the terrain varied. The previous tribes also had their own territories. Zhang Biao thought it was unfamiliar because this territory wasn't suitable for insects to live in. It seemed to have been occupied by another tribe. Zhang Biao landed on a treetop. The 3 people from the devouring Yuan clan who had just left walked into the valley and were still talking about what had just happened. That was close. Fortunately, we ran away quickly. That woman's strength isn't something we can fight against. If she knows that we planted zombie worms, the tribe will be exposed. What's the big deal? Didn't the elder give us a special medicine? As long as we take this special medicine, we can directly turn these zombie worms into ashes. Even if she wants to look for any evidence, she won't be able to find any evidence. Dead men tell no tales. She can't do anything. That's right. Although Zhang Biao is powerful, everything has to go through the elders. Therefore, as long as she doesn't cause any trouble, she won't be able to cause much trouble. The 3 of them said, "If we cooperate with these human tribes, will they really be able to help us take back our territory and enslave the humans for our entertainment? They are humans too. Will they turn around and kill us?" One of them said, "How is that possible? Do you really think that our elders are useless? Once all of us have absorbed the zombie worm's energy, we won't be invulnerable. What's there to be afraid of? With our strength, we can easily wipe out the entire human tribe." The person walking in the middle couldn't wait to show off his skills. "You didn't see it just now. That guy is at least a top-notch expert in body refining among the humans. However, he still couldn't withstand my attack. I only moved a little and his bones were all broken. Your zombie worms have already entered the 2nd stage. Ours are still in the 1st stage. You're really talented." The 2 people beside him were also quite envious of the man in the middle, because his strength was breaking through very quickly. As long as you can find enough spiritual herbs for them to eat, they will be able to reach my current level very quickly. When my zombie worms reach the 3rd stage, I will be able to kill primitive emperors easily. The man in the middle's eyes flashed with excitement. In order to find these zombie worms, it could be said that they had spent a lot of effort to negotiate with one of the tribes that raised venomous insects. Otherwise, they might not have been able to refine these things. They wouldn't have been able to experience such great power so quickly. It was very difficult for the people of the devouring Yuan clan to cultivate. If it was as easy as the humans, then the devouring Yuan clan would be considered invincible. You could use Yuan Qi, but you could seal off their Yuan Qi after decades of painstaking cultivation. Even a newborn child of the devouring Yuan clan had the ability to seal off Yuan Qi. Therefore, it was much more difficult for the people of the devouring Yuan clan to cultivate compared to the humans. Their ability to sense Yuan Qi was 100 times weaker than the humans. However, this didn't stop them from using other methods to improve their strength and combat strength. For example, using venomous insects. Planting zombie insects in his body would allow his strength to increase explosively. In this way, they would be invulnerable to weapons, water, and fire. They might even be able to fight against some human experts. In addition to the power of the Heaven's Eye, their combat power had greatly increased. It was quite terrifying. Zhang Biao understood a lot when she heard the conversation between the 3 young men of the devouring Yuan clan. It turned out that everyone was cooperating with the devouring Yuan clan. Although it was forbidden to use venomous insects outside of the tribe and they could only raise and study these worms in their own tribe, the people of the devouring Yuan clan happened to stay in the tribe. They didn't use the zombie worms on themselves. Instead, they used the zombie worms on the people of the devouring Yuan clan. This wasn't considered too much of a violation of the rules. However, if the tribes in the tribe had no other intentions, there was no need for them to cooperate with the people of the devouring Yuan clan. Since they had helped them cultivate the zombie worms, it meant that they had other things to trade with them. Or perhaps The people of the devouring Yuan clan had made some kind of promise to them. She just needed to know the details of the deal. Then Zhang Biao would be able to dig them out and teach them a lesson. She would use the tribal law to punish them. Zhang Biao suddenly looked into the darkness ahead. It was the path that the 3 young men of the devouring Yuan clan had to pass through. Someone was there. The other party's movement was very subtle. Even now, Zhang Biao could only sense the other party's presence through the worms that she had released. This meant that the other party was very powerful. After all, the other party's aura should be like a bonfire in front of her at such a close distance. However, Zhang Biao didn't feel that way. Instead, she felt that it was rather vague. The information that she received from the worms that she had raised was also vague. It seemed like they weren't very sure either. However, Zhang Biao happened to be able to confirm that there was an expert approaching. This was because Zhang Biao knew the characteristics of the worms that she had raised the best. Zhang Biao was on guard because she wasn't sure if the other party had discovered her or how powerful he was. Furthermore, he wanted to see what exactly this guy was planning to do. Who's there? The 3 young men of the devouring Yuan clan stopped in their tracks. They could clearly see a figure in front of them who seemed to be blocking their way. There was a connection between the devouring Yuan clan and the devouring Yuan clan. The other party was obviously not from the devouring Yuan clan. Since the other party had suddenly appeared on the path that they had to pass through, it was obvious that the other party had come prepared. The 3 of them immediately became vigilant. They didn't know where the other party came from, so they had to be careful. First, the 3 of them put up the devouring Yuan realm. Otherwise, for some experts, they could really kill you in 1/10 or even 1/100th of a second. It was a good habit to release the devouring Yuan realm in time when there was uncertainty. Only when one was sure that they were safe could they put it away. Some assassins from the human clan were quite perverted and terrifying. Some of them could even hide in a cesspool for 3 days and 3 nights before they launched a fatal attack. Almost all the clans had experience fighting against the human clan. Because of this, the ancestors recorded their experiences of fighting against the human race. Although they had gained great strength over the past few hundred years, they shouldn't underestimate the human race. This was because the human race's tenacity was beyond your imagination. Li Zongjio walked out of the darkness. When they saw that there was actually a human clan trying to sneak an attack on them, they were shocked. The 3 members of the devouring Yuan clan couldn't help but look at each other. I didn't expect that there would be someone here who would want to die. I wasn't having fun just now. That bitch ruined everything. Now, I want to see where you can run to and who will come to save you. The 3 members of the devouring Yuan clan were excited. It was all because that bitch had disturbed them previously. Now, they wanted to see who would come to Li Zongjio's rescue. After all, Li Zongjio had appeared in front of them. This place was also some distance away from the territory of the Wansha tribe. Li Zongjio didn't say anything. He just stood there and looked at the 3 people in front of him with a faint smile. Go. Immediately, the 2 people beside him also rushed out like arrows leaving the bowstring. Although their zombie insects were only at level 1, they were comparable to a Yuan monarch expert of the human clan. Whoosh! The 2 of them attacked Li Zongjio's head at the same time. Swoosh! Li Zongjio's figure actually disappeared without a trace with a whooshing sound. Their fists landed on empty air. Li Zongjio's figure disappeared like a ghost. What? The 2 of them were shocked. How did Li Zongjio do it? Even under his devouring element domain, he was still able to move so quickly. The 3 members of the devouring Yuan clan still didn't know what they were up against. To be honest, I'm happy to see you guys again. Li Zongjio finally spoke. At the same time, he squatted on the ground. Then he picked up a stone from the ground. Because I can torture you guys again. Chapter 1491. Li Zongjio casually picked up a stone from the ground. Previously, Li Zongjio was indeed too impulsive. He slaughtered a small tribe just like that. He didn't even torture them properly before killing them. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed too easy for them. If Li Zongjie was given another chance, he would definitely not choose to do so. This matter was indeed too terrifying. Fortunately, God had given Li Zongjie another chance. Li Zongjie naturally had to grasp it well. Acting all mysterious, "You're crazy." The two of them looked at each other. Obviously, they thought that Li Zongjie was deliberately provoking them. They immediately roared and attacked Li Zongjie again. They didn't need to use too many moves. They could easily kill the other party with their fists. Bang! Facing the other party's fist, Li Zongjie raised the stone in his hand without hesitation. He threw it over. Bang! The stone that should have been shattered was unscathed at the moment. After easily blocking the other party's attack, Li Zongjie also threw the stone at the other party's face. 2 teeth flew out of his mouth. There was also blood. "How dare you hit my face?" Although the devouring Yuan clan was like a cave dweller, they were extremely concerned about their image. Suddenly, 2 of their teeth were knocked out by Li Zongjie's stone. The young man became angry with Li Zongjie on the spot. However, Li Zongjie continued to answer his words with actions. Bang! 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 Li Zongjie grabbed the man's collar and used the stone in his hand to continuously smash the man's mouth. After knocking out all the teeth in his mouth, he hit the man's nose bridge, directly smashing the man's nose bridge and causing it to collapse. Crack! Although these injuries weren't fatal, however, it was painful to look at. As for the person who was being beaten, needless to say, he was beaten quite miserably. The latter obviously didn't have the courage to endure until the end. He fainted on the spot. When Li Zongjie was beating the young man, the other people were also at the side. They watched as Li Zongjie knocked out all the young man's teeth. In the end, the young man fainted. When he saw Li Zongjie looking at him, the young man from the devouring Yuan clan was stunned. He had a bad premonition. It was as if he was being watched by someone. He couldn't escape. Whoosh! Just as the young man was about to escape, he suddenly heard a sound. Then, Li Zongjie appeared in front of him. In the same way, he grabbed the young man's collar. "Let me go, let me go." The young man kept struggling, trying to get rid of Li Zongjie's grip. However, Li Zongjie's hand was like an iron claw, holding him firmly. He didn't let the young man move. The young man saw Li Zongjie smile, and saw Li Zongjie pick up the stone that was stained with his companion's blood. Then he slammed it down hard. Bang! 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 Li Zongjie repeated the same trick. However, when he hit the last tooth, the stone in his hand broke. "You're really lucky." He threw the broken stone in his hand on the ground. The latter only had one last breath left. What invulnerability! The pain that should be felt was still the same. It wasn't any less. Since the stone was broken, it meant that Li Zongjie was about to give up. Who would have thought that Li Zongjie would grab him with one hand and continue to pick up another stone? "You're really lucky to be able to enjoy a new stone," Li Zongjie said immediately. Who knew what kind of demon Li Zongjie was? He actually used such a method. You might as well not say anything. You said so much and said that I'm lucky. How can you call this lucky? Bang! A stone smashed down. Not only was the young man's last tooth knocked out, but his nose and eye socket were also directly hit. This was because the new stone Li Zongjie found was bigger. It was even bigger than half of the young man's face. Phew! Although Li Zongjie didn't have any special fetishes, but after doing so, there was always a kind of happy, comfortable, and carefree feeling in his heart. How could Li Zongjie describe this feeling? It was the feeling of flowing down 1,000 miles. It was indescribable. You're the only one left. Come here. Li Zongjie looked at the remaining young man. He crossed his arms in front of him and seemed to be very confident. He had already demonstrated it so clearly just now. The young man only needed to be caught by him. If he didn't catch him, he would fall directly to the ground. Therefore, Li Zhongjie also thought that if he had the awareness, he would have taken the initiative to come to the mountain gate and let Li Zhongjie torture him. He wasn't someone who would never give up. Hee, do you know why I didn't save them? The confident man sneered. Li Zhongjie also saw that there seemed to be something crawling out of the two unconscious men and directly to the feet of the confident man. Then the confident man directly grabbed two black little bugs, threw them into his mouth, and swallowed them directly. Li Zhongjie had never seen such a ferocious person. You're a little arrogant. You're a little fierce. You actually ate bugs. Although Li Zhongjie had seen many fierce people, what was the meaning of eating bugs like this? Were you trying to disgust him? Zhang Biao, who was far away, instantly locked her gaze on the two bugs. Zombie bugs! Zombie bugs could increase their grade by devouring zombie bugs. When the confident man's level 2 zombie bug ate 2 more level 1 zombie bugs, he also noticed a big change. Although the combat power didn't directly increase by a lot, it was much stronger than before. There was a faint trend of breaking through to level 3. Come on, let me see how many tricks you have. Die! The confident man shouted directly. Then he leaped up and actually rose 70 to 80 feet into the air. When he landed, he carried with him the power to break through thunder. When Li Zhongjie saw him jump up, he stood on the spot and watched him show off. Suddenly, he lightly tapped his feet and his body instantly rose into the air. He directly grabbed the man. That man didn't even feel that he had landed. Why was he suddenly grabbed by Li Zhongjie? What's going on? He wanted to break Li Zhongjie's arm with both hands. But in the next second, Li Zhongjie's stone had already greeted him. Bang! With just a light slap, the man's teeth were directly broken. However, the stone in Li Zhongjie's hand was also broken by the man. Oh! Li Zhongjie stretched out his hand, and the stone in the distance flew over and landed in his hand. Then he immediately continued to smash the man's face. At first, the man still knew how to struggle and kept attacking Li Zhongjie. This was because Li Zhongjie only grabbed his collar and didn't choke him. He could still move his hands and feet. However, Li Zhongjie didn't know how he did it. He easily dodged all the man's attacks. Bang! While dodging, Li Zhongjie also directly hit the man's face with the brick in his hand. After 3 hits, he had to change a stone. But in such a big forest, there was an endless supply of stones. A minute later, this man, who was full of confidence, no longer had any expression on his face. His nose, eyes, and mouth were all deformed. Originally, he should have fainted as well. However, because he had just absorbed the power of the 2 zombie worms, his willpower was slightly stronger than the previous 2. In other words, during the process of being tortured and beaten by Li Zhongjie just now, he had maintained a state of absolute consciousness. When the last stone fell, the man still didn't faint. You're quite tough. Li Zhongjie saw that this guy was so resilient. Then he picked up another stone and smashed all the bones in the man's chest one by one. This time, the man truly felt what it meant to be in a state worse than death. Don't hit me! The man finally used all of his strength to beg for mercy. He finally begged for mercy. This guy, I thought you wanted to go to heaven. Oh my, you can't take it anymore. After the man shouted this sentence, he directly fainted. Obviously, he couldn't take it anymore. How could this be something that a human could withstand? It was simply asking for his life. It would be better to just stab them to death with a single stab, and that would be more satisfying. What kind of deep hatred did they have to use such methods? Zhang Biao had been watching the entire process. Although she didn't approve of such behavior, she didn't sympathize with these people. How should she put it? These goo refiners liked these worms and poisonous things more. Their feelings for humans were actually weaker. If Zhang Biao saw Li Zhongjie beating her worms, she would definitely not be able to resist rushing out to fight Li Zhongjie. These were 2 different things. Everyone had their own pursuits. She didn't object to Li Zhongjie's behavior. After all, it didn't harm her. nor did it harm her tribe. However, Zhang Biao was sure that Li Zongjio had already found out that she was here. When Li Zongjio stopped what he was doing, he looked at her. Long time no see. Li Zongjio was holding a hairpin in his hand. This was something that Li Zongjio had just thought of. The material of the hairpin was 10,000-year-old ebony. When he was refining the soaring elixir, he saw this thing and wondered where it came from. It wasn't until he saw Zhang Biao that he remembered. My hairpin. You are Li Zongjio. Zhang Biao jumped and landed in front of Li Zongjio. It was indeed 2 years ago when they fought against Heavenly Demon, he and Bai Shiyan in front of the Middle Range Mountains. They fought side by side. At that time, Heavenly Demon He, as a traitor, escaped from Tibet and wanted to cultivate a real king of poisonous insects outside. He also founded the Tibetan poison sect. Zhang Biao was ordered to kill him, but the other party's strength was stronger than Zhang Biao's. If it wasn't for Li Zongjio's help, she would have died in the hands of Heavenly Demon He. Because Li Zongjio killed Heavenly Demon He, Zhang Biao gave her hairpin to Li Zongjio before she left. She also promised that if Li Zongjio or anyone else came to her with the hairpin, she would die 1,000 times without hesitation. Zhang Biao was also meritorious because she killed Heavenly Demon He. That was why she was accepted into the Council of Elders. Until now, because she passed the tribe's trial, she was also promoted to the Great Elder. Before this, she didn't see clearly. In addition, Li Zongjio's aura had changed a lot, and he was completely different from before. Therefore, Zhang Biao didn't recognize Li Zongjio at first. When they met a few years ago, Li Zongjio's strength was already above Zhang Biao's. Now, Zhang Biao saw that Li Zongjio dared to travel alone in Tibet. He must have had a breakthrough. Chapter 1492. As a result, the surrounding people let down their guard around Zhao Kaishan and Baiyu. However, there were still people who took notice of Baiyu. Today, not only was Baiyu wearing an exquisite long white dress, she also had a light layer of makeup on her face, and her entire body was emitting the fragrance of gardenias. Although Zhao Kaishan could smell it, he did not take it to heart. Some animals naturally had their own smell, such as weasels. Even if they did not exhale, they would still have a smell. Miss, are you hurt? How could a boorish man like you treat such an elegant lady so rudely? Hurry up and remove your hand. A handsome man in his 20s who was dressed in a gorgeous light blue robe walked in with an elegant demeanor. At the same time, he used the jade fan in his hand to gently lift Zhao Kaishan's hand and placed it to the side. It was obvious that he despised Zhao Kaishan. Is this your friend? Zhao Kaishan asked as he looked at Baiyu. Baiyu naturally knew that greedy and lecherous young masters like him were everywhere. As soon as they saw a fresh face, they would not be able to restrain themselves. Baiyu originally thought that she would not be too attractive in North Snow City. But who would have thought? Her damned charm could not be concealed. Sir, my younger brother has a problem here. Thank you for your concern. Baiyu suddenly had an idea as she gestured for Zhao Kaishan not to act rashly. Although they did not know each other, they could not hit each other. Immediately, Baiyu gestured to the person that had arrived. Zhao Kaishan did not understand why Baiyu said he had a problem. He then pointed to his temple. Could it be that her head was not feeling well? I see. But, miss, you still need to be careful. How about this? I happen to know the most famous doctor in the city. Why don't I introduce you to him? The blue-clothed man immediately cast a pitiful gaze at Zhao Kaishan. What a good physique. Unfortunately, he was an idiot. Of course, he could not directly call the younger brother an idiot in front of the older sister. So, the blue-clothed man kept a low profile. Baiyu was aware that it wasn't realistic for her to pretend to be a couple with Zhao Kaishan. So, it was better for her to act as an idiotic younger brother. After all, Zhao Kaishan had a tendency to act strangely most of the time. There's no need. My younger brother's condition is a chronic illness. This time, I've only come with the intention of bringing him around the city. I have no other intentions." Bai Yu said as she pulled Zhao Kaishan and turned to leave. "Don't be like that, girl. The master I know is on the top floor of the Golden Tower. The Golden Tower itself is the tallest building in the northern Snow City. Didn't you say that you want to take your brother to broaden his horizons? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." The blue-clothed young master quickly rushed in front of the two people and blocked their way. "Miss, you don't have to worry. I am a disciple of the North Snow City's Lan clan. I don't have any ill intentions towards you. I just like to make friends." This Lan family disciple was quite pretentious. Just by looking at him, one would think that he was actually a good person. However, Bai Yu had already done her research. The Lan clan was one of the 4 great clans of the northern Snow City. The Lan clan disciple had purposely mentioned his clan. Clearly, he wanted to show off a little at a time like this, and at the same time, intimidate the other party. At the very least, if a girl from an ordinary family heard that this young master was from the Lan clan, one of the 4 great clans, she would definitely throw herself at him. If she was fancied by a disciple of one of the 4 great clans, she wouldn't have to suffer for the rest of her life. All she needed to do was to properly enjoy the glory and wealth that belonged to her. The reason why the Misty Feather Crane had inadvertently mentioned his clan was because he wanted to see how the girl in front of him would react. If Bai Yu immediately became wild with joy and wanted to throw herself at him, the Misty Feather Crane would be greatly disappointed. After all, there were plenty of girls like this in the city. As soon as they heard the name of the Lan clan, they would immediately jump into his bed. However, Bai Yu's reaction was also a little surprised. However, it seemed that she was just giving a polite smile. She looked at the Golden Tower, seemingly a little hesitant. Seeing this expression, the Misty Feather Crane was slightly delighted. Indeed, this young lady wasn't the type to bow her head because of power. Instead, she was someone who was willing to lower herself for the sake of her family and for the sake of her foolish younger brother. If she was such a person, then the Misty Feather Crane would admire her very much. Furthermore, this type of person was cold on the outside, but weak on the inside. They were the easiest to conquer and could easily give others a sense of conquest. Therefore, the Misty Feather Crane was the best at doing things like this. The #1 doctor in the city is a guest at the Golden Tower. This little brother's head definitely won't be a problem. If we miss this rare opportunity, who knows when we'll have to wait for the next one. Speaking of this, he also deliberately revealed a trace of threat and vigilance. Obviously, if he missed this opportunity directly this time, he might not be able to do so the next time. Immediately, Bai Yu displayed her acting skills to the fullest. Then I'll have to trouble you to lead the way. If you can cure my foolish younger brother, I'm willing to pay any price. Bai Yu gritted her teeth, not daring to look into the Misty Feather Crane's eyes. As for Zhao Kaishan, he was simply watching their strange performance. Who's the foolish younger brother? However, Zhao Kaishan didn't say much. He simply followed behind Bai Yu and learned from her. After all, Bai Yu was more experienced in dealing with people. Zhao Kaishan found it difficult to learn some of the more advanced methods. He would have to slowly experience them. Let's talk about money later. The treatment is more important. Follow me. The Misty Feather Crane smiled, seemingly putting the matter of money aside. However, he didn't ignore it. If he really brought it up, he might immediately fall out with him. Under the Misty Feather Crane's lead, Bai Yu and Zhao Kaishan walked straight into the legendary Gene Man building without any resistance. The guards at the entrance obviously recognized the Misty Feather Crane and immediately welcomed him in. However, the guards that the Misty Feather Crane brought along were also left outside to guard the entrance. Obviously, they didn't have the right to enter. In the distance, Sima Feng had been observing Zhao Kaishan and Bai Yu from the crowd. When he saw the Misty Feather Crane take the initiative to bring the two of them into Golden Tower, he was shocked. What's going on? Did Protector Zhao defect to the enemy? This was the first thought that flashed through Sima Feng's mind. However, he quickly shook his head because Zhao Kaishan was still muttering about burying explosives. Elder Bai is still the capable one. Sima Feng thought about it carefully. The other party must have taken a liking to Elder Bai's beauty and took the initiative to invite her in. If that was the case, the difficulty of the mission would be reduced by a lot. Have you heard? Recently, a batch of extremely fresh goods arrived at the Drunken Fragrance Tower. Those few who just came, they're going to charm me to death with just one look. Sigh, don't even think about it. One of my hired thugs at the Drunken Fragrance Tower told me that these new arrivals were all prepared for young Master Xian. Therefore, they're all first-class goods. No matter how much money we spend, we can forget about it. Sima Feng's ears twitched. Then he quietly sat down in the tea house where they were talking about this topic. In this line of work, one had to be observant and alert. Only then would one be able to do a good job. Chapter 1493. Jean Man Building. Naturally, there was nothing to say about the interior decoration of the building. The entire building also presented an extremely noble color. If a person without any ability walked into a building like this, they would probably feel inferior for a few days. Although Bai Yu had seen the world, she couldn't help but be surprised when she saw the decorations. At the same time, she didn't hide it at all on her face. There was also a look of envy in her big, innocent eyes. Envy was the right thing to do. The Misty Feather Crane was also secretly delighted. This was exactly what it needed. This proved that Bai Yu's family was only in the middle class. Compared to the big four families, they couldn't compare. At the same time, it was normal for a normal girl to reveal a look of envy and surprise when they saw such an environment. If Bai Yu deliberately pretended not to see it, it would seem a little pretentious. So, the Misty Feather Crane was quite satisfied with Bai Yu's performance. Miss Bai, let me show you around. What about my brother? Bai Yu hesitated for a moment. Don't worry, Ague. Take this brother to Master Wan Shoujiang's room and ask him to take a look at his brain. I'll be there in a moment. A middle-aged man called Ague was standing at the top of the stairs. When he heard the Misty Feather Crane's words, he nodded his head expressionlessly. Follow him and take a look. Bai Yu gestured for Zhao Kaishan to follow. At the same time, she wanted to find an opportunity to check out the situation. It would be best if she could find the core of the enemy. The most important thing was Zhao Chuanxian. In Bai Yu's eyes, a mere Misty Feather Crane was nothing more than an idiot. Okay. Zhao Kaishan obediently followed Ague to the right passageway. As for the Misty Feather Crane, it led Bai Yu to the left as it spiraled up the stairs. Against the Misty Feather Crane, Bai Yu naturally had the ability to protect herself. She also had her own confidence. A mere Misty Feather Crane was naturally unable to do anything to Bai Yu. Furthermore, the guards had already left. If she took the initiative to take down the Misty Feather Crane at a critical moment, it would be simple. Moreover, without Zhao Kaishan by her side, there was less chance of her being exposed. After all, Bai Yu wasn't worried about anything else. She was only worried that Zhao Kaishan would suddenly ask when they were going to look for Zhao Chuanxian. Then everything would be over. Gongzi Lan, what do you usually do? Bai Yu immediately revealed a cat-and-mouse smile as she began to set a trap for the Misty Crane. On the other side, Zhao Kaishan was brought to the 5th floor. It was also the pharmacy of the #1 doctor in the city, Master Wan Shoujiang. Originally, the Wanshou border had its own clinic, but this time in order to help the future sect master of the Shueisha sect adjust the effects of the blood pool, it was temporarily moved here. Only a few elders of Blood Fiend sect needed to maintain the energy of the blood pool and prevent the power of the blood pool from dissipating for no reason. The remaining replenishment of the power of the blood pool would depend on Master Wan Shoujiang. Only the prescription in his hands could maximize the effects of the blood pool. When Wan Shoujiang was in his own pharmacy and preparing the medicine for Zhao Chuanxian, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Wan Shoujiang's tone was a little unfriendly. What he hated the most was being disturbed during the concoction process. If there was even the slightest deviation in the dosage during the concoction process, it would lead to a disaster. Master Wan, Gong Zilan wants you to take a look at this little brother's head. A Gue came in front of Wan Shoujiang and said respectfully, Misty Crane, that guy dares to order me around? I won't look. When Wan Shoujiang heard that it was the Misty Crane, he immediately waved his hand and motioned for Ah Gue to take him away. I still have to prepare the medicine for Gongzi Zhao. If it's delayed, a mere Misty Crane won't be able to compensate. Ah Gue nodded quickly after hearing that. If it really delayed Gongzi Zhao's matter, the consequences would be very serious. Ah Gue was the chief steward of Jin Man Pavilion. He had suffered a lot these days. Although in his line of work, it was normal for him to have to deal with people's expressions all day long. It was all this damn kid's fault. He had caused him to be scolded again. Ah Gue left with Zhao Kaishan. Just as he was about to close the door, he saw a black shadow land on his shoulder with a thud. Then, Ah Gue immediately felt his vision darken. What's going on? My neck seems to be broken. This was Jin Manlu, Ah Gue's last thought. Zhao Kaishan grabbed the corpse that was about to fall to the ground. Oh no, I hit too hard. Zhao Kaishan only wanted to knock him out. Who knew that the poor Ah Gue would not be able to block his attack? Then, Zhao Kaishan threw Ah Gue's corpse into his storage ring. He activated the divine concealment technique. Then, he quietly disappeared into the darkness. The lighting in the pharmacy was not very good to begin with. Wan Shoujiang heard some movement outside and frowned as he looked outside. However, the movement disappeared quickly. Hence, Wan Shoujiang calmed down and continued to move the bottle in his hand. In another hour, it would be time to change the dressing. How could he be disturbed at this time? What a bunch of ignorant children. What kind of brains did they have? They actually brought a fool to see him at this time. Who exactly was the fool? He reckoned that he would have to find out. Strange, where is my blood flower spray? Wan Shoujiang had a pot of medicinal liquid in front of him, but he could not find a medicinal ingredient at the moment. He turned around and searched for it in the cabinet at the side. In Wan Shoujiang's pharmacy, no medicine boy or apprentice was allowed to enter. He was afraid that some idiots would mess up his things or even destroy the things he had concocted to prevent these people from poisoning him. However, just as Wan Shoujiang turned around to leave, suddenly a hand reached out from the roof and threw a black pill into the pot below. This pill was refined by Zhao Kaishan using countless poisonous insects last time. Zhao Kaishan called it the myriad poison pill. It would not kill people. At least, Zhao Kaishan himself would not die from eating it. At most, his body would feel a little uncomfortable, but only for a while. Just now, Zhao Kaishan also realized that this thing seemed to be sent to Zhao Chuanxian. Zhao Kaishan did not feel much about the fact that Zhao Chuanxian was also surnamed Zhao. He did not have any prejudice. Hence, he directly threw a whole myriad poison pill. Found it. Wan Shoujiang rummaged through the drawers and drawers to find the so-called blood flower spray. Then he hurriedly returned to his own pot and merged the blood flower spray into it. During the process, he did not notice anything wrong. After boiling for more than 10 minutes, Wan Shoujiang poured the remaining medicinal liquid into a pot. After a while, a specialized person would come to pick it up. After all, this thing was of great importance. Chapter 1494. A short while later, a gray-clothed old man with a skinny face and a strong body slowly walked over. Thank you for your hard work, Master Wan. The newcomer cupped his hands at Wan Shoujiang. Now was the time to use people. Wan Shoujiang had enough experience to help Xuexia sect, so he naturally had to be polite. Elder Tong is too polite. This is the latest medicinal liquid. Wan Shoujiang handed over the bottle in his hand. Elder Tong took the bottle, opened it, and smelled it. He found that the smell was a little different from before. Elder Wan, why is this smell a little different? It's different from before. Yes. Elder Tong knew a little about the basics of refining medicine, so he was sent here to get the medicine. This thing was to be given to Zhao Chuanxian for cultivation. Therefore, he had to ensure a high degree of safety. He couldn't be careless at all. After all, Wan Shoujiang was from outside. Although his refining skills were here, he still had to be careful. When doing big things, he naturally couldn't be careless. The slightest abnormality would be immediately discovered. Wan Shoujiang's expression froze. Then he revealed a proud smile, as if to say, "You found out." As expected of Elder Tong. Elder Tong's spider technique lives up to its name. You even found out about such a small change. Young Master Zhao has used the medicinal liquid continuously for 7 days. If he continues to use it, then the absorption effect will be very normal. Therefore, the prescription needs to be upgraded. This is the upgraded version of the medicinal liquid, and the effect will be increased by 10%. I see. Master Wan is too considerate. I worried too much. Elder Tong naturally understood the principle behind it. Therefore, when Wan Shoujiang mentioned it, he already understood. Then, Elder Tong put away the bottle and turned to leave. Suddenly, he stopped. His gaze was extremely sharp as he looked at a corner of the room. Wan Shoujiang was also startled by Elder Tong's gaze. The latter seemed to be staring at something. Could it be that there was someone else in this room? Was there something strange? Elder Wan, you've worked hard. You haven't touched the food sent in at noon. Later, I'll ask the chef of Golden Full Tower to cook a new portion for you. Elder Tong smiled faintly. The tense atmosphere vanished without a trace at this moment. Wan Shoujiang thought it was a big deal, but he suddenly had such a serious expression. It's fine, it's fine. I'll send Elder Tong off. Wan Shoujiang and Elder Tong immediately walked out of the room. When the footsteps of the two people disappeared, Zhao Kaishan also happened to walk out from the corner that Elder Tong was staring at. I was shocked. I thought that guy's nose was so sharp. At one point, Zhao Kaishan thought that his divine concealment technique had malfunctioned and was almost not discovered by him. Therefore, Zhao Kaishan couldn't help but feel nervous. Fortunately, the latter did not seem to notice. After all, this divine concealment art came from Blood Fiend Sex Heaven Fiend, the ultimate skill of the divine concealment white fox. Zhao Kaishan originally wanted to leave directly, but when he turned around and looked inside the house, there were so many bottles and jars. There were also many dried herbs and other things around. His eyes lit up. Hee, this is a good place. Immediately, Zhao Kaishan took out the black gunpowder that he had stored for a long time. This black gunpowder was specially made. If there was a special mysterious fire fluctuation within a 10-meter radius, it would immediately ignite and cause a violent explosion. Just this palm-sized piece of gunpowder was enough to blow up a dozen ordinary people wearing armor into a pile of junk. Zhao Kaishan hurriedly hid the gunpowder he had prepared in the medicine room. Almost every corner was filled with gunpowder. When he walked out, he didn't meet anyone. Just as he was about to walk around, the crane, and the crane. Bai Yu and the Misty Feather Crane also walked out together. When Bai Yu saw Zhao Kaishan, she quickly walked over. Are you all right? Of course I'm fine. Zhao Kaishan waved his hand. What could happen to him? Since you're fine, we thank young Master Lan for your hospitality. It's getting late. We'll take our leave first. Miss Bai, aren't you going to stay for dinner? Bai Yu also declined the latter's invitation. The Misty Feather Crane clearly wanted to play around. So he didn't make a move today and directly took Bai Yu down. In his opinion, that was a reckless action. It was the action of a bandit. There was no elegance at all. However, the Misty Feather Crane was different. He was the son of a famous family in the city. Naturally, he had to have the appropriate elegance. Only then could he match his status. Bai Yu thanked the Misty Feather Crane and led Zhao Kaishan downstairs. However, the Misty Feather Crane seemed to have thought of something and quickly took out an invitation card. Miss Bai, in 3 days, there will be an elegant garden appreciation party in the city plaza. You must come. I'll wait for you. Little brother Bai, come with me. I'll give you 2 invitations. The Misty Feather Crane suddenly ran in front of her and handed over 2 invitations. Just the craftsmanship of the invitations gave off a faint fragrance. They must have been made by a woman of great quality. There was also an exquisite embroidery on the invitations. The skill of the embroidery was obvious. Just a single invitation card like this was enough to be an expensive item. Obviously, this garden appreciation party was bound to be a gathering of the city's rich and powerful. Bai Yu wondered if Zhao Chuanxian would attend. If he did, then she might have a chance to make a move. What party? Will there be good food? Zhao Kaishan asked coldly. Yes, of course there will be. The Misty Feather Crane clearly didn't expect Zhao Kaishan to ask such a question. However, he guessed that Zhao Kaishan must have been chased out by Master Wan. So, it was normal for his brain to be a little abnormal. He expressed his understanding. Okay, I'll definitely come. I'll definitely come, Zhao Kaishan said repeatedly. Bai Yu nodded at the Misty Feather Crane to express her gratitude. Then, she quickly left with Zhao Kaishan. The Misty Feather Crane watched Bai Yu's departing figure. He imagined what kind of enjoyment he would have if he could get Bai Yu. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. You can't escape from the palm of my hand. A trace of evil flashed through the Misty Feather Crane's eyes. Strange, where the hell did Ague go? After a while, the Misty Feather Crane discovered the missing Ague. However, Ague also had legs and wasn't a retainer of the Lan family. He didn't need the Misty Feather Crane's permission to go anywhere. So, he must have been sent away by Master Wan. Chapter 1495. Bai Yu and Zhao Kaishan successfully walked out of the Golden Tower. This allowed Chao Wang, who was in charge of keeping watch, to heave a sigh of relief. Of course, Chao Wang wasn't worried about their safety. He was only worried that they might die prematurely. If that happened, he wouldn't have much credit. Furthermore, they might even be hunted down. Protector Zhao and the others were strong enough to fight their way out of the encirclement. However, they wouldn't be so lucky. Sima Feng also received his information. As a result, the people from the Bright Moon sect also retreated. What did you do inside? Didn't they make things difficult for you? On the other hand, Bai Yu was very curious about Zhao Kaishan. How was he able to walk out so peacefully? Nothing much. They brought me to an old man's pharmacy. I think he was making medicine for Zhao Chuanxian. I just happened to have some poison in my hand, so I added it to him. Zhao Kaishan said, What, you weren't discovered? Bai Yu looked at Zhao Kaishan in shock. Naturally, she didn't expect Zhao Kaishan to be so daring and have such a powerful method. Of course not. I was very careful. Apart from that, what else did you do? Bai Yu was a little doubtful. She had a feeling that Zhao Kaishan was a little excited after he left, which meant he must have done something inside. But Zhao Kaishan immediately denied it. Of course. But you couldn't believe such a clumsy lie. Zhao Kaishan wanted to learn the top skill of the human race, lying. This wasn't a simple matter. This was probably the first time Zhao Kaishan had lied. Bai Yu didn't pursue the matter. After all, Zhao Kaishan was a protector of the sect. It would be rude to interrogate him. At least, from the looks of it, Zhao Kaishan had done a good thing. That was to poison Zhao Chuanchuan's cultivation elixir. Even if he couldn't kill Zhao Chuanxian, it would be a good opportunity to cripple him. At the very least, he could prove that it was someone else who did it. After that, he could kill the Longevity River pharmacist and pretend that he was killed by another sect to achieve the same effect. The group didn't meet up. Instead, they circled around the city before returning to the stronghold. In a place like this, it was best to be careful. In the middle of the night, the few of them were gathering the information they had gathered and analyzing it. They wanted to see what they could do to achieve the best results. It was simple and direct. However, at this moment, on the top floor of Jean Manlu, the Imperial Gold Palace, this rooftop was called the Imperial Gold Rooftop. It was surrounded by a large golden platform made of real gold bricks. In this golden pool, bright red blood was boiling and bubbling. There was a long-haired man sitting cross-legged in the pool of blood. His upper body was exposed above the blood. His eyes were tightly shut. The energy from the blood pool around him was surging into his body. It could be seen that in the blood vessels under the skin, these tiny energies were constantly converging and finally condensing at the position of the heart. Around the blood pool, there were 2 old men in gray robes. These 2 old men were guarding the north and south to prevent the loss of qi and blood. And in the corner, there was an iron cage that was about the height of a person. Inside the cage, there were 10 young boys and girls with terrified expressions on their faces, using the blood of young boys to cultivate and create such a terrifying power of the blood pool. These 10 young boys and girls were imprisoned in this cage. They were the last batch. Previously, there were already 2 batches of young boys and girls who were thrown into the blood pool. In less than 5 seconds, they were directly melted. Even the clothes and accessories on their bodies were directly melted. It was even more powerful than the magma in a volcano. They could not change their fate. They could only wait for the arrival of the Grim Reaper. A general success was built on thousands of bones. This small sacrifice was nothing in Zhao Chuanchuan's eyes. As long as he could improve his cultivation, this little bit of human life was nothing. Just as the effect of the blood pool weakened a little, Zhao Chuanxian was also a little unhappy. At this moment, Elder Tong also came up with the medicinal liquid. "Young master, sorry to keep you waiting. The effect of the previous medicinal liquid is no longer enough," Zhao Chuanxian said with a frown. Hearing this, Elder Tong smiled confidently. Fortunately, Wan Shoujiang had increased the effect of the medicinal liquid. Otherwise, there was really no way to explain it now. "Young master, don't worry. I specially ordered Wan Shoujiang to concoct this bottle of medicinal liquid. The effect is about 30% stronger than before." Naturally, Elder Tong did not hesitate to take all the credit for this. He had thought about it before, but for the sake of insurance, he did not mention this matter. "You did well." Zhao Chuanxian naturally nodded his head in satisfaction. "Young master, are you going to use it now?" "Yes." Zhao Chuanxian nodded his head. Elder Tong took out the medicinal bottle, opened it, and then dripped the medicinal liquid into the blood pool. When the medicinal liquid was dripped into the blood pool, immediately the boiling of the blood pool doubled. It was as if there were thousands of fish jumping on it, crackling and splashing. Seeing this scene, Zhao Chuanxian did not panic. Instead, there was a crazy challenge in his eyes. "This is the effect I want." Immediately, Zhao Chuanxian also directly activated his blood chang scripture. The medicinal liquid, mixed with the effect of Zhao Kaishin's myriad poison pill, had completely integrated into the blood pool at this moment and was being absorbed by Zhao Chuanxian. Zhao Chuanxian had long been thirsting for powerful strength. This absorption also immediately made him feel the abundant power in this medicinal liquid. Immediately, a kind of heat rushed up to his face, and his face was blood red. However, suddenly, among the power that surged into his body, he also felt that it was as if the power of a poisonous scorpion had surged into his body. It was continuously climbing up along the blood vessels. He did not have time to notice the first time and was directly bitten in the heart by this poisonous scorpion. Not only did Zhao Chuanxian not feel angry, but he also felt pleasantly surprised. "What I want is this kind of stimulation. This medicine is strong." However, Zhao Chuanxian thought that this was just a little. It was a kind of material that was added to be in charge of regulating. However, what was continuously surging into his body was like thousands of poisonous insects that were constantly devouring his heart. It was as if it was overloaded. Zhao Chuanchuan's body could no longer bear it, but he did not have the ability to shout. It was already too late. Seeing that the young master is enjoying his cultivation so much, I am relieved. Elder Tong was also complacent in his heart. He was waiting for Zhao Chuanxian to inherit the position of the sect master and reward him well. Chapter 1496. Zhao Chuanxian was already in unbearable pain. It was as if his body was crawling with poisonous insects. At the same time, the poisonous insects were crazily gnawing at his meridians. How could Zhao Chuanxian not know that this thing must have been poisoned? It was impossible for it to be caused by the strong effects of the poison. You want to poison me to death? Zhao Chuanchuan's eyes shone with a cold light. He looked at Elder Tong, who was still full of joy on the shore, and immediately reached out his hand. A surge of profound energy directly grabbed Elder Tong, who was in front of him. Elder Tong was not prepared for it. Moreover, Zhao Chuanxian was stronger than him. Hence, he was caught by Zhao Chuanxian and thrown into the blood pool. When they saw this scene, the two attendants who were still guarding the area immediately stood up and widened their eyes. They did not understand why the young lord would suddenly kill someone at this time. Of course, Elder Tong's fate was also very tragic. After being thrown into the blood pool, there was no way for him to survive. Young lord, what is the meaning of this? Elder Tong only had enough time to roar and release his own profound energy, as though he was a spider that was struggling to crawl towards the shore. Die. Zhao Chuanxian directly stepped on Elder Tong's back. Elder Tong's bones immediately broke. His body sank into the blood pool. Then Zhao Chuanxian borrowed the force and jumped to the side of the blood pool. From a corner, a young lady in a veil walked out. She brought a blood-red robe and put it on Zhao Chuanxian. Young lord, what happened? Seeing this, the two deacons quickly came over and stood in front of Zhao Chuanxian. At this moment, Zhao Chuanchuan's condition was very bad. There seemed to be air sacs in his meridians. The surface of his body looked like poisonous insects that were constantly drilling in and out of his body. However, he managed to escape from the blood pool in time. At least he could recuperate a little now. However, this blood pool could not be used anymore. Just this bottle of poison had wasted such a large amount of refined blood pool. You two trash, go and investigate Tong Wei's background. I was almost poisoned to death by him, and that Wan Shijiang, capture him for me. Zhao Chuanxian endured the pain. Only by using his mental cultivation method could he gradually suppress the power of the poison in his body. Otherwise, he would have died from the poison just now. Fortunately, his meridians had been tempered. Otherwise, it was possible that he would have died directly. However, these people had yet to capture Wanzhou border. They hadn't even made a move yet. Suddenly, a violent explosion occurred in the pharmacy of the Wanzhou border. Boom! Zhao Chuanxian and the others, who were still on the Imperial Gold platform, also felt the violent shaking coming from below. Young master, be careful! The veiled woman immediately stepped forward and shielded Zhao Chuanxian behind her. The sharp, killing intent in his eyes was like a sharp arrow that pierced through the surrounding darkness. When a large hole was blasted in Jin Manlu, the people in charge of guarding the place also rushed over. When they saw that such a large hole had been blasted in Jin Manlu, their faces became very ugly. Who would have thought that the heavily guarded Jin Manlu would be blasted in such a way? Zhao Chuanxian was immediately escorted away by two deacons. The veiled woman also followed Zhao Chuanxian closely. At the same time, there was an elder in charge of Jin Manlu. He had a head full of golden hair like the hair of an ape. The third elder, Yuan Wei. His nickname was the Blood Ape. His strength was incomparably strong. Just now, when the pharmacy in the longevity border exploded, he just so happened to be cultivating upstairs. He almost went berserk from the explosion. Jean Manlu was attacked at this moment, and it must be targeted at Zhao Chuanxian. Therefore, Yuan Wei rushed out directly. He came to the Imperial Gold platform. Take the young master and evacuate. Where is Tong Wei? There was a special aircraft on the roof that could fly short distances. It was also a good helper for evacuating. Tong Wei poisoned the young lord. This pool of blood is ruined. The two deacons immediately said to Yuan Wei. At the same time, they pointed at the blood pool. At this moment, the blood pool was already filled with thick black liquid. What? Tong Wei's poison? You're doomed. When Yuan Wei heard this news, he didn't dare to believe it at first. However, facts spoke louder than words. Furthermore, the pharmacy below Wanshou border had been blown up. Most likely, Wanshoujiang had already been used up, so he directly blew them up to prevent any future troubles. This move of burning the bridge after crossing the river was very good. Take the young master and retreat. The tremor just now had shaken Zhao Chuanxian quite badly. The four of them boarded the aircraft immediately. As for Elder Yuan Wei himself, he wanted to see if he could catch some of the thieves. It was impossible for the other party to do it so perfectly. There must be some clues that were left out. At that moment, Zhao Kaishan was on a rooftop with Bai Yu and the others, admiring the fireworks in the distance. Zhao Kaishan had used enough explosives. When Bai Yu, Li Xianfeng, and the others saw Jean Manlu explode, their faces turned green. As expected, they couldn't stop Zhao Kaishan from burying the explosives. They were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. However, Sima Feng slapped his thigh hard. Great, the opportunity is here. Everyone, I just received news today. I'm 99% sure that if they encounter an emergency, they'll be hiding at the second place. Sima Feng didn't expect this either. He didn't expect Zhao Kaishan's actions to directly trigger such a situation. Where? Drunken Fragrance Brothel. Sima Feng's harvest today was the situation at Drunken Fragrance Brothel. Although the exact situation hadn't been confirmed, Zhao Chuanxian would definitely go to Drunken Fragrance Brothel once every 3 days. However, the newly recruited girls would often disappear and be replaced by another batch. Therefore, it was very likely that Zhao Chuanxian was cultivating at the second place to neutralize the power of the blood pool. Now that Jean Manlu was under attack, the other party would definitely retreat to Drunken Fragrance Brothel. There's no time to lose. Let's move quickly. Li Xianfeng was also a ruthless person. Since he was going to make a move, he would make it a little more sudden. If it was sudden, even he wasn't prepared. Let's see how the other party was going to prepare. This was the effect he wanted. That's right. Actually, I've buried a lot of explosives in Jean Manlu. Once those people enter, I'll directly blow up Jean Manlu. Zhao Kaishan said. Bai Yu's expression instantly became very ugly. There really wasn't anyone who could stop Protector Zhao from doing what he wanted to do. Even Bai Yu didn't know when Protector Zhao had buried the explosives. He was really too ruthless. Zhao Kaishan took advantage of these few gaps. He used his divine concealment technique to properly decorate Jean Manlu. At this moment, a large number of Shueisha sex experts and guards had already rushed to Jean Manlu. After everyone had gathered, Yuan Wei also brought people to thoroughly investigate the pharmacy. Everyone checked carefully, see if there's any more of this gunpowder around. Who would have thought that the dignified Jean Manlu would be blown up by gunpowder? What's that? One of the Shueisha sex experts suddenly saw something covered by a black cloth in the corner. Then he lifted it. Instantly, a wave of profound energy fluctuated as if a profound flame had been ignited. Phut! Yuan Wei saw the thing covered by the black cloth and immediately pulled the two people beside him in front of him. Boom! A huge explosion, as if a flame lotus had bloomed in the sky above northern Snow City. Chapter 1497. Yuan Wei himself was a fifth-stage profound king. Under normal circumstances, blocking such an attack wouldn't be a problem at all. But because the explosion came so suddenly, all of them were sent flying. The two people in front of him were directly burned to pieces by the flames. Then, Yuan Wei was also sent flying. He directly flew out of Golden Man Tower. 5 seconds later, the entire Golden Man Tower collapsed with a loud rumble, including dozens of experts from the Blood Fiend sect's Elder faction. These were all carefully selected elite experts, but now they were all buried in the explosion. Zhao Kaishan was quite good at burying explosives. The power of the explosion only covered Golden Man Tower, and didn't even affect the nearby buildings in the slightest. Safe and sound. Damn it. Very good. You actually dared to play dirty. Shuejuha, you've got guts. Yuan Wei's figure rose into the air, and he glanced in the distance. The aircraft had already quietly left with the young master, and Yuan Wei had to stay at the scene. Only by doing so could the young master be safer. If he directly chased after them, it would be equivalent to telling the other party where the young master was at the moment. Just now, at least 30 people were directly buried in the explosion. Even Yuan Wei himself suffered not weak injuries, and the clothes on his body were tattered, and his face was also blackened by the smoke. There were also some wounds on his arms caused by the flying steel balls. Good. Shuejuha, you just wait for me. In northern Snow City, only Shuejuha had the guts to do such a thing. Otherwise, who else would have the guts to do such a thing? Once these experts of the Blood Fiend sect found out, it would be a disaster for them. So without a bit of strength, they wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Only Shuejuha of the Blood Fiend sect could do so. The current sect master actually used such a despicable method. It was really infuriating. Yuan Wei continued to stay at the scene, and on that night he caught several people sent by the sect master. Shuejuha naturally sent people to monitor the situation here. After all, the situation here could be said to be very important information. But even these people who were caught were also dumbfounded. They didn't know what was going on at all, and they didn't move. They were only responsible for monitoring and observing from the side. Elder, these people refused to speak. In an underground secret room, 3 people who were in charge of surveillance were also directly arrested. They didn't know anything, but the other party didn't believe them. They thought they were just being stubborn. He had blown up Jean Manlu. How could he be fine? Do you need me to teach you? Yuan Wei, who had changed his clothes, said coldly. The explosion just now had burned off a lot of his hair. Therefore, Yuan Wei was also burning with rage. This was the hair that she had painstakingly maintained, and it was ruined by these bastards just like that. How could he not be angry? His subordinates obeyed. Immediately, the secret room was filled with heart-wrenching screams of pain. After receiving the news of the explosion and collapse of Jean Manlu, some people couldn't fall asleep that night. That person was the Misty Feather Crane. The Misty Feather Crane was a friend of Zhao Chuanxian. The two had known each other for many years. Even the Jean Manlu was provided by the Misty Feather Crane. The Lan family was on the side of the Elder faction, and the two sides had cooperated for many years. But today, the Misty Feather Crane had just brought people to Jean Manlu, and as soon as he turned around, he found that Jean Manlu had been blown up. Now, the Misty Feather Crane was very nervous. It couldn't be those 2 people during the day, right? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. But the Misty Feather Crane couldn't do anything now. He could only ask someone to inquire about the specific situation. He wanted to see if Zhao Chuanxian and the others were fine. But after such a thing happened, everyone must be strictly investigated. Even the people of the Lan family obviously wouldn't be treated well at this time. Drunken Fragrance House. The aircraft landed outside the courtyard. The Drunken Fragrance House in the front yard was doing business as usual. It was a tavern business, and there was no other purpose inside. The business of accompanying people to drink was done freely in private. After all, in a big city like Northern Snow City, it was normal for both parties to be willing. But in the backyard of the Drunken Fragrance house, it was in a closed state. No one was allowed to enter, except for the proprietress of the Drunken Fragrance house, Madame Feng Wu. When the aircraft landed, Madame Feng Wu's heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly asked the girls under her to clear the people out. At least, the more guests there were in the Drunken Fragrance house, the more dangerous it would be for the young master. The risk factor would also increase a lot. The girls under her had also been professionally trained. Soon, the number of people in the Drunken Fragrance house decreased sharply, as if the business was ending early. At this moment, Zhao Chuanchuan's condition wasn't good. The poison was more powerful than expected, and it was a delayed outbreak. Therefore, Zhao Chuanxian was now in the practice room, and 2 deacons were specially treating Zhao Chuanxian to get rid of the poison. The girl in light gauze had changed into a black and red, close-fitting embroidered dress. The embroidery on the dress was in the style of 3 skulls. Blood Skull, a top assassination organization secretly cultivated by the Blood Fiend sect. Originally, the most important thing for an assassination organization was to hide themselves. However, this girl had rusted the symbol on her clothes. This meant that this person's strength had reached the peak of perfection, and he had successfully retired from the Blood Skull. The real top assassin, the king of assassins. When Madame Feng Wu arrived with some healing medicine, Madame Feng was stunned. She was rejected by the assassin who thought she was from the Blood Skull. Madame Feng Wu's expression suddenly became ugly. Wasn't she being treated as an outsider? However, Madame Feng Wu didn't dare to go against a top assassin from the Blood Skull. Otherwise, she might kill you while you were sleeping. You might be walking normally 1 second, but in the next moment, you might kick your own head that was about to fall off. Humph! When I was in charge of the young master's affairs, you didn't even know where you were. Madame Feng Wu said fiercely after she left, but she didn't dare to say it directly. She could only walk back a little fiercely. All of you go and rest. Don't go near the backyard. If you don't let me serve you, I won't serve you. Go back to your room and rest. Madame Feng Wu immediately twisted her waist and walked out. She pushed open the door to her room. She was an elder of the Blood Fiend sect for many years, but now she was being scolded by a little girl. However, just as Madame Feng Wu lit the candles in the room, she felt a cold breeze blow past her. Suddenly, she felt a gust of cold wind blowing in front of her. When she looked up, she immediately saw 5 pairs of eyes staring straight at her. Oh! Madame Phoenix Dance, who was about to shout, was immediately covered by Sima Feng's hand. Her mouth was instantly covered, and she fell to the ground. If you dare to shout, I'll kill you. Madame Feng Wu nodded desperately. She expressed that she would cooperate. Chapter 1498. To be honest, Cao Song was indeed very worried. However, he also wanted to give it a try. If he could really use Chun Zhu Dao to get rid of Li Zongjiu, it would at least temporarily relieve the pressure between them. At the very least, the relationship between both sides would not be so tense. If there were any problems in the future, they would naturally discuss it properly. Currently, the Azure Ocean Academy and the Tianzong Academy were on par with each other in terms of strength. It was a good opportunity for them to develop vigorously. If they were to start fighting now, it would only benefit others. All right, Evil Lord is a man of his word. I've long heard about it. Today, I'll hand Qin Zhu Dao over to you. I hope you can be magnanimous, Evil Lord. There isn't much enmity between you and me. Let's turn big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing. Take this Chen Zhu Dao as a gift from me. With that, Prefecture Master Songheng used his finger to open up the space in front of him and send someone out. Chen Zhu Dao had been recuperating in a treasure in Prefecture Master Songheng's possession all this time. After all, Chen Zhu Dao had been badly injured by the Sky Blaze Royal Lion. If not for Prefecture Master Songheng's help, Chen Zhu Dao would most likely be a cripple. The reason Prefecture Master Songheng was willing to pay such a huge price to save Qin Judao. It was also because Prefecture Master Songheng wanted to expand his influence in the human race. Qin Judao's strength was not bad, and he was one of the few extremely precious human race supremes he had. This kind of person would be very useful in the future. Obviously, Prefecture Master Songheng and Yao Shan were not stupid. Qin Judao landed in front of Li Zongjiu. However, Prefecture Master Songheng had also used some tricks to make Qin Judao unconscious. Otherwise, if Qin Judao found out that Prefecture Master Songheng had betrayed him, it might be troublesome in the future. Even if Li Zongjiu did not kill him, Prefecture Master Songheng would have to eliminate Qin Judao. Keep. When Li Zongjiu saw the injuries on Qin Judao's body, he knew that this guy wouldn't be able to escape. Therefore, Li Zongjiu directly sent Qin Judao into his blood soul hell and let the countless blood ghost force take care of Qin Judao. The current blood soul hell could be said to be a truly terrifying place. In this place, you could maintain your consciousness and be constantly devoured and reborn. You could repeatedly experience various ways of dying, leaving you with no way to reverse the situation. Li Zongjiu, the housekeeper, took Qin Judao away. Mansion Master Songheng also revealed a smile. Since Qin Judao has been handed over to the evil lord, and it's getting late, I'll leave now. What Qin Judao? Li Zongjiu asked in confusion. Moreover, he was looking at Prefecture Master Songheng and the others with an innocent gaze. As soon as he said this, both Prefecture Master Songheng and Yao Shan instantly understood. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning. What was the meaning of this? It had only been a short while, and he had already gone back on his word. Wasn't he being too dramatic? He took Qin Judao away and then said he didn't have him. Who could play with him? Evil Lord, what do you mean by this? Do you have to make things difficult for me? Songheng said in a deep voice. Nothing. I'm not making things difficult for you. Li Zongjiu spread his hands helplessly. He didn't seem to agree with Songheng's words. I just want to trample you to death. He said it casually. There was no exaggeration in his tone. With such an attitude, anyone who saw it couldn't help but think, you're too arrogant, too savage. Trample him to death? All right, then I'll see how capable you are. If you want to trample me to death, you'll have to watch your legs first. Songheng was furious. The aura of an absolute saint instantly erupted. Songheng's strength was cultivated by himself, not by zombie worms. That was why Songheng was able to become the prefecture master of Songheng Academy. Some members of the Devouring Yuan clan were naturally gifted, so there was nothing to be surprised about. Boom! Songheng's aura was like a mountain that suddenly pressed down on Li Zongjiu. At the same time, Yao Shan opened the Devouring Yuan barrier and landed on Li Zongjiu, trapping Li Zongjiu within. It ensured that Qin Judao couldn't use his origin energy. Otherwise, his physical strength was already so strong. If he added his origin energy, he would be heaven-defying. Therefore, Yao Shan had to control Qin Judao's origin energy. The powerful pressure instantly fell on Li Zongjiu, but Li Zongjiu didn't move at all. With a light lift of his hand, he easily stopped the descending mountain. Then he violently raised his hand to the sky. Songheng's aura was completely removed. Boom! Li Zongjiu's figure instantly disappeared from where he was as he charged towards Prefecture Master Songheng. What? How can he be so fast? Songheng Academy Master was shocked when he saw Li Zongjiu rushing toward him. This was because Li Zongjiu's speed was too fast. Even under the control of the Devouring Yuan barrier, Songheng could still move so fast. It was shocking. However, Songheng Academy Master had learned a lot from the human race and had seen many things over the years. Even if one's strength was very strong, one's aura was the most important thing in a battle. Boom! Songheng Academy Master also threw a punch at Li Zongjiu. Coincidentally, he also caught Li Zongjiu's movement trajectory. Their fists inevitably collided. Boom! Song Hung, Academy Master, was directly sent flying. Impossible! Song Hung, Academy Master, was sent flying. Song Hung, Academy Master, kept repeating in his heart. Clearly, he didn't believe that Li Zongjiu had such overwhelming strength that he couldn't even fight back. How could the gap between the two of them be so big? Whoosh! In the next second, Li Zongjiu appeared in front of Song Hung, Academy Master. As Song Hung, Academy Master's eyes widened, Song Heng's foot landed on Song Heng's face. Song Hung, Academy Master, was directly stomped to the ground. Then, as if he was stepping on a board, he quickly slid forward. Whoosh! Song Heng's head continuously smashed dozens of rocks and trees. Song Hung, Academy Master's skull, was quite hard. Yao Shan saw that the two of them were about to break out of the range of his barrier. Immediately, he hurriedly chased after him. Whoosh! Song Hung, Academy Master, was being stepped on by Li Zongjiu. He wanted to flip over, but Li Zongjiu's strength made it difficult for him to move. Suddenly, Song Hung, Academy Master, released his third eye. Suddenly, a ray of light bloomed from his third eye. Whoosh! The ray of light had an extremely strong destructive power. Li Zongjiu tilted his head and dodged it. Looking at the ray of light, he saw that it had at least reached a height of 10,000 meters in the blink of an eye. You're courting death! Li Zongjiu broke Song Hung, Academy Master's neck with a kick. With another kick, he easily crushed Song Hung, Academy Master's head. Song Hung, Academy Master's third eye, which was emitting strong rays of light, flickered a few times before finally losing its light. It completely dimmed. When Yao Shan approached, he immediately discovered that Song Hung had become a corpse. In such a short time, with Song Heng's strength, it was almost equivalent to an instant kill. In less than 3 moves, Song Hung was killed by Li Zongjiu. The difference in strength was not small at all. Damn it! Yao Shan immediately knew that he should not have come. He should not have appeared at Li Zongjiu's place. After Song Hung blocked Li Zongjiu, he should have left. Although it was too late now, he still had to leave. Yao Shan immediately moved again and flew in another direction. Still want to run? Isn't it more comfortable to lie down and wait for death? Li Zongjiu's figure instantly appeared in front of Yao Shan. In terms of speed, the difference was too big. What kind of demon are you? Yao Shan saw Li Zongjiu appear again. He directly landed on the ground. He completely gave up struggling. Kill me. I won't run. Chapter 1499. Yao Shan knew of Li Zongjiu's strength. Clearly, Lin Fan was toying with him. He had Yao Shan's life and death in his palms. Since that was the case, Yao Shan might as well save his energy. You're not going to fight back. Li Zongjiu looked at the person before him. Wasn't this guy a little too smart? To think that he would comprehend the truth so quickly. However, Li Zongjiu would always leave one person behind. He had to rely on this person as bait. Otherwise, how could the rest of the devouring Yuan race find their way here? Wait a moment. Wait for your clan leader to come. Li Zongjiu sat down on the ground. Yao Shan no longer harbored any hope for himself. He was going to die no matter what. Why are you so ruthless towards my devouring Yuan race? Yao Shan could not understand. His lineage was extremely low profile. After all, under his guidance, his lineage had been using an extremely safe method to continuously raise their strength. At the same time, he was subtly trying to assimilate this human into his own body. If the human race did not put up any defenses against the devouring Yuan race, or if the devouring Yuan race were to enter the center of the human race's power, it would be even more convenient. Firstly, they could hide their identity. Secondly, they could unknowingly control the top resources of the human race. For the ambitious devouring Yuan race, this method was extremely good. However, one had to know that the speed of development of this method was relatively slow. It was a pity that their plan was only half successful. After all, once the Azure Ocean Academy's disciples graduated, they would definitely be recruited by other forces. At that time, the Azure Ocean Academy would naturally become one of the top forces in the continent. It was pervasive. All sorts of things could happen. To think that Li Zongjio was the one who had interfered. It was as though Li Zongjio had not discovered the devouring Yuan race's scheme. It was all a coincidence. Furthermore, he did not care about the scheme at all. As long as he took care of the person before him, everything would be fine. It just so happened that this happened to Li Zongjio. There is no other reason. Previously, I said that I would exterminate your entire clan, so I will definitely exterminate your entire clan. There is no need for you to feel confused, Li Zongjio said. As he spoke, he raised his head to look at the sky. There seemed to be dozens of black shadows occupying the entire sky. It wasn't because of the size of these people. Instead, it was their own devouring power that seemed to have devoured the night sky before them. All the power had been taken over by them. You're finally here. Li Zongjio took out the matchless sword. Inside the unparalleled sword, Huoshuang was also in a state of cultivation. After absorbing the power of the Fire Dragon tribe, Huoshuang's strength had increased tremendously. The power of the unparalleled sword had also been greatly enhanced. Its sharpness was unparalleled. When the unparalleled sword landed on the ground, a sharp intent soared into the sky. Boom! A gust of sword qi soared into the sky like a whirlwind, easily breaking through the aura of the people in the sky. Patriarch! Yao Shan raised his head. He was extremely emotional. Finally, the patriarch had arrived. However, at this moment, Yao Shan was thinking that it would be best if the patriarch didn't come. This was because he didn't know if the patriarch could withstand Li Zongjio's strength. If the patriarch wasn't a match for Li Zongjio, then wouldn't their tribe be finished? Just the thought of it was terrifying. Patriarch, be careful of this person. He's powerful. There's no need to say more. Kill him immediately. Yao Shan shouted loudly. In the next moment, Li Zongjio slashed Yao Shan into two with his sword. The patriarch of the devouring Yuan clan was called Tian Yuan. Tian Yuan was one of the top experts in the devouring Yuan clan. He was an earth-grade expert. Some time ago, the devouring Yuan clan had cooperated with the dragon tribe to occupy the Dragon Island. They wanted to use this method to complete their plan to invade the Saint Martial continent. However, it had obviously failed. It was said that the dragon tribe that rebelled had also failed. It was like a farce. However, Tian Yuan was extremely sensitive. He had sensed something unusual from it. Therefore, Tian Yuan was extremely cautious. However, he didn't expect Li Zongjio to come knocking on his door. He didn't know the background of this person in front of him. Furthermore, Lin Fan had killed his great elder right in front of him. The appearance of this situation immediately made him feel quite shocked. At the same time, he was furious. Moreover, Yao Shan had said that he shouldn't hesitate. He had to kill Li Zongjio first. Set up the formation. Sky-devouring Black Yuan. Patriarch Tian Yuan shouted in a low voice. Then, more than a dozen black-clothed protectors behind him released their strength and landed on the ground quickly. At the same time, they released their devouring Yuan enchantment. Li Zongjio was surrounded in an instant, as if a demon king from hell had come into being. It was as if there were 10 demons from hell who were good at devouring. They were devouring everything around Li Zongjio. Eventually, the space around Li Zongjio became empty. All matter had been devoured. If this continued, Li Zongjio would be sealed in the incomparably dark world by the other party forever. He would be imprisoned there forever. Break. Li Zongjio sensed his opponent's intention. He wouldn't let him succeed so easily. After all, the devouring Yuan clan was a big clan. They were as powerful as the human tribe. They must have many tricks up their sleeves. Li Zongjio was arrogant and confident, but he wasn't blind. He wouldn't let his opponent do whatever he wanted. He slashed out with the unparalleled sword. A terrifying force pierced through the world. Ferocious sword chi attacked. However, it seemed to be devoured by his opponent's devouring power. Interesting. Li Zongjio suddenly realized that the other party's array was very powerful. It could directly devour all the matter around him. It had devoured all of his power. Even the power unleashed by the meat society was easily devoured by the other party. Let's test my innate will. Li Zongjio kept the unparalleled sword. His opponent's devouring power had already landed on Li Zongjio's body. Obviously, he wanted to devour Li Zongjio's body as well. However, Li Zongjio's physical strength wasn't weak. Therefore, he managed to resist it. For the time being, he couldn't devour Li Zongjio directly. Boom! Li Zongjio's eyes emitted a beam of will. Tian Yuan saw this and ordered everyone to increase the output of the formation. This person's will is very strong. Use all your strength to suppress him. Sky-devouring black essence. The protectors around him roared angrily in unison. Then they released their own strength. Immediately, a terrifying power bloomed. Boom! Li Zongjio could feel that the suppression on his body had become even stronger. Even his opponent's devouring power had started to devour Li Zongjio's body. Quite a few injuries had appeared. Hammer of will. All of a sudden, a hammer appeared in Li Zongjio's hand. When the hammer appeared, it was as if it had been struck by lightning. Then a powerful force suddenly burst out. The patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan was stunned. In the next moment, a shocking will erupted from within. Boom! Li Zongjio's hammer of will. It broke through the formation's confinement. Some of the protectors in black were sent flying by Li Zongjio's power. The more power they exerted, the stronger the counterforce they would receive after resisting would naturally be. Behind Tian Yuan, there was a devouring origin beast. The devouring origin beast looked like a slug that was magnified 10,000 times. It was transparent, but it could devour everything. The rest of the people were sent flying, but Tian Yuan himself was unharmed. He even took the opportunity to throw the devouring origin beast at the people in front of him. Boom! Die! Chapter 1500. The devouring Yuan beast behind Tian Yuan rushed towards Li Zongjio. It swallowed Li Zongjio whole. Li Zongjio could feel that he was being swallowed by something. Suddenly, a strong turbid feeling came from all around him. It was hard to keep his mind clear. The power of the devouring Yuan beast was even stronger than the devouring Yuan clan members. It seemed to have trapped Li Zongjio in it. Li Zongjio couldn't see the situation outside, but the people outside could clearly see that Li Zongjio was now in a state of being controlled. He was being restrained. Clan leader's devouring Yuan beast is still the best. As long as the devouring Yuan beast eats this guy, he will definitely die. A few injured protectors from the devouring Yuan clan gathered around Yixuan. Just now, Li Zongjio actually used one move to send them flying one after another. It was terrifying. They had never expected Li Zongjio to be so strong. This guy has already cultivated his will. I didn't expect him to be a human with such terrifying talent. Tian Yuan was already over 1,000 years old. He was considered one of the oldest members of the devouring Yuan clan. However, there were even more ancient and powerful existences in the devouring Yuan clan. There were even powerful existences from the same era as the Saint Martial Emperor. However, these people were obviously more well hidden. Even their own clan members could not find them. The devouring Yuan beast was considered a mysterious species in the devouring Yuan realm. It was rare even in the devouring Yuan realm. It was very difficult to find a devouring Yuan beast even in the devouring Yuan realm. This devouring Yuan beast should be the only one left in the Saint Martial continent. As long as he was eaten, there was no escape. Basically, there would be no chance for him to escape. The devouring Yuan beast would gradually devour Li Zongjiu's body and absorb all of his energy. In this way, Li Zongjiu would directly become a cripple, which was also known as scum by ordinary people. He would no longer have any power to speak of. However, no one could interfere while the devouring Yuan beast was devouring. However, he could guarantee that no one would disturb him. Li Zongjiu was trapped within, unable to break free from the power within. This guy is actually digesting me. Li Zongjiu's mind cleared up. Although the series of movements at the beginning made him somewhat unclear of the situation, Li Zongjiu had a clear understanding of the surrounding environment. He immediately understood his current situation. At this moment, Li Zongjiu felt as if thousands of bandages had wrapped around him, making him unable to move. At the same time, his body was being digested bit by bit. A feeling of emptiness gradually came over him, making Li Zongjiu feel like he was about to faint. If this continued, he would become weaker and weaker. That's great. It's been a long time since my body has faced such a powerful challenge. The means of the devouring Yuan clan were indeed powerful. At least, this was the first time he had seen such an effect. There were not many forces that could trap Li Zongjiu. The current situation was extremely mysterious for Li Zongjiu. He could also take advantage of this opportunity to temper his body. Li Zongjiu's current physical body cultivation was the most troublesome thing. No one could break through his body's defense. Therefore, it was very difficult for him to continue to improve his physical strength. If he wanted to improve his physical strength, he would have to face greater pressure. Li Zongjiu could easily break any stone, dark iron, or anything else. What else was there to say? There was simply no way to improve his strength. Until now, Li Zongjiu finally felt that he was injured. At the very least, his injuries weren't light. After being manipulated like this by the other party, Li Zongjiu felt that he was injured. The wisp of chaotic force in his body was constantly repairing Li Zongjiu's body. However, Li Zongjiu deliberately slowed down the speed of his body's recovery. Clearly, the chaotic force could not be digested and refined. The chaotic force was extremely powerful. It was no wonder that the experts of the devouring Yuan clan were so scared when they saw his chaotic force. It was also because of this that such a situation had occurred. Outside the devouring Yuan beast, everyone saw that the devouring Yuan beast had eaten Li Zongjiu halfway to its body. At this position, there was no way for the latter to escape. The outcome had been decided. The patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan smiled as well. It's a pity that Song Heng and Yao Shan were killed. If they had come earlier, they could have been saved. The patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan sighed helplessly when he thought of this. For the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan, Li Zongjiu was already a very troublesome person to deal with since Li Zongjiu had forced him to such a state. If not for the devouring Yuan beast, it would have been very difficult for him to finish off Li Zongjiu. Boom! Suddenly, there was a violent tremor under the ground. Then there was the sound of an explosion. It was earth-shattering. Mountains collapsed and the ground cracked. The ground seemed to have cracked. A huge crack appeared in front of them. Be careful! Tian Yuan and the others were shocked. Then Tian Yuan looked at where his devouring Yuan beast was. Someone is here to save him. Tian Yuan stretched out his hand and lifted up the devouring Yuan beast. The devouring Yuan beast immediately flew into the sky. Swoosh! Just as the devouring Yuan beast was in the air, a huge white bug suddenly burst out from the ground. As it grew taller, it grabbed the devouring Yuan beast. Then it forcefully dragged the devouring Yuan beast down from the sky. Boom! After throwing the devouring Yuan beast to the ground, the 10,000-tooth bug pounced on it without hesitation. The teeth in its mouth were grinding the devouring Yuan beast into pieces. When one fell into the devouring Yuan beast's body, there was almost no way out. Unless one was like Li Zongjiu, who had the powerful chaotic energy to protect himself. However, the devouring Yuan beast's body was very fragile. It was like a piece of tofu. A casual chop would be enough to split the devouring Yuan beast into two. The Gu tribe? Hurry up and protect the devouring Yuan beast. Tian Yuan saw the appearance of this huge bug. Immediately he was shocked. This was because the 10,000-tooth bug had already pinned the devouring Yuan beast under its body. How could the fragile devouring Yuan beast suffer such torture? They did not dare to get too close to the devouring Yuan beast. This was because the devouring Yuan beast would sometimes eat everything around it when it was excited. If one stood too close, one would be devoured as well. Then, the devouring Yuan beast let out a low growl. It was extremely painful. The black-robed protector immediately attacked the 10,000-tooth bug. In the sky, there seemed to be some tiny fireflies appearing around Tian Yuan. What are these? The Tian Yuan clan leader was knowledgeable. However, when he saw these fireflies, he could not recall what they were. Suddenly, the Tian Yuan clan leader's face changed. Shit! At this moment, the Tian Yuan clan leader finally remembered where these fireflies came from. Immediately, these fireflies exploded. Boom! Boom! A violent explosion and a strong flame exploded beside the Tian Yuan clan leader. He was immediately covered by the terrifying force of the explosion. A light screen was released by the Tian Yuan clan leader. This was the effect of a protective talisman. It happened to protect the Tian Yuan clan leader. After mingling with the human race for so many years, he naturally knew how to find some treasures to protect himself. Therefore, when the other party triggered the power just now, he activated the effect of the protective talisman. Zhang Biao, the Tian Yuan clan leader roared. He abruptly slammed his palm forward as a terrifying wave of Yuan power swept forward. Boom! A figure slowly appeared from the ripples of Yuan power in his palm. Chapter 1501. After Zhang Biao appeared, Duya and the rest came forward. The devouring Yuan clan was just a tool to be used, but now Zhang Biao had healed their insect ancestor. If they lost the 10,000 fanged insect ancestor, their Poison Fang tribe would completely decline. It was fortunate that Zhang Biao was willing to let bygones be bygones. Hence, the Poison Fang tribe leader and the rest were extremely loyal and came forward to help her. Boom! Duya and the rest appeared in the sky and surrounded the experts of the devouring Yuan tribe. Poison Fang tribe? What is the meaning of this? Have you forgotten the deal between us? I didn't expect the venomous worm tribe to be a bunch of treacherous people, Tian Yuan said in a deep voice. Poison Fang, on the other hand, stood respectfully beside Zhang Biao. No. We of the Gu clan have always kept our word. Your elder Yao Shan, on the other hand, died before he could even fulfill his promise to us. Just now, Elder Yao Shan was at our place, and he promised to hand over the energy-devouring bug to us. As long as you hand it over, we will leave. Duya grinned. Yao Shan was dead. He saw it when he came. Since Yao Shan was dead, he could ask Yao Shan for the devouring Yuan worm, even if he didn't fulfill his promise. Since Yao Shan was dead, there was no evidence. As long as he insisted, he could at least put the blame on Tian Yuan. Tian Yuan obviously knew that Poison Fang was spouting nonsense. How could Yao Shan agree to such a stupid thing? They didn't have the devouring Yuan worm. Hence, such a hypothesis didn't exist. The other party was obviously trying to trick him. Damn it. Under normal circumstances, he could easily kill the other party. However, he had to pay attention to the devouring Yuan worm and Li Zongjiu, who was in its stomach. If this guy were to rush out, it would be a very scary thing. The 1,000-fanged insect ancestor was eating the devouring Yuan worm. After all, the devouring Yuan worm looked very nutritious and tasty. In the process of gnawing, the devouring Yuan beast was severely injured. How dare you touch our devouring Yuan worm? Kill this guy. kill this big white worm. The protectors of the devouring Yuan clan attacked the 1,000-tooth worm at the same time. He wielded his own effulgence weapon in his hand. His third eye also emitted a strong light wave. The light that shot out was like a sharp knife, easily cutting off the 10,000-tooth worm's leg. However, the 10,000-tooth worm's self-healing ability was extremely strong. After the leg was cut off, it grew back very quickly. However, these people from the devouring Yuan clan were so arrogant that they dared to attack the insect ancestor of his clan. Then, the experts of the Poison Fang tribe also pounced on the people of the devouring Yuan clan. Both sides engaged in a fierce battle. Suddenly, the battle began. Zhang Biao and Du Ya, the two great experts, also joined hands to deal with Tian Yuan. After all, Tian Yuan was already an absolute saint. In addition, after opening the Heaven's Eye, his strength was extremely strong. After fighting with Zhang Biao for a while, Tian Yuan himself also took a step back. Then, a grade 9 Yuan Beast's Yuan crystal appeared in his hand. A level 9 Origin Beast's Origin crystal, an absolute saint level beast. It was almost on the same level as a dragon's dragon pearl. Zhang Biao and Du Ya didn't know what the person in front of them wanted to do, but they had a bad feeling about it. No matter what the enemy wanted to do, they had to stop him. Boom! Zhang Biao and Du Ya charged at Tian Yuan at the same time. Tian Yuan's lips curled up into a cold smile. He immediately absorbed the Yuan crystal of the grade 9 Yuan beast. What? In the next second, his aura exploded. Boom! Then, a strong wave of energy exploded, forcing the two of them back. This energy, how can he have Yuan energy? In fact, there were very few members of the devouring Yuan clan who could cultivate Yuan energy on their own. Only 1 or 2 would appear in 10,000. For example, Mansion Master Songheng was one of them. The others didn't have this ability either. However, Mansion Master Songheng had sent some of the more talented disciples of the devouring Yuan clan to the Azure Ocean Academy for training. This way, more or less, some of them could break through and cultivate in the future. But now that Songheng was killed, things would be troublesome. It was impossible for an ordinary member of the devouring Yuan clan to master Yuan energy. But now Tian Yuan, the clan leader of the devouring Yuan clan, was able to release the aura of Yuan energy. It was at least the aura of a grade 9 Yuan beast. It was shocking. How dare you act so presumptuously in my devouring Yuan clan? Today, I'm going to kill all of you right here and now. Sky-devouring Black Yuan. Originally, it would have required over a dozen protectors to set up a super powerful formation. However, he was able to complete it all by himself. The heavenly devouring Black Yuan power was trapped within the barrier. Zhang Biao released her Yuan energy, and the immortal Firefly released a ball of light to protect herself. But at the same time, Zhang Biao felt that it was very strenuous. As for Du Ya's power, it couldn't be used at all. It was suppressed by the opponent. It couldn't resist the power of such an array. This devouring power is too strong. Zhang Biao's face was very serious, feeling the terrifying devouring power. Zhang Biao had no choice but to release her own strength to resist the devouring power with all her might. Boom! But Zhang Biao could still feel the strong pressure. Under such circumstances, she couldn't hold on for long. After Tian Yuan devoured the origin crystal to increase his strength, the rest of the people followed suit and took out their grade 8 Yuan beasts' origin crystals. At the same time, they absorbed the energy from their origin crystals. Buzz! When the energy from the origin crystals entered their bodies, all of them erupted with terrifying power. When this power was unleashed, all the members of the Poison Fang tribe instantly felt an extremely frightening pressure. In an instant, they were suppressed and were at a disadvantage. 2 of the protectors from the devouring Yuan clan broke free and charged towards the 10,000 fanged insect ancestor. After all, the 10,000 fanged insect ancestor wanted to kill the Yuan beast. He could not afford to kill the devouring Yuan beast. Otherwise, he would have lost a peerless treasure. Boom! Before the two devouring Yuan clan deacons could get close, they saw the 10,000 fanged insect ancestor being thrown to the ground by the shockwave. Li Zongjiu's figure once again appeared in front of everyone. At the same time, he was holding a transparent thing in his right hand. The thing seemed to be struggling. It was the Yuan beast. Clearly, he had caught the Yuan beast. My Yuan beast! The patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan was shocked when he saw this. Kid, return my Yuan beast to me. Clan leader Tian Yuan roared. When Li Zongjiu saw the clan leader of the Tian Yuan clan, he saw how flustered he was. He curled his lips into a cold smile. Since this thing wanted to eat me, I'll let it have a taste of my power. Then Li Zongjiu swallowed the devouring Yuan beast in his hand. Eat. He actually ate the Yuan devouring beast in such a way. How could this guy be so fierce? Clearly, Li Zongjiu was more ferocious than the Yuan beast. The Yuan beast was almost eaten by this guy just now. Of course, Li Zongjiu didn't mean to eat the Yuan beast alive. Who knew what would happen to the Yuan beast after it ate it? After taking 2 bites, he tossed the devouring Yuan beast into his 10 cardinal hell. You're courting death! Tian Yuan roared. With a single hand, he once again unleashed a terrifying power. Black Yuan heaven swallowing array. It fell towards Li Zongjiu. Swoosh! Li Zongjiu's figure was very fast and he easily dodged it. Then he dashed forward quickly. The unparalleled sword appeared. Even though he was in the Yuan devouring zone and couldn't use his Yuan force, the unparalleled sword could still cause great destruction. Chapter 1502. When Li Zongjiu approached Tian Yuan. Tian Yuan immediately sensed Li Zongjiu's approach and quickly retreated, trying to avoid Li Zongjiu's attack. After all, he did not expect Li Zongjiu to be able to counterattack in such a short time. However, Tian Yuan's movements were obviously not as fast as Li Zongjiu's. Moreover, Li Zongjiu's attack was extremely fast. Boom! Li Zongjiu sent Tian Yuan flying with a slash of his sword. Tian Yuan's body released a defensive shield. However, Li Zongjiu broke it in the end. Tian Yuan was shocked. Immediately, he sent a blast of Yuan power towards Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu's unparalleled sword gently blocked the attack. Tian Yuan was split in half. What? Why are you so invincible? Before Tian Yuan could finish speaking, Li Zongjiu had already sliced Tian Yuan in half at the waist with a single slash. Qi! Blood splattered everywhere. Tian Yuan could feel his strength disappearing rapidly. Then he woke up abruptly. He looked down and saw that the lower half of his body had been chopped off by his opponent. How cruel was that? A wave of sleepiness hit him. In the end, Tian Yuan fell to the ground and split into 2. The Yuan power that the latter had absorbed from the Yuan crystal had also dissipated. Why are you guys here? Li Zongjiu glanced at Zhang Biao and then looked at Dia. Earlier, these people attacked him, but Li Zongjiu did not hold it against them. Now they actually saved him. However, Li Zongjiu did not need these people to save him. In a situation like this, Li Zongjiu was just playing around. It seemed that Duya and the others had started to listen to Zhang Biao again. Otherwise, they would not have come. I'm worried that you've fallen into their trap. Zhang Biao said. After all, the devouring Yuan clan was quite sinister and cunning. No one knew how many tricks they had up their sleeves. After all, Li Zongjiu was alone. Therefore, if such a situation occurred, it was inevitable that they would be isolated and difficult to help, so they quickly came to help. Coincidentally, they encountered Li Zongjiu and encountered such a situation. Fortunately, they came in time, just as the 2 of them were talking. On the other side, the people of the Poison Fang tribe seemed to have been suppressed by the other side. Many of them were injured. After all, the other party's Yuan power had soared. Although there were quite a number of them who possessed the strength of zombie worms. There was clearly a huge gap between them and the other party's strength. The fact that they were not instantly killed meant that they had persisted for a while. How troublesome! Li Zongjiu leaped up and waved his hand. It was as if an invisible hand had lifted all the protectors of the Devouring Yuan clan up. Boom! The protectors of the Devouring Yuan clan were lifted into the sky by Li Zongjiu. It was something that Li Zongjiu could create using his own willpower. Slash! The unparalleled sword in his hand flew out. Then he slashed the body of the Devouring Yuan clan's protector in midair. Bang! 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 The protectors of the Devouring Yuan clan landed on the ground. Similarly, they were all slashed in half. Their bodies fell to the ground, and their organs fell to the ground. You killed my Devouring Yuan clan. I'll kill you. Suddenly, a person rushed out from the side and hugged Li Zongjiu. Sky-eye explosion. Obviously, there were some people with guts in the Devouring Yuan clan. This person directly hugged Li Zongjiu and then self-destructed. Li Zongjiu punched the man's head. However, he could not stop the explosion. Boom! Li Zongjiu's eyes and hands were swift, directly grabbing the self-detonating heavenly eye. All the energy exploded in Li Zongjiu's palm. Duya and the others quickly covered their faces and heads. The explosion of the sky-eye explosion must be very powerful. However, there was too little time for them to react. They suddenly exploded, so they only had time to make a subconscious reaction. When they saw Li Zongjiu block the explosion of the sky-eye explosion with his bare hands, all the members of the Duya tribe widened their eyes in shock. He even felt that his breathing had stopped. Li Zongjiu's palm was still emitting flames. When he opened his palm, it was charred black. However, everyone saw that Li Zongjiu's palm seemed to be recovering rapidly. The injuries that had originally appeared were all rapidly recovering at this moment. Li Zongjiu swung his palm. It hurts a little. The strongest explosion of the Devouring Yuan clan. It could easily kill a group of supreme-level experts. However, in front of you, it only hurts a little. They died in vain. Some of the Devouring Yuan clan experts who were still breathing, although they were cut in half and had their limbs broken, gasped when they saw Li Zongjiu's powerful stance. Then they were choked to death by this breath. In the face of such a powerful person, what else could they say? They could only wait for death. Previously, Li Zongjiu was playing hide-and-seek with them and did not use his true strength. Once he used his true strength, the Devouring Yuan clan's protectors were easily killed. He killed the Devouring Yuan clan's protectors in an instant. Moreover, he did it without using his Yuan energy. Once his Yuan energy recovered, wouldn't he be an even more powerful existence? Duya also thought of this point and immediately felt extremely fearful in his heart. Why did he attack Li Zongjiu back then? Looking at Li Zongjiu's appearance, he obviously showed mercy to the 1,000-fanged insect ancestor. Otherwise, even with Zhang Biao's help, he might not be able to save the 1,000-fanged insect ancestor. Zhang Biao glanced at Duya as if to say, "You should be thankful. Now that you have seen Li Zongjiu's strength, the consequences would be unimaginable if they really fought. There aren't any venomous beasts around here, right?" Li Zongjiu asked. "No, our people are a few hundred miles away." Zhang Biao shook her head and said, "Great." Then Li Zongjiu closed his eyes. Suddenly, a terrifying mental strength spread out in all directions. Boom! The mental strength was like moving mountains and filling seas, like a giant dragon passing through. In an instant, everything within a radius of 100 miles was covered by it. Soon, Li Zongjiu found the Devouring Yuan clans lair 20 miles away. Swoosh! Li Zongjiu didn't say a word. His figure instantly flew up and flew into the distance. Zhang Biao and the others did not know what Li Zongjiu was going to do. However, it seemed like he was going to finish off the Devouring Yuan clan. After all, Li Zongjio had said that he wanted to kill all the devouring Yuan clan members. Clean up this place and see if there are any useful items. If there are any survivors, kill them immediately. We must pierce their eyes. Zhang Biao said. The vitality of these devouring Yuan clan members was also very strong. If they could not destroy their third eye, they might be able to survive in a short period of time. There would be endless trouble in the future. Zhang Biao stood up and chased after Li Zongjio. She wanted to see if there was anything she could help with. At the same time, she wanted to see what Li Zongjio was going to do. Chapter 1503. Li Zongjio quickly flew to the front of a cave. Before he entered the cave, he could smell a foul stench coming from it. Why do I feel that this lifestyle is like a bat's? Li Zongjio couldn't help but say. In that case, he didn't plan to enter this place. There were hundreds of people from the devouring Yuan clan inside, but they were obviously hiding inside and didn't dare to come out. The clan leader and the protectors all rushed out. They hadn't returned yet. Suddenly, they saw a fireball flying in from the front of the cave. Boom! The fireball landed on the ground. It immediately spread out in all directions. Quick, put out the fire! Someone shouted. Immediately, the person closest to the fire picked up a basin of smelly liquid and splashed it on the fire. However, the fire burned even more vigorously. Boom! The fire directly swallowed the person in front of it. It was as if a flaming man appeared in the fire, reached out, and ate the person in front of it. Then the fire separated and became bigger. The fire quickly spread throughout the cave. Some people wanted to rush out of the cave, but they found that the entrance was blocked by a force. They couldn't get out at all. Then the people of the devouring Yuan clan were burned to death. No one could escape. The fire burned for 4 hours, until everything inside was burned clean, leaving only dust on the ground. The sky gradually brightened. Zhang Biao stood beside Li Zongjio. In these 4 hours, the miserable screams from the cave were almost like the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves. It was as if a real hell on earth was unfolding in front of them. Zhang Biao couldn't listen to half of it, so she directly closed her ears. She could easily and decisively kill everyone in front of her. However, they wouldn't use such a method to burn people alive. However, Li Zongjio's expression was extremely normal. He didn't feel any discomfort. In fact, many people found it hard to understand Li Zongjio's actions. They even felt that such actions were not befitting of a powerhouse. However, Li Zongjio was the one to say it. I'm angry at your grandpa's speed. What do your thoughts have to do with me? I, evil lord, will do whatever I want. If you don't like it, you can come to me and we can have a good discussion. Li Zongjio walked into the cave. It was obvious that the devouring Yuan clan had died a horrible death. Many of the skeletons had been burned into ashes, and they were all piled up together. This meant that these people were also piled up together before they died. There was also a newly dug pit. It was about 10 feet wide. Obviously, this was a hole that had been dug to avoid the flames. However, these people had obviously underestimated the power of the flames. Therefore, these people who hid in the pit were directly wiped out in one fell swoop. None of those who were hiding inside had escaped. No matter where you hide, you won't be able to escape. Li Zongjio checked and found that there were no survivors. That's good. Li Zongjio didn't look for any treasures in the devouring Yuan clan's lair. Li Zongjio didn't care about the devouring Yuan clan's belongings. Let's go. They're all dead. Li Zongjio said to Zhang Biao. Although Zhang Biao didn't agree with Li Zongjio's actions, she didn't say much about Li Zongjio's actions because these people had nothing to do with her. Are you leaving? Zhang Biao and Li Zongjio walked back side by side. Li Zongjio had come here for the devouring Yuan clan. Now that the devouring Yuan clan had been killed, it was naturally time to leave. Yes, I'm going to find the next group of devouring Yuan clan. Duya and the others didn't mean to offend you, Zhang Biao said. Li Zongjio was so strong. It's okay. I won't be calculative with them, because of you. However, the Gu clan will face great changes in the future. If you can't withstand it, the Gu clan will be destroyed, Li Zongjiu said seriously. When Zhang Biao heard this, she looked at Li Zongjiu with a surprised gaze. Who was Li Zongjiu? How could he predict the future? Zhang Biao couldn't deny Li Zongjiu's words. After all, Zhang Biao had a bad premonition recently. However, she couldn't tell what the reason was. Now that Li Zongjiu had reminded her, she was even more certain that there would be great chaos. I understand, Zhang Biao said solemnly. If you need anything, look for me at the White Deer Mansion. Just tell me your name, Li Zongjiu said. After that, Li Zongjiu flew out quickly. He disappeared into the mountains. Zhang Biao looked at Li Zongjiu and frowned. It wasn't easy to find out the reason behind this. However, Zhang Biao had a rough idea after the disappearance of the devouring Yuan race. Now, half of the danger had been eliminated. At least the external factors had disappeared. There must be an internal problem. I would like to see who dares to do something that would harm the tribe. There was a trace of coldness in Zhang Biao's eyes. Anyone who wanted to harm the stability of the devouring Yuan clan would become Zhang Biao's enemy. She wouldn't show any mercy to her enemies. Li Zongjiu first made a trip to the Luoxia city. His father should have returned by now. Therefore, he needed to make a trip back to check on the situation of his two elders. Also, he needed to deal with Chen Zidao. However, Li Zongjiu didn't intend to kill Chen Zidao immediately. There were still many devouring Yuan clan survivors in the Azure Sea Academy. He could use Chen Zidao to find them. Then he would kill all the members of the devouring Yuan clan. Luoxia City. Li Zongjiu landed on the city wall, silently. The sky gradually brightened. The guards on the city wall suddenly sensed someone approaching and immediately looked in Li Zongjiu's direction. Who is it? Li Zongjiu nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that Zhou Bachuan's guards were well trained. At least they could detect Li Zongjiu, although Li Zongjiu purposely leaked some of his movements so that they could sense it. But at the level of the city guards, it was already considered very good. It's the young lord. Greetings, young lord. Greetings, young lord. The soldiers immediately knelt down and bowed. Get up. You've done well. Then Li Zongjiu waved his hand, and an invisible force made them stand up. At the same time, Li Zongjiu rewarded each of them with a grade 7 elixir. Now, Li Zongjiu didn't have many elixirs in his hands. Grade 7 elixir was the lowest grade. Continue to protect Luoxia City, Li Zongjiu said. The soldiers who received the rewards were all extremely excited. This was a grade 7 elixir. In the entire Xingyan dynasty, there weren't many people who could refine it. Even some primitive emperors didn't have the fortune to enjoy it. However, Li Zongjiu just casually rewarded them. It was enough to change their fate. However, these soldiers were also Zhou Bachuan's troops. Now, although they received Li Zongjiu's reward, they didn't keep it for themselves. Instead, they handed over all the elixirs in their hands and prepared to give them to Zhou Bachuan. Don't worry, I will refine another batch of elixirs for Zhou Bachuan and let him distribute it. Everyone will have it. Li Zongjiu had always been very generous to his own people. Thank you, young lord. Thank you, young lord. The guards bowed one after another. When they looked at Li Zongjiu, he had already disappeared. Chapter 1504. When Li Zongjiu returned to the Li family's courtyard, he kept a low profile and did not alert anyone. Young master, you're back. Zhou Bachuan, who was resting in the Li family's courtyard, hurried to greet Li Zongjiu when he saw him return. You came at the right time. I'm going to refine some elixirs. Help me get some herbs. Li Zongjiu said that he would reward everyone with elixirs. Naturally, he would do as he said. Yes, young master. Zhou Bachuan naturally obeyed. Where's my father? Master is in the study. Li Zongjiu then walked into the study. Li Tianqing was also discussing with the three elders about building a new location for the Sparrow Divine Palace. Gigi. Li Zongjiu pushed the door open and entered. The three elders' eyes lit up when they saw Li Zongjiu and quickly got up. After all, the person in front of them was the man of their palace master. Senior Evil Lord. Most importantly, Li Zongjiu was powerful. That was the main point. Because Li Zongjiu was so powerful that they could not ignore him. In fact, they even had to show him special respect. If Li Zongjiu was not powerful enough, he would break up Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran's relationship at any time. In fact, these people did do that at the beginning. However, they were later beaten up by Li Zongjiu and became afraid. Therefore, they naturally became obedient. If they still dared to do that, they would know how powerful Li Zongjiu was. Sit down. Li Zongjiu gestured for the three elders to sit down. There was no need to be so restrained. You brat, you still have the nerve to come back. Where is Yanran? Where did you take her? When Li Tianqing saw Li Zongjiu, he immediately scolded him. Li Zongjiu did not expect Li Tianqing to launch such a strong attack. How could Li Zongjiu withstand it? Where's my mother? I didn't see her the last time I came. You still have the face to look at your mother? Go look at your sister. Li Tianqing didn't give Li Zongjiu any face at all. He directly scolded Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu hurriedly left the study room. If he continued to stay, he would really lose face. The three elders of Sparrow God Palace looked at each other and got up to say that they had other matters to attend to, so they wouldn't disturb them for the time being. The three elders also bought a courtyard from the Li family. They sold it for free as a token of appreciation. After all, the three elders were powerful experts. The Sparrow Divine Palace was not weak either. The experts themselves were not short of money. If they wanted to make money, it was a very simple matter. I'll see the three elders out, Li Tianqing said. The three elders also seemed to be very sensible. They quickly left the Li family. After all, experts like Li Zongjiu were very busy. They would often travel around, so it should be rare for them to come back today. Of course, they had to give Li Tianqing and the others some time to reunite. If they forcibly disturbed them, it would be too insensible. Li Zongjiu found his mother in the kitchen. She happened to be cooking. When Mrs. Shen saw Li Zongjiu, she deliberately looked at the door. Her originally happy face suddenly darkened. Where's Yanran? Mother, I'm your son. Li Zongjiu's face was full of grievances. Li Zongjiu had been wandering outside for so many years and had never suffered any grievances. Only at home. Only his parents could make him feel wronged. But it was also this kind of grievance that made Li Zongjiu feel that his life was complete. He was more willing to fight and work hard for such a living environment. He would not let anyone destroy his current state of life. This was absolutely not allowed. If anyone dared to destroy Li Zongjiu's home, they must pay the price. If such a thing happened, it must be stopped in advance. As long as there was a little threat, it must be eliminated. This was Li Zongjiu's idea. Scolding was one thing. Li Zongjiu certainly did not say that Qi Yanran was healing. Otherwise, they would definitely be more worried. As long as he said that she was fine, the current situation was indeed almost stable. Li Zongjiu observed the situation and seemed to be about to break through again. It was indeed much better to have someone protecting him on the path of cultivation. He could easily break through, unlike Li Zongjiu. Although he had 3,000 years of cultivation experience in his previous life, he had only reached the Paragon realm. He had broken through to the Paragon realm after that. It was not that difficult to find out. Moreover, these supremacy realm experts were easier to die. Li Zongjiu did not know how many he had killed. He could not count them with 2 hands. Until now, he felt that they were just supremacy realm experts. He did not know how many he had killed, so he did not take it to heart. Now, Li Zongjiu had found the way to cultivate will. But as for how to walk the next path without a definite guide, he could only explore it by himself. But Qi Yanran was different. The existence of the Blue Bird platform should be beyond the supremacy realm. It was even an existence that could be explored to the next level. Therefore, when Qi Yanran walked, it was much easier than Li Zongjiu. This was the difference between having someone to guide her and not having anyone to guide her. Fortunately, Li Zongjiu's talent was not weak. At least, he was able to reach this point in such a situation. If he did not become stronger, it was very likely that he would die. Only by constantly becoming stronger could he survive. In the evening, Shen Shi specially made 2 more dishes. They were all Li Zongjiu's favorite dishes when he was young. Since Li Zongjiu was sent to Wuxue Pill sect to cultivate, a series of things had happened. As a result, the opportunity for the family to have a good meal had become very rare. Eat more. Look at how skinny you are. You look like a monkey. How can Yanran like you like this? Shen Shi kept putting food in Li Zongjiu's bowl. Although Li Zongjiu's bowl was already full, she still kept putting food in his bowl. Come, have a lion's head. This is your favorite soy sauce duck when you were young. Old man, why are you eating this big drumstick? Why are you snatching it from the child? Li Tianqing's face was full of grievances. There were clearly 2 drumsticks. Why did he have to give both to the kid? This was too biased. Li Zongjiu naturally enjoyed the meal very much. After Qi Yanran recovered, the family would definitely sit together and eat together. By the way, I refined an elixir a few days ago, but the effect is too strong. Each of you can only take half of it. I have already divided it for you. Rebirth is the most basic. You can never imagine the effect. By the way, this is an 11th grade elixir. Chapter 1505. The expressions of Li Tianqing and Chen Shi in front of him suddenly stiffened. They didn't even blink. He stared at Li Zongjiu in front of him. How much? Li Tianqing thought that he had too much earwax recently, so he didn't hear clearly what Li Zongjiu said just now. So he asked again, wanting to get a clearer picture. Level 11. Li Zongjiu said lightly. Level 11. Li Tianqing and Shen Shi's eyes widened. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Since when did you learn to brag? Shen Shi said, What level was level 11? You must be the one who made it up because you wanted to get beaten up. You must be the one who spouted nonsense. In this continent, the most powerful person was only level 9. A long time ago, it was recorded in the ancient books that there was someone who could refine level 10 pills. How did it fall into your hands and become the 11th grade all of a sudden? You're just bragging. This elixir is called the flying elixir. When you eat it, be careful. Although the effect of this elixir will be based on your body's condition, you still have to be careful. Otherwise, I reckon that qi deviation will be considered a light consequence. Li Zongjiu said. Li Zongjiu was afraid that the 2 of them would act as if they were eating a simple pill. They might even give the pill away on a whim. If that happened, Li Zongjiu would be angered to death. This kind of pill was not something that could be refined just because one wanted to. If one wanted to refine it now, one would have to capture the patriarch of the White Dragon clan. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to refine the flying pill if they couldn't get their hands on the dragon pearl of the White Dragon clan. So he reminded the 2 of them again and again. They could tell from Li Zongjiu's expression that what he said was true. Since it was true, they had to give it a try. Let's go, Zongjiu. Wash the dishes. Shen Shi said. Then, she and Li Zongjiu returned to their practice room to refine the half of the flying pill that Li Zongjiu gave them. Li Zongjiu had never thought that he, the person who had taken out pills for them to eat, would actually ask him to wash the dishes. Do I look like I have nothing to do? After that, Li Zongjiu put the bowls and chopsticks into the kitchen and began to wash them. Although the Li family was really big and famous in the Jianghu, Li Tianqing and Shen Shi had always lived a simple life. If they could do it themselves, they would try not to trouble others. So, there weren't many servants in the mansion. Of course, there were still servants to sweep the floor and boil water, etc. However, in this kitchen, Li Tianqing was not used to eating food cooked by others. Thus, Qinshi personally cooked. It had always been like this, so she felt more at ease cooking her own food. It prevented extravagance and waste. So now, the people in the Li family didn't dare to be too extravagant and wasteful. Now, the Li family was indeed very rich. If the Li family wanted to, it wasn't impossible to become the master of the Xinyan dynasty. However, that kind of thing wasn't worth it for Li Tianqing. He didn't know how much time and energy he had to waste every day to deal with big and small matters. What he pursued wasn't these things. It just so happened that the Li family had a kind of cleansing atmosphere. Even the Li family head didn't spend money recklessly and enjoyed too much glory and wealth. If people like you start to be complacent and enjoy here, you will be taken down in minutes. This kind of thing was also very normal. Li Zongjiu also rarely washed the dishes himself. Thinking back to his previous life when he was living alone, he would sometimes make some food by himself. After all, life still needed to have some fun. Now he finally had such a simple life, and it was gradually fulfilling. Li Zongjiu kept killing outside, trampling countless strong enemies under his feet in order to enjoy such a peaceful life. Suddenly, Li Zongjiu felt that his mental strength seemed to have a breakthrough. Everything around him also became clearer. Everything made Li Zongjiu feel as if he had fallen into a reincarnation cycle. I'm not in any illusion. Why do I feel as if I can see through time? Li Zongjiu was washing the dishes, and he actually had such a breakthrough. Immediately, Li Zongjiu's heart was completely shocked. However, Li Zongjiu also knew that he should have fallen into a state of epiphany. If he was too anxious, he might cause some trouble. It was better for him to let go of his emotions now. After washing the dishes in his hands, Li Zongjiu immediately felt as if he had jumped on the spot. His willpower had actually broken through to Xiantian level 2 at this moment. Li Zongjiu was not clear about how strong Xiantian level 2 was, but at least he could feel that his strength had broken through. This is really interesting. Li Zongjiu wiped his hands dry, and the bowls and chopsticks were neatly placed in the kitchen. The remaining dishes were also placed in the cold cellar. At this moment, Li Zongjiu also returned to his bedroom. He entered the practice room. Of course, the bedroom was there. In any case, Li Zongjiu was the young master of the Li family. Although he did not come back often, the room had to be cleaned every day. If he came back one day, he would have to move in. If he found that the room was not cleaned at this time, it would be a big sin. Li Zongjiu once again took out the evil dragon's eye in his practice room. This time, let's see if I can destroy all of you. Li Zongjiu's previous record was only blocking 10,000 attacks. But this time Li Zongjiu came, and he would not let such a thing happen again. When he took the soaring elixir, his willpower had already broken through. Now, it had also broken through by one level. For Li Zongjiu, this kind of breakthrough speed was also very shocking and unexpected. But since there was a breakthrough, it was a good thing. His mind was immersed in it. Immediately, Li Zongjiu arrived at the swamp. In just a few moments, the feeling of the earth quaking and mountains swaying came again. But this time, Li Zongjiu could also sense the other party's arrival in advance. Boom! The 9-headed devil snake rushed out of the swamp. It was like a world-destroying devil god as it attacked Li Zongjiu. Immediately, Li Zongjiu's figure flickered, and he easily dodged all the attacks from the other party's 9 heads. Hammer! Li Zongjiu also found that the speed of the other party seemed to have slowed down. But in fact, it was him who became faster. So his figure flickered, and he easily dodged the other party's attack. At the same time, he condensed a hammer in his hand and directly smashed it toward the 9-headed demon snake in front of him. Boom! Li Zongjiu did not need to be resurrected at all. Immediately, the hammer smashed down and smashed one of the heads of the 9-headed demon snake. Suddenly, countless forces dissipated in the sky. However, Li Zongjiu did not have time to attack the other heads of the 9-headed demon snake. Once again, his body was instantly smashed by the attack. His willpower returned again. Li Zongjiu was also shocked and broke out in cold sweat. I was careless. When Li Zongjiu opened his eyes, he was very dissatisfied with his performance just now. But after all, it was very rare. Because before, he was unable to see the movements of the 9-headed demon snake clearly. But this time he was able to directly smash one of the heads of the other party. How could he not be satisfied? No, the power of the 9-headed demon snake suddenly became stronger. Li Zongjiu suddenly understood in his heart. It was not that he was too careless. After all, the strength of the 9-headed demon snake was there. Even if he was careless, at least he would not be killed so easily. So, there must be something wrong with the other party. Now that he thought about it, when one of the heads of the 9-headed demon snake was smashed, the remaining 8 heads would receive a very powerful boost. In an instant, the strength of the other party increased, and it was even 10 times stronger than before. So, Li Zongjiu did not see the other party's movements clearly, and then he was directly killed by the other party. It was so direct. I didn't expect that a mere evil dragon I would have so many tricks up its sleeve. Li Zongjiu's heart was shocked. This evil dragon I was an existence of the heavenly dragon level. Just and I already had such powerful strength. What else was there to say? This kind of existence that could destroy the world. It was estimated that a sneeze was enough to destroy the entire Holy Martial continent, along with the Holy Martial realm. No wonder those fallen ones ran so crazily back then. In fact, they were already dead. If they did not take down the Holy Martial realm, they would have been destroyed. They will naturally perish as well, wiped out completely. Li Zongjiu thought of the battle of the fallen ones back then. After all, it was related to the survival of the entire race, so the other party had no choice but to continue to kill crazily. However, this kind of thing could not be blamed on Li Zongjiu. If you were really strong, the Holy Martial realm would have been taken down by you. But now, it seems that you are not that lucky. Chapter 1506. Li Zongjiu stayed in Luoxia City for 7 days. This was because both Li Tianqing and Xin Shi were at the crucial moment of consuming the soaring elixir. Usually at this moment, the person who consumed the elixir would emit a scent that would attract some powerful meta beasts. Therefore, Li Zongjiu did not leave. Instead, he stayed in Luoxia City and refined the elixir for Zhou Bachuan and the others. After this batch of elixir was distributed, these people were also very hardworking in their cultivation. Therefore, their strength would be able to achieve a breakthrough very quickly. Their overall strength would also rise to a new level. Zhou Bachuan and the others were loyal to Li Zongjiu. Now that the elixir had greatly increased their strength, their respect for Li Zongjiu was even greater. It had become a kind of religion. At the same time, on the 7th day, in the Li family's courtyard, 2 terrifying auras came at the same time. When the auras rushed to the sky, it seemed to have absorbed all the origin energy within 1,000 miles. Immediately, an extremely terrifying Yuan power vortex was formed in the sky. When the power of the vortex was condensed, Lin Fan's eyes widened. When the vortex formed, all the experts in the city raised their heads and looked up. Even the Sky Blaze Lion, who was resting in the Snow Elixir sect, quickly gathered. The commotion was too great, and the sudden appearance of such a commotion caused everyone to be alarmed. This made the Sky Blaze Lion extremely shocked. This was because this was the sign of breaking through to the sovereign realm. Sovereign aura. Someone in the Li family broke through? Who? Who broke through? This is too exaggerated. Is the Li family trying to have 2 sovereigns break through at the same time? The people in the city also expressed their disbelief. After all, this situation was too terrifying. They never thought that such a scene would appear in front of them. The 3 elders of the Sparrow Divine Palace were shocked when they saw the sovereign aura in the sky, but it was not unacceptable. As long as Li Zongjie was there, nothing was impossible. When they saw the commotion in the sky, they could only sigh at how terrifying Li Zongjie was. This was because one of them was Li Tianqing's aura. Tribulation, clouds appeared in the sky. It was because this force broke through too quickly that it attracted the attention of the tribulation lightning between heaven and earth. For any abnormal things, such tribulation lightning would directly appear. If one broke through suddenly, it would be too strong. Under the heavenly Tao, it would think that there was a problem here and would directly kill the person. This was the reason why the tribulation lightning appeared in front of them. Li Zongjie flew to the roof. In the face of this sky full of thunderbolts, these thunderbolts could easily destroy any peak Supreme Being expert. If Li Zongjie wasn't there, just this tribulation cloud alone would be enough to turn Li Tianqing and Lady Qin into ashes. Disperse! Li Zongjie lifted his hand and instantly dispersed the tribulation clouds in the sky. Boom! Even though the tribulation clouds in the sky made an extremely unwilling sound, it dissipated in front of Li Zongjie's power. You're asking for trouble, Li Zongjie said disdainfully. Then he withdrew his hand. The tribulation clouds in the sky gradually disappeared, and the sky became clear again. Everyone in the Luoxia city breathed a sigh of relief. If the thundercloud really blasted the thunderbolt down, even if Li Tianqing and his wife could withstand it, it would be a real disaster for them. Fortunately, an expert took action and dispersed the tribulation clouds in front of them. Wait, the tribulation clouds disappeared with a wave of his hand? However, some of the natives of Luoxia City were already used to such a situation. This could only mean one thing, and that was that the young master of the Li family, Li Zongjie, had returned. And he was in the Li family. Except for Li Zongjie, no one in this world would have such an arrogant attitude. They had no idea how powerful Li Zongjie was. But judging from today's events, it's not that simple. Now, the two Supreme Being experts in front of them were obviously newly born in the Li family. Now, the Li family also had their own Supreme Being experts, and they had two Supreme Being experts. Before this, there might be some backup forces, such as the three elders of the Sparrow Divine Palace, that were invited by the Li family to have such strength. However, these were also external forces. If they left one day or something happened and they couldn't protect the Li family anymore, wouldn't the Li family be in trouble? Now that two Supreme Being experts were born, these experts also belonged to the Li family directly. Therefore, they could be considered as the Li family's own strength. Li Tianqing felt a breakthrough in his strength in the practice room. Suddenly, tears flowed down his face. He thought of all the hardships he had experienced when he was young, and even all kinds of dangerous situations and all kinds of hard training in order to improve his strength and revitalize the Li family. However, he didn't know that his cultivation speed had not improved much. Although it seemed to have improved, in fact, it didn't improve much. The latter also knew that it would be very difficult for him to continue to grow stronger. Today, it was only because he had taken a pill given by Li Zongjie. Not one pill, but half of it. Just half of it allowed him to walk the path of a genius for thousands of years. If he had known that it would be so easy, he wouldn't have worked so hard in the first place. When he thought of how he could bring glory to the Li family, and how he had brought the Li family's glory to the peak in his hands, he immediately felt very relaxed. He even felt like he was putting gold on his face. Not only that, but there was still a lot of power left in his body. For the time being, there was no way to completely digest it, but his future cultivation would definitely be easier. At least this kind of energy could help him reach a higher level. The pills refined by this kid are really speechless. After breaking through, Li Tianqing and Chen Shi didn't directly come out of seclusion. Instead, they stabilized their realm on the spot. After all, they had just broken through, so it wasn't good to directly walk out. They had to familiarize themselves with their strength. However, When Li Tianqing found out that Chen Shi had also broken through to the supremacy realm, he was shocked. That was even more shocking. Based on what? Before this, the Chen family was only around the profound king realm. She had relied on the pills given by Li Zongjiu to forcefully increase her strength. Before he ate this pill, he was already in the primordial emperor realm. So breaking through to the supremacy realm was understandable. However, Chen Shi had also reached the supremacy realm, which made Li Tianqing a little embarrassed. If the couple were as strong as each other, it would be difficult for the man to raise his head. Therefore, sometimes, even if he had to pretend. As a man, his self-esteem also made Li Tianqing put more effort into his cultivation. Li Zongjiu continued to stay in Luoxia City for about half a month. During this half a month, Li Zongjiu often visited Nangong Wuji and the others. When Nangong Wuji and the others came to help, they didn't leave. Naturally, they couldn't stay in the Li family's courtyard. The Li family's courtyard was very strict now. Only the Li family's disciples could enter and leave. After all, more than half of Luoxia City was already the Li family's territory. They could casually arrange some top-notch inns for these people, in addition to playing chess and fishing with Nangong Wuji. Li Zongjiu also took some time to give pointers to some of the guest elders with potential. After all, although these people did it for the sake of money, they also did their part to protect the Li family, which could be considered as a contribution. Li Zongjiu certainly wouldn't forget them. On the 16th day, Li Tianqing finally came out of seclusion. He came out of seclusion earlier than his wife. After all, the latter couldn't hold it in anymore. Although the refining in these 15 days had directly promoted him to the second-grade sovereign realm, it was too fast for him. The speed of the breakthrough was too fast for Li Tianqing. He had to stop and stabilize. More haste, less speed. Things like cultivation couldn't be rushed. Li Zongjiu also came back and told Li Tianqing about the difference between the sovereign realm and the sovereign realm. At the same time, he gave Li Tianqing more than a dozen martial arts manuals. Any one of them could be unrivaled in the world. Li Zongjiu didn't take out these things. Why hasn't your mother come out yet? Isn't she too greedy? No, I have to remind her. More haste, less speed. Li Tianqing was actually a little worried about the latter's condition. Could it be that the medicine had some side effects, so now she was sick? Let me see. Li Zongjiu also used his own will to investigate the situation of his mother, Chen Shi. He found that Xin didn't have any problems. It was just that her talent had been stimulated. So in terms of the absorption of the pill, it was more than his father, Li Tianqing. That was why she didn't come out of seclusion so quickly. It was because she still needed to cultivate for a period of time. Shen's own strength could also be improved to a more powerful realm. Oh, it's okay. Mother's talent is stronger than yours. Now, she has accumulated enough and fully absorbed the power of the soaring pill. Li Zongjiu said, "What? How can it be?" Li Tianqing's eyes suddenly became jealous. How could she be stronger than him? However, when Li Zongjiu looked over, Li Tianqing also quickly adjusted his gaze and gradually calmed down. Well, as expected of my woman. Li Tianqing pretended to be pretentious. Chapter 1507. Nangong Wuji came with a report. As of now, the intelligence network of White Deer Mansion was spread all over the world. Regardless of where the news came from, it could reach them within a day. Moreover, this was the latest time they could reach them. Sometimes they could even travel around the entire Saint Flame Empire. They were even more powerful than the imperial family. The report in Nangong Wuji's hand was also for Li Zongjiu. It said that there was a problem in the 4 seas. The Abyss tribe seemed to have undergone a great change. After Li Zongjiu received the news, he prepared to go there. At least, he wanted to go and take a look. Even Long Ji couldn't handle it, which meant that the other party's strength wasn't simple. There must be a problem. Don't worry. Your father will be here, Li Tianqing said in high spirits. After all, he was a Supreme Being expert. Together with a Supreme Being Sky Blaze Lion, what kind of city couldn't they defend? He had never thought that he had such strength. Why do I feel that your words sound strange? Li Zongjiu had a bad premonition when he heard Li Tianqing's words. However, Li Zongjiu didn't stay for long. He leaped into the air and instantly flew into the distance. This time, he didn't bring the sky marshal boat with him. Instead, he left it in the White Deer Mansion. Therefore, Li Zongjiu could only rely on flying now. However, Li Zongjiu himself was now able to use his own mental strength to perform spatial teleportation. Then, Li Zongjiu also tried to teleport in the sky. Boom! Li Zongjiu's figure instantly appeared 1,000 miles away. Even Li Zongjiu's figure almost didn't stop and crashed into a mountain. Bang! It immediately set off a powerful sandstorm. Bah! Bah! Looks like I still need to practice this move. Li Zongjiu ate a mouthful of dirt. It was a good thing that no one saw Li Zongjiu in such a situation. Otherwise, the evil dominator would have lost a lot of face. After Li Zongjiu left, Li Tianqing said, "I'm sorry." He also felt that his body was full of power. However, he was surrounded by ordinary buildings. If he was not careful and did not control this power, the consequences would be quite troublesome. If he accidentally killed someone, it would be troublesome. Therefore, Li Tianqing flew directly to the forest in the distance. "Brother Lion, you have guarded my Sunset City for many years. You can be considered as the #1 expert of my Sunset City. Today, let me test your strength." Li Tianqing's confidence was greatly boosted. He actually took the initiative to provoke the Sky Blaze Lion. The Sky Blaze Lion was also very respectful. It followed Li Tianqing and landed in a wild forest outside the city. It seemed to be very relaxed and comfortable with its claws. It looked very bored as it looked at Li Tianqing in front of it. It seemed to be saying, "Come on, come on." "Brother Lion, then I won't be polite." Li Tianqing immediately roared. Then he activated the Lion King technique and rushed towards the Sky Blaze Lion. After a few minutes, Li Tianqing was already under the Sky Blaze Lion's feet. Li Tianqing's strength had just broken through. Although it was now stable at the 2nd-grade sovereign realm, it happened that the Sky Blaze Lion was also a 2nd-grade sovereign. Therefore, when they fought, Li Tianqing could not gain the upper hand at all. He was defeated in a few rounds. After all, Li Tianqing suddenly broke through and did not have good control of his own strength. Even his fighting habits were still in the primitive emperor realm. Again, Li Tianqing was indignant and slapped the ground again. Then he continued to fight with the Sky Blaze Lion. Li Tianqing was trying hard to learn combat experience. After all, he did not want to be surpassed by his wife so quickly. Otherwise, as a man, he would not be able to hold his head high in the future. How would he live in the future? Would he still be the master of Luoxia City? Li Zongjiu did not know that his father had suddenly become very motivated and was fighting with the Sky Blaze Lion nonstop. Originally, Li Zongjiu wanted to accompany Li Tianqing to practice his skills. After all, if such a powerful force couldn't be controlled, it would be a real disaster for others. Just a simple knock on the door could destroy your entire home. How could it not be terrifying? However, now that there was a problem in the 4 seas, Li Zongjiu naturally wanted to clarify the matter first. After all, the strength of the Abyss tribe was not simple. Moreover, it was very easy to cause a very terrifying disaster. Everyone was also very clear about this. If the abyssal race were to enter a certain body of water, they could easily devour everything within the body of water. It would create a scene of stagnant water. Therefore, Li Zongjiu also quickly rushed in the direction of the 4 seas. Boom! Li Zongjiu's figure moved horizontally in the sky. He could teleport hundreds of miles away in an instant. Later on, he could control his own strength more freely. The changes that the evil dragons I brought to Li Zongjiu were also very powerful. At the very least, if he wanted to kill the evil dragon god in his current state, it would be effortless. There was no need to go through so much trouble. The location of the incident was not in the Four Seas. Instead, it was in the Shengyan dynasty's naval training ground. There were many cities in the Shengyan dynasty that were built near the sea. Naturally, they also needed powerful naval forces. At the moment when the Abyss tribe appeared, although Long Ji went into the deep sea alone, it seemed like she was going to seal the passageway again. However, she was also held back, so there were many places that she could not take care of. At the moment, the disciples of the Tianzong Academy were also in Binhai City. They were facing the terrifying Abyss tribe together with the local naval forces. According to the invitation given to Li Zongjiu, a powerful Abyss tribe general was leading a large number of Abyss tribe members in this direction. The leader of the Tianzong Academy was a teacher named Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng had opened a martial arts dojo in the Sacred Flame Royal City. Back then, it was Zhou Zheng and Su Hong of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion who had brought Li Zongjiu to participate in the Three Dynasties Elixir Meet. Zhou Zheng's fist technique was very suitable for teaching. He also had many years of teaching experience. Therefore, Xiao Zhao did not hesitate to pay any price to poach Zhou Zheng. Now he was a fist technique instructor of the Tianzong Academy, a true primitive emperor-level powerhouse. Xia Shui was among the disciples who came along. In addition, there was also a group of elite disciples from Tianzong Academy. In terms of backup support, Tianzong Academy did not provide enough. Only when one was in a real crisis would one feel the growth. Binhai City. The Binhai Navy had a total of 108 warships. Among them, 8 were large warships. When they had gone out to sea for training this morning, one of the main warships had been attacked by the Abyss tribe. It was the commander of the Binhai Navy, Zhang Hengliang. Zhang Hengliang immediately carried out the rescue plan. The commander of the main warship was Zhang Hengliang's daughter, Zhang Ying. However, ordinary fast ships would be attacked as soon as they rushed out of the shallow waters. The other party had a large number of troops and seemed to know how to march and set up formations. Zhang Hengliang immediately formed an assault fleet. The 4 main warships opened fire at the same time, covering the fleet of 3 fast ships as they quickly passed through the blockade of the Abyss tribe. Zhou Zheng and the others were on the warship by the coast, looking into the distance. Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard. At this moment, the distant sea surface and the sky were directly reflected with the color of a red lotus. The flame moved to the high altitude and immediately released a terrifying wave of air that swept over. They broke through. When Zhou Zheng saw this scene, his eyes were filled with surprise. In fact, the combat strength of these sailors was quite strong. Even if they were 10 miles away, they were enough to blast Binhai City into a pile of ruins. If they gathered into a battle formation, their power would be even more terrifying and powerful. Teacher Zhou, senior sister Xia Shui, seems to be in the assault fleet. Suddenly, a disciple came to report. What? Zhou Zheng's expression changed when he heard this. Even Zhang Hengliang and the others beside him had a look of confusion on their faces. How can it be? Although Zhou Zheng had brought the students here to train, they were only here to provide support. If the abyssal race came ashore, they would just be there to deal with them. Why would they take the initiative to attack, especially when they were in the middle of the sea? Didn't they know how dangerous it was outside? Damn it, give me the monocular. Zhou Zheng immediately used the monocular to see Xia Shui on the assault fleet. This girl actually ran to the fleet without permission. All of you, listen to me. Stay where you are and don't move. If I come back and see that someone is not here, I will teach you a lesson. Commander Zhang, help me take care of my students for the time being. Brother Zhou, don't worry, Zhang Hengliang said. At the same time, he took a step forward and whispered to Zhou Zheng. Brother Zhou, please help me take care of my daughter. I will reward you greatly. Although Zhang Hengliang did not put Zhang Ying first, in fact, he always wanted to bring Zhang Ying back. However, he was the commander and could not be so selfish. Now that Zhou Zheng had a reason to take action, he naturally hoped that Zhou Zheng could help. Perhaps Zhang Ying would have a chance to come back. Okay, as in primitive emperor expert, Zhou Zheng leaped over the sea and soared into the sky. Boom! His figure instantly shot 3 miles away. Chapter 1508. On the coast, the depth of the sea here had reached 1,000 meters. If a person was dragged into the water, it wouldn't take long for them to drown. Before they could drown, they would be instantly killed and devoured by countless abyssal creatures. At this moment, a main battleship was on the sea, isolated and without help. There was some wreckage of small boats around it. It was originally just in normal training at sea, but a large number of abyssal creatures suddenly besieged them. The commander on the main battleship was the 25-year-old Zhang Ying. Zhang Ying was dressed in a blue military uniform. At this moment, he was in the war room on the deck. They had withstood the first round of attacks, but the other party was obviously just probing attacks. They didn't go all out. Now, Zhang Ying was extremely anxious. This was because this round of probing attacks had already consumed 1/10 of the ammunition on the battleship. If this continued, the remaining ammunition wouldn't last until tomorrow morning. Only after nightfall was the real danger. The distress signal had been sent out. There had been a violent explosion 20 nautical miles away, indicating that the reinforcements had been wiped out. It seems like it'll be a hand-to-hand battle after night. Zhang Ying tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. The eyes under the helmet suddenly became sharp. Suddenly, a violent sound came from the sea. It seemed like a layer of red waves with flames was rapidly spreading and surging over. General, look! The tremors caused Zhang Ying to look over. Under the torrential waves, 3 ships were tearing through the surface of the sea. Countless abyssal demons, leaping into the air, were easily slaughtered. After all, these abyssal demons were only low-level existences. If there were really powerful abyssal demons, then they would be killed easily. If there were powerful abyssal creatures, they wouldn't have to be so careful. They could just rush over to Binhai City. Quick, get close to them, Zhang Ying ordered, and the main battleship immediately approached the 3 fast ships. On the 3 ships, there were also brave and fierce generals. Haha, I can kill a large number of these bastards with a single swing of my axe. Little girl, you have to sit tight. Don't get thrown off this ship. I don't have time to save you. A burly man wielded an axe in his hand and killed the abyssal tribe in front of him in the water. Then he stood guard at the stern of the ship. Xia Shui was also on this fast boat. The words just now were also directed at Xia Shui, but Xia Shui didn't say anything. At this moment, they were less than 5 miles away from the main warship. Below these ships, there were also incomparably sharp, rotating spikes. Moreover, they were all rotating at high speed. Anything that got close to them would be torn into pieces. Therefore, if you want to attack a warship, you can only attack from the surface. It was so much so that there were specialized weapon cabins at the bottom of the ship. The power that they could unleash was even greater. Boom! Suddenly, dozens of abyssal creatures rushed out of the water. The warrior with the axe was immediately entangled by the abyssal tribe. Fuck! He was about to be dragged into the water in the next moment. Xia Shui finally made a move, the sword in his hand. Whoosh! It was unsheathed, shining with a cold light. By the time the cold light disappeared, more than 10 abyssal tribe members had already turned into corpses and fell back into the water. Xia Shui retracted her sword and stood there. It was as if nothing had happened. The burly man was also shocked. He had never seen a woman with such terrifying strength. Oh my God, you're really good at hiding your strength. When he saw Xia Shui's skill, he was naturally stunned. But then he continued to fight. Originally, the burly man didn't approve of Xia Shui boarding the ship. Although the latter was a disciple of Tianzong Academy, he could tell at a glance that she was a rookie with no combat experience. The real battlefield was ever-changing. It wasn't something that one could handle with just a little strength. But obviously, the burly man underestimated the latter's strength. If Xia Shui didn't make a move, he would be dead by now. The three fast boats also quickly cooperated with each other. The main warship was also approaching them. The sea was turbulent. It seemed that the attack of the abyssal tribe wasn't that strong. Therefore, the rescue fleet could be considered to have met up with the main warship. Board the ship. The group of people threw hooks and locks. There were a total of hundreds of experts boarding the three ships at the same time. Xia Shui was also among the crowd. The group of people successfully boarded the main warship. But the abyssal tribe seemed to have retreated at this moment. They didn't attack anymore. Meng Lang, Yang Fan. Zhang Ying quickly came to meet these people. The chief captain of this rescue team was Yang Fan, and this person called Meng Lang was the one who was on the same ship as Xia Shui. Greetings, General. Yang Fan said, Are there only a few of you? Zhang Ying glanced around. Although the people who came were all experts in the army, there were only 100 of them. It was impossible for them to withstand such a fierce attack. We relied on the cover of the main warship to break through the blockade. The camp was also surrounded by the abyssal tribe. We could only break through. Here are the supplies. Yang Fan took out a storage box in his hand. The storage space of this storage box was much larger than that of an ordinary storage ring. Furthermore, it was more stable and safe. If some people's storage rings were accidentally struck by yuan power during a battle, the cheaper storage rings would immediately be scrapped. At that time, the items inside would not be able to be taken out. What? A solemn glint flashed across Zhang Ying's eyes. At the same time, he glanced at the storage box in his hand. There were a lot of things stored in the box. At the very least, it was quite abundant in terms of strategic supplies. At least it could last for 3 days. Zhang Ying. Xia Shui came out. When Zhang Ying heard someone calling him, he was stunned for a moment. Then he quickly reacted. This voice sounded very familiar. He hurriedly looked over as well. Xia Shui. Zhang Ying's eyes suddenly revealed a look of excitement. He did not expect to meet Xia Shui in such a place. The two of them were very good sisters. Later, after Zhang Ying joined the army, they rarely saw each other. All of you go and have a rest. Zhang Ying couldn't easily lose his composure, so he dismissed his men first. Why are you here? Zhang Ying was also very surprised to see Xia Shui in front of him. He quickly said, Come in with me. I heard that you are now the chief disciple of Tianzong Academy. I didn't expect you to be so successful. Zhang Ying was a few years older than Xia Shui. Xia Shui also lowered her head and chuckled. I was also lucky, so I was qualified to enter Tianzong Academy. Well, you are successful. But why are you here? Don't you know how dangerous this place is? Zhang Ying's face suddenly became serious. After all, this situation was not a joke. To come to such a dangerous place, although it was a very happy thing to meet with a thick-skinned person, he couldn't risk his life like this. Sister Zhang Ying, you saved my life back then. Now that you are in trouble, how can I sit back and do nothing? Xia Shui's eyes were incomparably firm. When Zhang Ying saw Xia Shui's eyes, he knew that there was no way to persuade her. After all, Zhang Ying knew Xia Shui's character very well. As long as this girl decided on something, basically no one could change her mind. Sai, although the situation is very dangerous now, you can rest assured that I will send you back. Zhang Ying said. Xia Shui was his sister. Naturally, he couldn't let Xia Shui be in danger. I am now a lot stronger. Xia Shui also had her own pride. After all, with her current strength, she wasn't so weak that she couldn't withstand a single blow. I know you are strong. As soon as Zhang Ying finished speaking, the warship suddenly shook violently, as if a terrifying force was approaching. Immediately, Zhang Ying's eyes suddenly changed. Not good. It's the commander of the Abyss race. During this period of time, Zhang Ying had also collected some information about the Abyss race. The current Abyss race was in fact unified under the command of the Abyss race's commander. As long as the commander of the Abyss race was killed, there would be no problem. The remaining Abyss race were not to be feared. Now, there were a total of 5,000 armored soldiers on the warship. If each of them killed 5 or 6, they could kill tens of thousands of Abyss race. When the two of them rushed out of the cabin, they realized that the powerful fluctuation wasn't coming for their warship. Instead, it was in the direction of the shore. Zhou Zheng was already very close to the main warship, but at this moment he was suddenly locked by a terrifying aura. Immediately, Zhou Zheng knew that this was troublesome. He didn't expect to be targeted by the opponent's expert. Boom! Zhou Zheng threw a punch at the sea below. Immediately, the punch directly set off a violent wave on the sea. The surrounding seawater also quickly spread outwards. It was these waves that directly pushed the main battleship forward. Its teacher, Zhou Zheng. Xia Shui saw the aura of the punch and immediately knew that it must be Zhou Zheng who was fighting in the sky. So strong! Zhang Ying saw that Zhou Zheng was fighting against the Abyss race's commander alone, and there was a trace of horror in his eyes. No wonder it was said that primitive emperors had the power to destroy the world. With such strength, there was nothing to say. How many people in the world could resist such strength? Chapter 1509. However, Zhou Zheng was having a hard time. The opponent's attacks were mysterious and unpredictable. Dozens of water arrows were shot out from the water surface from time to time. The power of these water arrows was also quite strong. They almost directly pierced through Zhou Zheng's body. Therefore, Zhou Zheng had to go all out in every attack to be able to block them. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. The opponent's combat strength was at least at grade 6 or even grade 7 primitive emperor realm. But in fact, this was only the attack power of the abyssal race on the surface of the water. If the abyssal race appeared directly under the water, their combat power would increase even more rapidly. Fire in that direction. Since both sides were so close to each other, Zhang Ying could not let go of such a good opportunity. While the others were still waiting to watch the show, Zhang Ying gave the order to attack. Immediately, the main warship released a roaring light that resembled a fire dragon. Boom! The warship itself shook violently for a moment. Then, a terrifying shockwave quickly swept out and blasted forward. The water along the way evaporated. Boom! It hit. A circular vacuum with a diameter of more than 50 meters appeared on the surface of the sea. Even the abyssal race commander was startled by this. Sure enough, the equipment of these humans was quite powerful. Just this one shot, it wiped out tens of thousands of devouring Yuan clan members in the sea. Even the abyssal race commander was forced to dive into the ground. Whoosh! The Abyss clan commander disappeared. When Zhou Zheng saw this, he quickly leaped into the air and glided through the air. He landed on the main warship. Phew! Zhou Zheng finally heaved a sigh of relief. After landing, he finally felt a sense of security in his heart. Otherwise, the feeling of staying in midair would always make him feel uneasy. After landing, he could finally feel the true freedom. Teacher, Xia Shui quickly went up to him. The shot just now made Zhou Zheng look a little embarrassed. There were water stains on his body. However, Zhou Zheng had already dried his clothes with the use of his Yuan force. You brat! When Zhou Zheng saw Xia Shui, he was also furious. However, Xia Shui was also the most outstanding student of the Tianzong Academy. It was said that even Lord Evil Lord had personally come forward to guide Xia Shui. As such, there was nothing he could do about Xia Shui, who asked him to be so outstanding. Of course, he could only spoil such an outstanding person. Senior Zhou, Xia Shui risked her life to save me. Zhang Ying quickly stepped forward. He was worried that Zhou Zheng would blame Xia Shui for this. If Xia Shui's days in the Sky Sect Academy were not good, then Zhang Ying would be guilty. You must be Zhang Ying. Zhou Zheng did not say anything else. Looking at Zhang Ying, and Xia Shui, it was good that they were fine. Since they were fine, the Abyssal Race commander might be a little tricky, but it was not like they had no chance. After all, the main battleship was quite powerful. Tell your men to get ready. We're going back. Zhou Jing said. When they arrived, Zhang Hongliang had already set up everything in Binhai City. They would provide cover fire on the spot. Once the two sides met, there would basically be no problem. However, the problem was that the distance between the two sides was at least 180 miles. They had to rely on themselves to deal with the dangers of this 180 miles distance. Since Zhou Zheng was here, this responsibility naturally fell on Zhou Zheng's shoulders. Since you are the main commander of this battleship, I will listen to your orders. Let's go back together, Zhou Zheng said. The main threat was naturally handed over to Zhou Zheng. After all, none of these people could fight. Zhang Ying's eyes lit up. Zhou Zheng himself was a primitive emperor powerhouse. Since there was an additional primitive emperor expert on the battleship, there was no doubt that their combat strength would increase greatly. Even the soldiers on the battleship would be greatly encouraged and would be filled with confidence. In that case, they would go all out and kill their way back. All right, thank you for your help, Senior Zhou. Immediately, Zhang Ying handed over the battle mission. When Meng Lang and the others saw Zhou Zheng, their faces were full of respect. Before they set off, this person had been standing with their commander. His status was definitely not simple. They did not expect him to be a mentor of Tianzong Academy. They had long known that Xia Shui was a disciple of Tianzong Academy. However, they did not care much about the disciples of Tianzong Academy. However, Meng Lang had seen Xia Shui in action and knew that her strength was not simple. He must not underestimate her. Immediately, the main battleship moved forward rapidly. Along the way, there were sparks and lightning. All the weapons on the battleship were fully utilized. The bombardment on the surface of the sea made the Abyssal clan very hot. The entire sea was like a hot pot. Rumble. The large battleship broke through the surface of the sea quickly. This caused everyone's heart to be extremely excited. Zhou Zheng did not take action. The task that Zhang Ying had given Zhou Zheng was to lock onto the position of the Abyssal clan's commander and engage him at any time. As long as he could hold the Abyssal clan's commander back with sufficient ammunition, it would not be difficult to break out of the encirclement. Boom! The main battleship had advanced a distance of 80 miles. It was less than 100 miles away from the place where the battle would take place. However, this distance was already enough to make the Abyssal clan's members excited. They also erupted with a very strong counterattack. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from the surface of the sea. It's coming. Zhou Zheng's eyes instantly locked onto a direction. However, after this aura, an even more powerful aura suddenly rushed out from behind him. What? Zhou Zheng was also shocked by the current situation. How could there be an even stronger aura? This was too illogical. This was too much. What? Zhang Ying's expression changed instantly. She was also a Yuan monarch. Otherwise, she would not have become a commander at such a young age. When she felt this aura, Zhang Ying felt a sense of despair and helplessness. The strength of the other party was too terrifying. Yang Fan, Meng Lang, aim the god-slaying main cannon in this direction. Zhang Ying growled. In front of that even more powerful aura, a figure suddenly appeared, allowing Zhang Ying to see clearly. It was like a giant octopus standing on the surface of the sea. However, they were at least 200 meters apart. The light was too dim and she could not see clearly. At this moment, Zhang Ying had no other choice. Aimed. Fire! Zhang Ying shouted angrily. Boom! Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. Even the cannon mount fixed on the deck directly cracked the deck. This was caused by the powerful recoil. It was as if there was a ball of blazing fire, like the sun, sweeping forward rapidly. The god-slaying main cannon. It could be said to be the most powerful weapon on the battleship. Basically, if a Yuan Monarch elite were to face this cannon head-on, they would only be blasted into smithereens. This ball of fire lit up the sky. Everyone, including Zhou Zheng, looked over. The sudden appearance of the abyssal race was something that even Zhou Zheng had no confidence in. Furthermore, there were two of them. They were basically doomed. They had to kill one of them first. Only then would they have a chance at victory. The giant octopus, standing on the surface of the sea, did not dodge. Instead, it opened its mouth and swallowed the ball of fire. It actually ate the god-slaying main cannon. When Meng Lang caught sight of this, his eyes widened. This was way too exaggerated. To think that the God-Slayer Master Cannon would be devoured by it. In this world, he had never seen such a strong living being before. This was way too scary. It's over. Zhang Ying's eyes were filled with despair. The other party could eat the god-slaying main cannon directly. Logically speaking, it should have exploded by now. However, the other party did not change at all. At the same time, it suddenly blasted an extremely powerful sound wave in the direction of the main battleship. It seemed to have formed the force of a tsunami. It directly pushed the main battleship to the back. Boom! The appearance of this force destroyed the main battleship along with the power it carried. With a loud bang, the main battleship lost its power and could only let the other party move freely on the surface of the sea. Continue. Zhang Ying had no other choice but to continue the attack with the god-slaying main cannon. It's still on cooldown. Yang Fan replied loudly. The god-slaying main cannon required at least 3 minutes of cooldown time to recover. If it were to be used forcefully, it would explode on the spot. Before the other party could attack, the main battleship would explode on its own. Prepare for a hand-to-hand battle. At this point, they could only fight to the death. The giant octopus seemed to be closing in rapidly from the surface of the sea. Zhou Zheng placed a hand on Xia Shui's shoulder. I'll send you out later. Since he was a teacher, he could not possibly say that he was running away. No matter what, he had to give Xia Shui the chance to survive. Sure. Just as everyone was preparing for the final battle, suddenly, a terrifying sword chi flew over from the surface of the sea. This sword chi split the seawater on the surface of the sea into two. The sword chi maintained the state of the seawater. Chapter 1510. When the sword chi appeared, Yi Zichen was shocked. Naturally, Zhang Ying and the others also saw it. Although it was nighttime, the earth-shattering scene created by the sword chi was something that no one would miss. They all widened their eyes in shock. What is that? The sword chi quickly approached. Even the powerful Abyss Clan octopus on the sea looked back. Then, with a loud bang, it was hit directly by the sword chi. The body of this giant octopus was easily cut into two halves on the surface of the sea. Splash! The corpse fell into the sea. Everyone stared at the scene in front of them, dumbfounded. This was too exaggerated. Zhou Zheng was also stunned when he saw this scene. He had never seen such a powerful sword chi. In the Shengyan dynasty, there were not many people who could reach this level. Whoosh! A figure landed on the warship. Brother Zhou Zheng, long time no see. When Li Zongjio landed, Zhou Zheng suddenly looked at the person beside him. It turned out that Li Zongjio had landed beside him without him noticing. When he saw Li Zongjio, Zhou Zheng still thought that he was dreaming. You, evil lord. When Zhou Zheng saw Li Zongjio's face clearly, he was shocked. Xia Shui naturally saw Li Zongjio and immediately greeted Li Zongjio in surprise. Evil lord! Since Li Zongjio was here, it meant that all of them were now saved. Zhang Ying and the others saw that there was an additional young man on the deck. The latter looked extremely ordinary. Between his eyebrows there was a sense of harmony, as if he was aloof from worldly affairs. However, if one looked carefully, it was the note of an expert who laughed proudly at the world. It was not that he was aloof from worldly affairs, but that there was nothing in this world that could compete with him. Evil Lord. Of course, Zhang Ying had heard of this name, but he never thought that he would be lucky enough to see the legendary Evil Lord. You're here too. Seeing that Xia Shui was also there, Li Zongjiu also greeted her. After all, Xia Shui still had a lot of potential. If she was properly cultivated, it would be very beneficial for the future of Tianzong Academy to cultivate a successor and a signboard. After that, Li Zongjiu did not continue to talk to the others. He pushed the sea surface with his palm. Immediately, the enormous warship began to move. Moreover, this speed was even faster than the warship at full power. It was practically 2 times the speed. Such a terrifying speed almost caused the main warship to fly above the sea. If Li Zongjiu wanted to make the warship fly, it would be easy, but there was no need. Just this speed alone was enough for the abyssal race to catch up. Go! The warship sped through the sea ahead. Li Zongjiu also threw out the peerless sword in his hand. Immediately, the unparalleled sword erupted with a terrifying flame power. In an instant, a firestorm formed on the surface of the sea. Boom! Raging flames burned on the surface of the sea. When this scene appeared, everyone's eyes widened. The abyssal race that had almost taken their lives and trapped them on the surface of the sea for an entire day had been incinerated so easily. Even the opponent's commander-level powerhouse did not manage to escape. He was directly incinerated, leaving his life behind in the sea. Behind them was a long wave of fire. Why are you here too? Li Zongjiu did not look worried at all and actually began to chat with Zhou Zheng. After all, Li Zongjiu's cultivation was almost at its limit now. Before he made any new progress, he would probably maintain this state for a while. Therefore, Li Zongjiu had become more talkative now. It was not bad to chat with some old friends when he had nothing to do. I'm afraid you don't know that I'm now a teacher of Tianzong Academy, Zhou Zheng said. Oh, you're so smart. Back then, I guess Su Hong invited you several times, but I didn't see you go. Isn't that so? Although Zhang Ying did not have the heart to interrupt the conversation between the two, 3 commander-level abyssal race rushed out from the sea of fire in the distance. Senior, over there, although the current speed of the ship was very fast, if these 3 commander-level existences caught up with them, they would definitely destroy the main warship. The other party had such strength. However, Li Zongjiu did not seem to hear him at all. Then, a figure condensed on the peerless sword. Hu Wushuang appeared, stepping on the void, and immediately saw the abyssal race rushing in front of him. With a wave of his hand, a flaming sword energy easily killed the 3 commander-level abyssal race. Raging flames curled up in front of him. Hu Wushuang's figure rose into the air. Then he retracted the flames on his body and landed lightly on the warship. You've broken through? Li Zongjiu was very surprised to see Hu Wushuang. After such a long time, Hu Wushuang finally broke through the absolute Saint Realm. Hu Wushuang's original body in his previous life was also at the absolute Saint Realm, but later on he wanted to set up a plan to annex the human race. So he hid from the Demon Suppression Palace and turned into 2 clones of the King of Fire and Sky Wu. Originally, the King of Fire's fate was to be devoured by Sky Wu. Then, Sky Wu took control of this powerful force and directly occupied the human race's world. However, the current situation was that Sky Wu was killed and Hu Wushuang survived. This kind of mysterious change was a little surprising. At least Li Zongjiu was surprised. Now that Hu Wushuang had gone through several transformations, not only did his strength recover, but his strength had also broken through. The people on the ship also saw the sword that easily killed the abyssal tribe. Unexpectedly, a woman appeared. Moreover, this woman also had a devastatingly beautiful appearance. Everyone's eyes were fixed on her. They were attracted by Hu Wushuang's fiery red hair and the clothes on her body that showed off her figure perfectly. "I've broken through." Hu Wushuang nodded. Then he looked at the strangers around him. His eyes were filled with doubt. "This is Hu Wushuang, my friend." Li Zongjio introduced him to the crowd. Zhou Zhang was the first to react. Hu Wushuang's strength was so powerful that the power that he had just unleashed was incomparably shocking. With such an expert in charge, it made everyone feel at ease. Indeed, he was the evil lord. Even if they were friends of the evil lord, they would at least be at the supreme state. "Supreme Wushuang." Zhou Zhang hurriedly greeted. Hu Wushuang nodded at Zhou Zhang. Since Li Zongjio had introduced him, it meant that these people should be Li Zongjio's friends, and he had to give them some face. Hu Wushuang, who had broken through, did not need to enter the unparalleled sword. He only needed to carry the unparalleled sword and follow Li Zongjio. However, Hu Wushuang did not like to talk. The warship rushed over with a roar. When it appeared in front of the Binhai Navy, Zhang Hengliang's eyes were filled with shock. Oh my God, they actually did it. Then Zhang Hengliang ordered everyone to attack, and they must protect one of the main warships. It would be ridiculous if they could not even save the ship in front of them. No, the Abyss clan seemed to have disappeared. There was no obstruction, and the warship arrived at the port easily. Many parties gathered, and Zhang Hengliang quickly led his men to board the ship. "Greetings, Commander." Zhang Ying appeared in front of Zhang Hengliang unharmed, and then knelt down to Zhang Hengliang. "Rise." Zhang Hengliang did not show much concern. After all, there were so many subordinates here. "Commander, this is Senior Evil Lord, and this is Senior Hu Wushuang, and Senior Zhou Zhang. If not for the three of you, our ship might not have been able to return," Zhang Ying said. Then Zhang Hengliang quickly looked over. "What's going on? Why are there so many people on the ship all of a sudden?" "You are Lord Imperial Tutor, the protector of the nation." Zhang Hengliang immediately knelt down on one knee in front of Li Zongjio. When he knelt down, everyone in the Navy knelt down as well. The person in front of them was the true protector of the nation. Moreover, he was the master of the current Emperor Xinyan. He was not someone who could be replaced by Evil Lord. Zhang Ying suddenly remembered. Indeed, the protector of the nation, Li Zongjio, was not as simple as Evil Lord. In the underworld, Li Zongjio was Evil Lord. But in the imperial court at the official level, Li Zongjio was the true protector of the nation. How could they ignore etiquette? "Get up, all of you. There's no need to kneel here and there. It's troublesome." Li Zongjio waved his hand and said. Behind him, a large group of people also stood up. "This is not the place to talk. Imperial Tutor, please rest in the mansion. I'll get someone to prepare some refreshments," Zhang Hengliang said. He did not expect such a big shot to come. With the authority of the Imperial Tutor, he should be the most powerful person in the entire Xinyan dynasty. Even the Emperor Xinyan had to listen to him. A person of such status naturally could not be neglected. Otherwise, with a single word, he could directly remove one's head from one's neck. "Forget it, it's troublesome. Let's do it here. Show me the information here." Li Zongjio waved his hand and said. Obviously, Li Zongjio was not a person who liked corruption. Chapter 1511. Not only was he not corrupt, but he also liked efficiency and didn't like procrastination. Zhang Hengliang immediately understood what Li Zongjio meant. Obviously, for someone like Li Zongjio, time was very precious. There couldn't be a moment of delay. Then Zhang Hengliang ordered his men to organize all the important information and set up a temporary meeting room on the main battleship. In the meeting room, the 8 main warships commanders, Zhang Hengliang, Zhou Zhang, Li Zongjio, and Hu Wushuang, were present. There were a total of 12 people. Zhang Ying was in charge of introducing the situation. Zhang Ying had gone out to sea this time with a reconnaissance mission. He needed to figure out the situation of the abyssal race. Although he had lost a lot of people, the information he had obtained in the end was still pretty good. According to the information we've obtained, all the abyssal race are on an island 1,500 miles away from Binhai City. This island is called Golden Island because there are many minerals on this island. It was originally Binhai City's mining ground. However, the abyssal race invaded some time ago. Now, Golden Island has become their base. According to our judgment, there are at least 1 million abyssal race members on Golden Island. Among them, there are at least 1,000 commander-level abyssal race members. Zhang Ying announced the results of this investigation. However, the data was very shocking. Not only that, we have also detected a stronger existence, temporarily named commander level. Their strength is at least equal to a supreme being. Above the commander level is the commander level. If I'm not wrong, the commander level abyssal race member is the strongest on Golden Island. A commander level abyssal race member was already a supreme being. Then, what kind of existence would a commander level abyssal race member be? Everyone felt a sense of fear just thinking about it. If these millions of abyssal race members attacked Binhai City at the same time, the Binhai Navy might not be able to resist. Therefore, this could be said to be a very dangerous situation. That's all? Li Zongjiu asked. In other people's eyes, Golden Island had become a real hell on earth. However, in Li Zongjiu's eyes, such a place was too weak. The forces on Golden Island weren't worth mentioning at all. With his strength, it wouldn't take long for him to kill all the abyssal clansmen on Golden Island. That's all the information we've gathered so far, Zhang Ying said. After all, from what they heard, Li Zongjiu did not seem to be very satisfied with this intelligence-gathering operation. All right, Zhou Zheng, you can come with me. Bring the group of people from the Tianzong Academy to the island to gain experience. You're in charge of the big ship outside, right? Li Zongjiu asked. Zhang Ying immediately nodded. Yes, I'm in charge of the main battleship, Wind and Thunder. All right, you're in charge of driving the ship. Let's set off now. Everyone should rest on the ship. Tomorrow morning, we'll arrive at Golden Island. Don't worry about anything else. Li Zongjiu said decisively. Things were that simple. They just had to set off with the people. We're setting off now. Zhang Hengliang and the others had just understood the situation. Setting off just like that? They only needed one main battleship? Could it be that they didn't need such a huge fleet of battleships? One ship was not enough to fill the gap between Golden Island's teeth. The current strength of the Binhai Navy was at most enough to protect the current Binhai City. They really didn't have the strength to attack Golden Island. However, no one dared to refute Li Zongjiu's words. Instead, Zhang Ying saluted. Yes, Zhang Ying. For Zhang Ying, it didn't matter even if she had to sacrifice herself to have such an honor. The most important thing was to protect her country. She must eliminate these damned abyssal race. Zhang Hengliang wanted to follow, but he was the commander-in-chief. He couldn't leave Binhai City easily. He had to stay in Binhai City to oversee it. However, he also sent his personal guards to Zhang Ying. They were Yang Fan, Meng Lang, and the others. This elite team had rich combat and defense experience. They definitely wouldn't let Zhang Ying get injured easily. Zhang Ying didn't request to bring the rest along. In addition, some of the most basic combat personnel were transferred from the ship. After all, no one knew what the situation would be like in this battle at sea. They had to protect their lives. They didn't want to cause unnecessary damage. There were a total of 30 students from Tianzong Academy. All of them looked about the same age as Li Zongjiu. In terms of age, Li Zongjiu should be at the same age as the other party. However, the difference in status between the two was like heaven and earth. In front of Li Zongjiu, these people in front of him were basically like grandchildren. However, in reality, Li Zongjiu was more than 3,000 years old. Naturally, he was the same as these young people in front of him. On the deck, Zhou Zhang had already lined up neatly with the 30 people from Tianzong Academy. The eyes of these students were also filled with intense anticipation. Previously, when Xia Shui had returned, she had also told the others about Li Zongjiu's visit. Therefore, these students were all very excited now. They were lucky enough to see the legendary Evil Lord. He was the real founder of Tianzong Academy. Although Li Zongjiu didn't put in any effort, all the resources came from the White Deer Mansion. Therefore, Li Zongjiu was the real founder. When Li Zongjiu appeared in front of them, the boys and girls in front of them all widened their eyes and looked at each other. This ordinary-looking young man in front of them was the legendary Evil Lord? Could he be Evil Lord's son? However, they had long known that the person in front of them was Evil Lord. They just didn't dare to believe it. There were even detailed introductions in some books about Li Zongjiu. There were even portraits, although they weren't very vivid. However, Evil Lord gave off the feeling that he was an old man, even older than Zhou Zhang. There was also an evil glint in his eyes. However, when they looked at Li Zongjiu, there was nothing. Evil Lord, just how evil was he? You are all from Tianzong Academy, right? Congratulations. Tomorrow morning, our ship will dock at Golden Island. I want all of you to go to the island alone and undergo a trial. Chapter 1512. Training on the Island. When everyone heard this, they felt as if their hearts were struck hard, and they were stunned on the spot. What? Training on the island? Didn't they say that the island has been completely occupied by the Abyss tribe? Aren't we just sending ourselves to our deaths? I don't want to die yet. These disciples who had never seen the world started to wail and howl. After all, they weren't well-trained soldiers, even though they had received a period of training at the beginning. But in the face of such a matter of life and death, what else could they do? If they did not speak up now, they would lose their lives in the end. Tell me, isn't it miserable? Zhou Zhang was also quite worried. Although these disciples were indeed somewhat talented, they still needed to be given time to hone their skills. If you directly throw people out, then maybe in the end, only 2 or 3 people will be able to come back out of the 30 people who went out. These people could be said to be the first batch of disciples of the Tianzong Academy. With such a reputation, they must not mess it up. Who knows how many people were waiting for the Tianzong Academy to become a joke? Li Zongjiu observed for a while. Although most of them were panicking, there were still a few who were calmer and seemed to have realized that this was a very good opportunity. Now that the legendary Evil Lord was here to protect them, what was there to be afraid of? And if they could catch the eye of Li Zongjiu in this training, their future would be limitless. There would be a very good opportunity for them to break through directly, to reach a higher level. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Of course, they had to grasp it accurately. After watching for a while, Li Zongjiu also continued, "Kill 100 Abyss tribe and you'll be rewarded with a 5th grade elixir. Kill 500 and you'll be rewarded with a 6th grade elixir. Kill 1,000 and you'll be rewarded with a 7th grade elixir. Kill 10,000 and you'll be rewarded with 8th grade elixir. Kill 100,000 and you will be rewarded with a 9th grade elixir." Li Zongjiu said word by word. When the first word elixir rang in everyone's ears, everyone quieted down. They quietly looked at Li Zongjiu, waiting for Li Zongjiu to continue. The further down he went, the more abundant the rewards would be. Moreover, it was quite direct. The price was clearly stated, the number of kills and the amount of rewards. Everything was clearly stated. A 9th grade medicinal pill, the legendary elixir. It was only at this moment that the crowd suddenly recalled that the evil dominator in front of them seemed to have concocted a pill that surpassed the 10th grade not long ago. Such a terrifying level was an extremely shocking power in the eyes of anyone. "Can I join too?" When Zhou Zhang heard this, he immediately felt his own breathing quicken. A grade 9 pill, 100,000. This was probably the closest he had ever been to a grade 9 pill. He hadn't expected that this young man would have such a good opportunity to come into contact with a grade 9 pill. For them, this was simply a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor wouldn't be able to offer such a reward. It was impossible for them to give out such a reward. It was too terrifying. Who could accept such a reward? Such a temptation was something that they had to complete, even if they had to risk their lives. The students before them were only at the origin ancestor realm. It would take a lot of time and effort to kill the lowest level of the Abyssal clan. 100 of them was already an astronomical figure for them. However, to truly widen the absolute gap between them and the others, of course, depended on one's own strength and opportunity. When the opportunity came, one would be able to surpass the crowd. You take charge. Save one, and I will give you a reward. Li Zongjio said. If Zhou Zheng saved one, it meant that among these people, there would be people who would lose this opportunity to give away their elixir. However, for Zhou Zheng, this was also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Finally, such an opportunity had come. Obviously, things like elixirs were completely worthless in Li Zongjio's eyes. They could be casually given out as rewards. However, this wasn't so simple for the others. Even if they wanted to obtain a grade 5 pill, they would have to go to the Sky Elixir Pavilion and spend a lot of money to buy it. Of course, Li Zongjio could also refine it. However, it was obvious that Li Zongjio didn't care about money at all. How could an elixir made by an ordinary alchemist compare to the one refined by Li Zongjio? Even if Li Zongjio refined a grade 6 pill single-handedly, it would still be better than a grade 7 alchemist who used all his strength to refine a grade 6 pill. May I ask, Evil Lord, if we kill 400 of them, will we be rewarded with 4 grade 5 pills? A petite girl in the crowd raised her hand and asked. Li Zongjio looked over. Although this girl looked like a child and was very young, her mind was very firm. When Li Zongjio announced the island trial, this little loli didn't say much. Instead, she was looking forward to Li Zongjio's next words. Obviously, she was also a person with ideas. Yes, you can exchange with me like this. Li Zongjio nodded and said. When they heard that Li Zongjio was actually willing to do this, everyone was stunned. Although it was difficult to kill 10,000 or 100,000 of them, it wasn't difficult to kill 1 or 200 of them. As long as they were given time, no one would be bad. In this kind of environment, if they worked hard, it would definitely be beneficial to their own cultivation. Moreover, even after they came out, this kind of elixir award was simply giving away their cultivation for free. Where else could they find such a good thing? Now, is there anyone who wants to quit? Li Zongjio said, lightly. Now, even if he asked them to leave, they probably wouldn't be willing to. Isn't it just a trial? Just treat it as serving the country. Yes, we are the dignified human race. Why would we be afraid of these demons and ghosts? One by one, they started to brag. They couldn't wait to go to the Golden Island and start killing. Each of you only has one chance to be saved. Of course, if I see that you don't work hard, I won't bother to save you. Because even if you are saved, you are just a piece of trash. Li Zongjio said lightly. Everyone's heart tightened. As expected of the evil lord. His way of doing things was so evil. It meant that he didn't like you. Even if you were to die, he wouldn't save you. Even if you were a disciple of the Sky Sect Academy. When Zhang Ying and the others heard Li Zongjio's promise of such a generous reward, they were envious. It would be great if he could have such a good opportunity. Chapter 1513. However, they were already soldiers. Therefore, they couldn't shamelessly ask Li Zongjio to join them. The main battleship moved forward on the vast sea. All the disciples of the Tianzong Academy chose to conserve their energy. At the same time, they also prepared the weapons in their hands to kill the enemy, as well as their equipment and weapons. This was because a truly bloody battle was about to begin. When they arrive at Golden Island, they will know what they will be facing. Everything wasn't as simple as they imagined. Even thinking about it made them a little excited. As for Li Zongjio, he sat on the deck, facing the sea breeze as he cultivated. Although he didn't know the specific cultivation method, at least Li Zongjio could sense that if he wanted to break through the next realm, he would have to rely on his own comprehension. However, it was hard for Li Zongjio to say whether he could comprehend it or not. He could only rely on luck. Huo Wushuang also sat beside Li Zongjio, facing the sea breeze together. The latter also sat like that. Not only did Huo Wushuang recover his strength, but he also broke through to the second grade absolute Saint Realm. This kind of breakthrough in strength surprised Li Zongjio. It seemed that Huo Wushuang also had someone behind him. If Li Zongjio wanted to destroy Golden Island, it would be too easy. However, Li Zongjio also needed to train these people. It just so happened that he had such an opportunity. It was mainly because Li Zongjio thought that almost everyone in the other worlds was good at fighting. But in the human race, aside from himself, there weren't many who were good at fighting. If something were to happen in the future and they were to fight with others, then wouldn't they be at a disadvantage? Therefore, the most important thing now was to make these people aware of the crisis. They had to increase their strength. This was also the reason why Li Zongjio wasn't in a hurry to destroy the Abyss clan. The more peaceful the world was, the fewer experts there would be. Only in times of disaster could one truly enter the world of heroes. If you didn't give others a chance to explore, how could they prove their strength to you? Sometimes the method was also quite important. Even the Li family was the same. Now, the Li family had almost no external enemies. If it weren't for the fact that Li Zongjio and Li Tianqing were holding the fort, the people in the Li family would have already started fighting. Otherwise, the group of people below would definitely engage in internal strife. It was hard to say what kind of massacre would occur between them. For the sake of fighting for power, it was normal for such internal friction to occur. Life was born in sorrow and death in peace. The main forces' warship sailed through the night, and their speed was extremely fast. Soon, they were 100 miles away from Golden Island, and they saw a light. Everyone looked over. Dawn rose, but at the same time, the entire Golden Island was revealed in front of everyone. Zhang Ying and the others were very familiar with Golden Island, but when they saw the island in front of them, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The reason why Golden Island was called this was because, in the beginning, as long as there was light, Golden Island would show a golden light. From afar, it looked like a golden mountain floating on the sea. Even the trees on the mountain were yellow. But at this moment, Golden Island, it was no longer yellow. Instead, the whole mountain was covered in a kind of lifeless darkness. Even though they were nearly 100 miles away, they could still feel the power of darkness and death sweeping over from the mountain peak. The disciples of the Celestial Sect Academy also walked out of the cabin. Even Xia Shui could clearly feel that her heart seemed to be completely suppressed when she saw the huge dark mountain. Although he couldn't see any abyssal race at a glance, he could sense that countless abyssal race were hiding inside, ready to devour everything that came near at any time. Golden Island was just in front of them, but Xia Shui and the others' mood was extremely heavy. But for the elixir promised by Li Zongjio, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Of course, they couldn't give up. A single elixir was worth at least 10 years of hard work. If they could get 2 of them, they could get a 6th grade or even a 7th grade elixir. When they break through, they would be in a peak state. How could one not take the risk to become a person above others? One must go through great risks. There is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Junior brothers and sisters, do you have the confidence to fight? In the face of such a strong pressure, Xia Shui couldn't help but ask. At least, she had to boost the morale. Xia Shui's cultivation was the highest among them, so she naturally had to shoulder the responsibility. Yes, some people were afraid, so they used this method to release the fear in their heart. Although they knew that Evil Lord was here, and they shouldn't have to worry about their lives, they should know that under such circumstances, the pressure wouldn't be reduced. Who knew if Evil Lord would save them? What if he was too late? There were a total of 30 of them. If 2 or 3 of them were to encounter danger in different places, no matter how strong Evil Lord was, he wouldn't be able to appear in different places in an instant. Therefore, it was impossible to count on Li Zongjio to save them. They couldn't put their lives in the hands of others. The one who controlled their own fate was still themselves. We're about to enter the shallow sea area. We can't go any closer. We can only lower the boat here and let you guys land on the island. Zhang Ying said. This moment was really coming. Everyone's heart gradually became nervous. They were about 10 miles away from the shore of Golden Island. Don't waste the boat, just swim over. Just as Yang Fan and the others were helping them to lower the small boat down, Li Zongjio suddenly jumped out and said, What? Are you kidding me? Under the sea, there must be an abyssal tribe. Moreover, in the sea, the abyssal tribe strength was obviously stronger, and the combat power they could display was also more terrifying. Furthermore, he had to swim under such circumstances. God knows how many times they had to die. Lord, Evil Lord, this, Xia Shui quickly wanted to discuss with Evil Lord. This was too dangerous. Didn't they say that they would start the trial after landing on the island? But Li Zongjio wasn't the kind of person who would say so much to kids like them. He waved his hand. Suddenly, a strong force directly threw Xia Shui and the others into the sea. Splash! Splash! They fell into the water one after another. Moreover, Li Zongjio had also set up a restriction so that these people couldn't fly in the sea. They could only swim in the sea. Chapter 1514. That's too cruel. We can't fly. There's a seal. The abyssal race is coming. Run. After these 30 people fell into the water, they immediately struggled like a group of grasshoppers. This was the first time they had encountered such an unexpected situation. They were directly thrown into the water. This was too sudden. Who would be able to take it? Everyone, gather around me and form a circle. Use the crossbow. There was great resistance in the water. However, it would waste a lot of energy to slash at them, and the effect was not great. Their previous battle plan against the abyssal race was all to pull them out of the water. After coming to the shore, it was basically the human race's world. No matter how strong you were in the water, your strength would be greatly reduced on the shore. But now Li Zongjio directly threw all of them into the sea, directly into the main battlefield of the abyssal race. Wasn't this just sending them to their deaths? Only by defeating the enemy in the area that they were most proficient in could one truly defeat them. Otherwise, it would just be a coincidence. Therefore, this matter was very normal. Now, this group of people was struggling in the sea. Li Zongjio, Zhang Ying, and the others were also watching from the ship. The abyssal race was already close, and there were already people who were fighting. Fortunately, Xia Shui's reaction was fast enough. She gathered everyone and used a specially designed crossbow. This crossbow was also equipped by Tianzong Academy. It was very powerful and had a very strong explosive force. In the water, it could be used to its full potential. In the chaotic battle, these disciples of Tianzong Academy performed well. At least they killed a few of them. However, some of the lethal weapons that these people had prepared were also used up. This was also Li Zongjio's purpose. If you can guess everything I do, then I'm the Evil Lord. How can you see through me? Since it was a trial, of course, it had to be done under the most difficult conditions. Only then would the trial be effective. The group of people also rushed to the Golden Island, battered and exhausted. However, the weapons they had prepared were all used up. Although they were on the shore, each of them had a bitter look on their faces. It was simply too tragic. This is troublesome. I just used up all my heavenly explosion pearls. Me too. I've used all my life-saving items just now. I've worked so hard to save all of them. What should we do? The group of people also had long faces. Xia Shui didn't even have the time to comfort these people. In the next moment, a mysterious force directly separated these people. Immediately, These people also discovered that they were actually transferred away. His companions had all disappeared at this moment. He was the only one left in the world. Needless to say, this was definitely Evil Lord's doing. Too ruthless. He directly teleported everyone away. Li Zongjiu's mind power had already surrounded the entire Golden Island. At the same time, it also temporarily restrained the powerful abyssal race, making them all stay where they were and unable to move. With Li Zongjiu's current mind power, it wasn't difficult for him to do this. Although it was dangerous, it wasn't too far away. There were a few unlucky ones who fell directly into the lair of the abyssal tribe, and then inexplicably began to fight. These abyssal race had used a strange liquid to cover the entire Golden Island. Mainly, they wanted to plunder the resources on the Golden Island and absorb some of the minerals to strengthen their strength. This was also a shortcut to quickly improve their strength. Although fighting on the Golden Island wasn't as good as fighting in the sea, the entire Golden Island had been corroded by the power of these abyssal race. Therefore, they could still move around freely. The entire Golden Island had also started a frenzied killing and fighting. Those who could run had already started to do so. Those who couldn't run also wanted to end the battle quickly. No matter the cost, they had to kill these abyssal race. Otherwise, the number of abyssal race would only increase. It was impossible to guard against. Boom! Boom! The originally quiet Golden Island suddenly became quite lively. Zhang Ying and the others on the main warship were also very nervous as they watched the situation on the Golden Island. With such a big commotion, it was obvious that the other party had already started fighting. Zhou Zheng's face was solemn as well. Wasn't this kind of pressure a little too much for these people? Don't be nervous. This day will come sooner or later, Li Zongjiu said. Then he sat on a platform that extended outwards from the main warship. He actually sat there and started fishing. Fishing! Looking at the actions of this evil lord, everyone thought that this evil lord was here for a vacation. What kind of place was this? To think that he would come here to fish. This was too much. There were no more fish to catch in this area. Most of them were eaten up by the abyssal race. However, Li Zongjiu had to find something to do. Wu Shuang, after 1 hour, go and watch for me, Li Zongjiu said. It was obvious that Li Zongjiu did not intend to save anyone in the first hour. If he could not even hold on for an hour, then what was the use of him? If he died, then so be it. If he wasn't cruel, he would really think that this world was beautiful. Wu Shuang nodded. Then he leaped up and rushed to the sky above the Golden Island. However, he concealed himself. Wu Shuang was an absolute saint. Although he was only a weapon spirit now, he had only lost his physical body. If he possessed the unparalleled sword, his strength would be even more powerful. He would be more threatening. An hour later, Zhou Zheng also went. After all, he was counting on Li Zongjiu to reward him with some pills. However, in just half an hour, 2 people had already been killed. Wu Shuang strictly followed Li Zongjiu's orders. He did not save anyone and just watched as the 2 people were killed by the abyssal race. Soon after, more and more people were eliminated. These people were basically running away, and some of them even had one of their hands broken. Zhou Zheng directly fished out 5 people. All of them were sent for treatment. As for Li Zongjiu, he did not feel anything at all. Even if they were disciples of the Sky Sect Academy, since they were trash no matter where they went, they would be trash without any value. Zhang Ying and the others saw Li Zongjiu's attitude with their own eyes. To these people who were severely injured, and even dead, Li Zongjiu was not moved at all. Indifferent. Cruel. Chapter 15:15. Zhang Ying looked at Li Zongjiu, who was still sitting on the edge of the boat and fishing. He was also thinking in his heart, could it be that only by becoming such an indifferent existence could one stand at the peak of this world? Li Zongjiu in front of him, the name of the evil lord. In fact, Zhang Ying and the others had already heard of him, for this legendary big shot. Although he seemed to be relatively indifferent now, compared to other big shots, he was already more approachable. At least Li Zongjiu's method was cruel, but it was also to help these rookies in training. Zhang Ying and the others had also gone through such training in the past. To be able to walk out of this hell of life and death, one would become a true warrior. Suddenly, Li Zong raised his head. Zhang Ying and the others quickly looked over, still worried that Li Zongjiu might have some orders. Of course, they had to be ready at any time. He killed 100 of them so quickly. Li Zongjiu's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Then he focused his mind on this outstanding person. Some people were able to sacrifice their lives within an hour. However, some people were able to slay 100 abyssal tribe beings in just half an hour. This was the gap. Some things were indeed innate. It's a little fatty. Who is this little fatty? Li Zongjiu directly called Zhou Zheng back, then projected the appearance of this little fatty in front of him. Oh, it's him. He usually keeps a low profile, but he's a ruthless person. His name is Luo Fugue, Zhou Zheng said. He was specially recruited. He seems to have inherited the Titan race's bloodline. He's very strong. How can a person have children with the Titan race? Li Zongjiu was also stunned. It's the Origin's soul inheritance. Understood. This Luo Fugue's performance is not bad. Li Zongjiu said. Obviously, he was prepared to train this Luo Fugue well. After all, the potential of this generation of youths was obviously much better than the previous generation. Li Zongjiu had thought about it before. In his previous life, he had already cultivated to that age. There weren't many people who could cross 3,000 years without dying. Those of the same generation as Li Zongjiu did not rise up either. Zhang Biao was the only one who was familiar with the story. After all, Zhang Biao's tribe had always been well managed, and there had never been any problems. That was why Zhang Biao was still alive. Otherwise, they would soon disappear in the long river of this world. Of course, he did have some real talent. Otherwise, she would have been squeezed out of the company long ago. One was Luo Fugue, and the other was Xiaxue. In order to motivate these people, Li Zongjiu directly transformed into a shadow and instantly appeared in front of Luo Fugue. Luo Fugue held a shield in one hand and a stone hammer in the other. When the person in front of him appeared, Luo Fugue was shocked. However, he still smashed the hammer in his hand down like a conditioned reflex. Boom! The hammer hit nothing. However, a huge hole appeared in the ground. This ordinary attack had such great power. If one's strength had not reached the Yuan King realm, they would not have been able to withstand this attack. Oh, your strength is not bad. Li Zongjiu glanced at him. Luo Fugue also saw clearly that the person in front of him was Evil Lord. Senior Evil Lord. Luo Fugue was shocked. Could it be that his innate strength was against the rules? Was he going to lose his qualification? Everyone listen up. Luo Fugue took the lead to kill 100 Abyssal tribe members, so he will be rewarded with an additional grade 5 elixir pill. Li Zongjiu's voice spread throughout the entire Golden Island. Everyone on the island also heard Li Zongjiu's voice. Instantly, everyone was excited by the reward. There was actually such an additional reward. Why didn't you say so earlier? How could these people understand Li Zongjiu's temper? Anyway, he was a super divine alchemist. Rewarding him with elixirs was not a problem at all. Therefore, as long as they gave Li Zongjiu an excuse, they would be rewarded even if they were in a good mood. After the announcement to the people on Golden Island, Li Zongjiu also took out an elixir pill. This is a grade 5 elixir pill, the Overlord's Colossal Cauldron pill. After you consume it, you will be in the Overlord state for 3 minutes. It can increase your strength by 3 times in an instant. Li Zongjiu said. Then he threw the elixir pill in his hand over. Luo Fugue's eyes lit up when he caught the elixir pill that Li Zongjiu threw over. This is amazing. Luo Fugue was obviously a little too excited. Suddenly, two strong gusts of wind came from behind. Two abyssal tribe members waved their sickles and smashed towards Luo Fugue's head. When Luo Fugue felt the gusts of wind, he subconsciously turned around and raised the shield in his hand. Bang! Luo Fugue was sent flying by the powerful force. He rolled a few times on the ground. Even the weapon in his hand fell to the side. Only the shield was left in his hand. Luo Fugue immediately got up and put away the elixir pill in his hand. At the same time, he looked in the direction of Li Zongjiu. The latter had disappeared. Obviously, in the process of giving out rewards, they would not give you any protection. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. You two dogs actually dared to disturb my mood. Luo Fugue, who was originally happy, was directly interrupted by the sudden appearance of the two abyssal tribe members. The two abyssal tribe members did not understand what Luo Fugue was saying. In an instant, they stood up and charged towards Luo Fugue. However, Luo Fugue also used the shield in his hand as a weapon. Bang! In an instant, the two abyssal tribe members were sent flying. Li Zongjiu did not care about Luo Fugue's battle. Even if he was killed just now, he did not feel bad. Who asked you to lower your guard in such a situation? You are really looking for death. I said I would give you a reward, but I did not say I would let you lower your guard. On the other side, Xia Shui's killing speed had increased by a lot. Li Zongjiu thought for a moment. In order to stimulate the desire of these people to fight and achieve the effect of the crazy trial, he immediately waved his hand and a wave of yuan energy condensed in the sky above the Golden Island. Then, a few big words gradually appeared. Luo Fugue 102 Xia Shui, 89 Ma Luotian, 73. Obviously, this was a trap. Li Zongjiu's mental energy was too strong. Not only did it suppress the high-level abyssal tribe members on the Golden Island, but it also locked on the situation of each person. At the same time, it was directly projected in the sky so that everyone could see the specific situation of the top three. Those who can maintain the top three will receive an additional reward every 2 hours. Chapter 1516. When they heard Li Zongjiu's words, they were all stunned, especially when it came to the island. Xia Shui, as the eldest senior sister, was actually defeated by Luo Fugue. She felt a little embarrassed. Luo Fugue, who had obtained the pill, would obviously have a stronger amplification effect. His killing speed would also be faster. Li Zongjiu's method of training was something that everyone would like. Even a piece of trash would have a lot of motivation. On this Golden Island, they would definitely have a good fight. As expected, when the island appeared, the speed of these people killing the abyssal race became even faster. Out of the 30 people, 5 were eliminated at the beginning. Now that 2 hours had passed, another 10 people were eliminated. Zhou Zhang was also continuously bringing these people out. Li Zongjiu saw that these people seemed to be having it too easy, so he simply let out some half-step primitive emperors to rush out. Therefore, many people couldn't take it anymore. These people who were brought out could only be said to be a little unlucky, but didn't mean that they were completely useless. Li Zongjiu also wanted to see how these people would perform after failing. Not everyone could always succeed. Even in the face of failure, they would be able to stand up bravely. In the future, they would also have greater achievements. It just depended on whether these young people could adjust their mentality. He often fought and killed outside. Now that he was suddenly training these young people, he felt very good. At least it felt very good. Another 2 hours passed. Xia Shui was in first place. He had finally made it to the first place. Li Zongjiu also rewarded her with a pill. However, the second place was no longer Luo Fugue. It was a relatively handsome young man. He was also good at archery. His name was Wang Jian. It was such a simple and direct name. At the beginning, Wang Jian didn't choose to take the initiative to attack and kill the abyssal race. Instead, he was looking for a favorable terrain and set up many traps on the Golden Island. Using this method, He killed the abyssal race one by one. He was a very strategic young man. Luo Fugaway was barely in third place, but he often fell down and was replaced by other people. Therefore, there were often situations where people were replaced. Less than 2 hours passed. The three of them were also rewarded with medicinal pills from Li Zongjiu. It seems that these people have adapted well. 10 hours later, there were only 5 people left on Golden Island. They were Xia Shui, Luo Fugaway, Wang Jian, Ma Luo Tian, and a girl named Chu Wen. All 5 of them performed well. Even Xia Shui, who was ranked first, had already killed more than 400. It was going to be close to 500 soon. But soon night fell. It was almost an entire day of fighting. For them, it was already the most tiring time. Basically, among these 5 people, the third place was also rotated once, so they also received the medicinal pill as a reward. However, Xia Shui, who was ranked at the top, had a total of 5 pills. What Li Zongjiu saw at present was that Xia Shui had not used this medicinal pill yet. Obviously, he was preparing to use it in the final sprint. The people on the main warship were also stunned. They didn't expect Xia Shui and the others to be so strong. Some of them were eliminated in less than half an hour, but Xia Shui and the others had all the way to the present. Moreover, they were still persevering. Li Zongjiu often condensed some wonderful scenes directly in the sky with his yuan energy and presented them in front of these rookies. It was also to let these people know thoroughly. These guys who were usually low-key were actually so powerful. Xia Shui also felt the real pressure for the first time. These guys usually don't show their strength, but now they are so powerful. They want to checkmate me. Xia Shui suddenly felt the pressure of her position, as the first place was particularly great. If she didn't work hard, she really couldn't withstand these people. After the pressure of these people chasing her, Xia Shui also felt that her combat experience had become richer, and her body was filled with fighting spirit. Li Zongjiu looked at the darkening sky and suddenly thought of a plan. Then he directly sent a voice transmission and suppressed all the abyssal race on the Golden Island so that they couldn't move. Rest for tonight. All the abyssal race will be suppressed in place. You can recover on your own. When they heard Li Zongjiu's voice transmission in the sky, Xia Shui and the others felt relieved. Xia Shui and the others also let out a sigh of relief. They thought in their hearts that at least this evil dominator was still very humane. He knew to let them rest for a while. One must know that after a series of battles, even machines couldn't withstand it. It was really too difficult. Wang Jian was originally less than 20 meters away from an abyssal race. Just as he was about to engage in close combat, the abyssal race suddenly stopped. Then he was directly smashed into the ground by a strange force and could no longer move. Then he heard Li Zongjiu's voice transmission. I see. He looked at his red and swollen right hand. Fortunately, the intensity of his usual training was about the same. Otherwise, this hand of his would probably be crippled. This evil lord was really evil. He didn't even let them take a breather. As soon as they got off the ship, they started fighting. Until now, they hadn't eaten anything at all. In fact, they were about to collapse. Now they finally had some time to rest. It was also good for them to rest and adjust their condition. Of course, the people on the ship also heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, they were also very nervous as they looked at the intense battle before them. Just watching the battle was already so nervous. Needless to say, those who were participating in the battle were having a hard time. Now that they could rest, they were happy for them. At least they had a chance to recover their stamina. On the Golden Island, it was extremely dark. Xia Shui leaned against a tree. She was eating a piece of bread in her hand. Although this bread couldn't replenish Xia Shui's elemental energy, it had become a habit. However, it had become a habit. Xia Shui also liked to eat these things. It was a small hobby. Her clothes were also badly damaged. She had never experienced a battle like this. If she could, she would have taken a bath immediately. But she raised her head and looked at the ranking. The second place was only 2 abyssal races away from her. This Wang Jian is really a jerk. As the first seat, Xia Shui naturally wouldn't allow anyone to surpass her. But this guy really hit it too well. Xia Shui had even thought about it. When she returned, she must teach this guy a lesson. Chapter 15-17. Late at night, although Xia Shui had also relaxed at this moment and was trying her best to recover her energy, there was a strange feeling in her heart. It seemed that this matter would not end so easily. After all, Li Zongjie never played his cards according to common sense. Who could stop him? Therefore, although Xia Shui was in a half-rested state, she did not completely trust Li Zongjie's words. She really relaxed her vigilance and rested. Indeed, in the second half of the night, Li Zongjie actually unsealed the Abyss race directly. Then, the Abyss race sneaked up on those who were sleeping. There were only 5 of them left. After such a sneak attack, there were only 3 of them left on the entire Golden Island. 2 of them were directly eliminated. What a pitiful bunch. Even when the 2 of them were brought to the main warship, they did not even realize what was going on. How did Damn, we were tricked. The 2 of them also wondered if Evil Lord would release the Abyss race in the middle of the night to sneak up on them. But on second thought, the evil Dominator had always been a man of his word and always kept his promises. Therefore, they chose to believe in Li Zongjie. Because they had consumed too much energy, they could not keep up with the recovery. Therefore, during the rest process, they fell into a deep sleep. When they opened their eyes again, they were already back on the main warship. Everyone was incomparably surprised. Even those who were eliminated at the beginning were originally asleep. But when they heard the commotion on the deck, they came out to take a look and found out that Li Zongjie had activated the Abyss race in advance. Zhang Ying saw everything Li Zongjie did with his own eyes. With such strength, he tricked the disciples of the academy. A teacher like Li Zongjie was really the first. They could not believe that Li Zongjie would do such a thing. Luo Fugui, who was escaping, used the shield in his hand to block the attacks of dozens of Abyss race. Sleeping in the middle of the night was simply too thrilling. Not long after he fell asleep, he vaguely heard some movement. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough. Otherwise, he would have been disqualified from the sneak attack just now. Mother of God, where did this evil lord get his wicked taste from? Strictly speaking, they were all disciples of Li Zongjie Academy. Li Zongjie was their real manor head. There had never been a manor head who had the ability to trick his disciples like this. I must complain to Li Zongjie when I get back. He had to tell the dean. This evil lord was clearly toying with them. As an archer, Wang Jian was quite lucky. He had the habit of setting traps. So when the Abyssal tribe got close to him, they immediately triggered the traps. Without saying a word, he immediately woke up and entered battle mode. As expected, Li Zongjie's words could not be trusted. It was another thrilling battle. Let's wait until the sun rises. Li Zongjie thought of another plan. He did not expect that controlling the world's rules would be such a fun thing. He could directly control everything in the palm of his hand. He immediately stretched out his hand. Then he gathered the remaining 3 people together. They could not resist this power. They could only watch as they were sent to an unfamiliar place. Then they finally saw their companions. Golden Island was too big. Additionally, when Li Zongjie released the Abyssal race, he made sure to control their positions very well. Therefore, these people didn't have the opportunity to meet each other. But now he actually took the initiative to gather the 3 of them. Among them, Xia Shui had already killed 731. As expected of the first seat of Sky Sect Academy, this kind of comprehension and innate talent in battle was also displayed incisively and vividly. Under such high pressure, some people could not bear it, but some people could go against the flow and directly adapt to it. They could even break through under this pressure. It could be said that the remaining 3 had such characteristics. Xia Shui Luo Fugue and Wang Jian. Why are you guys here? The three of them said almost at the same time, but after saying that, their faces suddenly became strange. Because when something unusual happened, it meant that Li Zongjio had a new idea. Could it be? Everyone on the main battleship was also awakened by Li Zongjio. Even Zhou Zheng's heart ached for these children. Such good children, but they were tortured to this state by Li Zongjio. It was simply frightening. Congratulations to the three of you for staying until the end. Now, there's a new special segment. When they heard Li Zongjio's words, whether it was on the ship or the people on the island, their hearts skipped a beat. It was as if they were lifted by someone. Chu Wen and Ma Luotian, who were eliminated in the sneak attack, looked at each other. What kind of strange move was this? Next, the three of you can work together. I will summon Abyss Tide, and each tide will last for 20 minutes. There will be a 10-minute break in between. Whoever survives a round will be rewarded with a grade 6 pill. Li Zongjio's voice sounded like a demon singing beside one's ear. Although he was trying his best not to believe this fellow's words, his body was very honest. He felt as if he had already taken the grade 6 elixir pill into his pocket. Abyss Tide? Doesn't that mean something similar to a beast tide? There will be thousands or even more Abyss tribe members rushing over at the same time. Fuck! I want to quit! Luo Fugue's face hung a trace of a bitter smile. This kind of thing seemed to be a choice for them, since Li Zongjio had already said those words. How could he let you leave so easily? This won't be a problem, right? The corner of Zhou Zheng's eyes twitched. This Li Zongjio really knew how to play. He came up with all sorts of methods. However, once the beast horde broke out and there were only 3 people in front of them, they didn't even have any defensive fortifications. Basically, they would be trampled on by anyone. It was quite dangerous. If they didn't control it well, they would lose their lives. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Li Zongjio's face was gentle. Such a fun thing must be popularized. Even Li Zongjio didn't want to destroy this golden island. It was a good opportunity to use the Abyss tribe members on this golden island to train these kids. Otherwise, how could the Tianzong Academy compete with others? It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. These Abyss tribe members would be the whetstones. Hearing Li Zongjio's words, the Tianzong Academy disciples behind him couldn't help but take a step back. This was too scary. How could someone have such a strange idea? Was this something a human would do? How could a normal person do something like this? Chu Wen at least heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she was sent out during the sneak attack. Otherwise, she would have to face the beast tide now. Li Zongjio presented the scene of Golden Island. It was displayed in front of everyone. Although the 3 of them weren't very willing, they were just saying it. At least, they had to withstand the first wave. 6th grade pill. It was only 20 minutes away from them. How could he not seize such an opportunity? They had to hold on even if they died. Hence, under Xia Shui's command, Luo Fugue directly moved several large stones, forming a barrier in front of them. Wang Jian also quickly piled up some traps that had taken shape. Just as they were preparing, suddenly there was a tremor in front of them. Such a strong tremor also shocked everyone. At this moment, they could see the trees in front of them falling to the sides. Luo Fugue in front. Wang Jian ranged. I'm in charge of killing. The number of kills will be divided equally. Show me your true strength, Xia Shui said in a deep voice. However, when the beast tide appeared in front of them, the 3 of them were still shocked by this terrifying movement. They stood there in a daze for at least 3 seconds. Damn, there are at least 100,000 of them. Chapter 1518. How could he do this? Wherever his gaze passed, it was filled with the surging black masses of abyssal clan monsters. And the speed of these abyssal monsters was extremely fast. Boom! They wanted to complain about Li Zongjio, but the abyssal monsters in front of them didn't give them any chance. The first wave of attacks had already hit the ground. Wang Jian also used the arrow in his hand to shoot out a ring of fire in front of him. Many of the traps were triggered, tearing the abyssal tribe into pieces, but there were too many of them. At this moment, the stones that were prepared were instantly broken through. Luo Fugue's grip on the shield was also firm. He wouldn't let go even a little bit. If he did, he would be dead for sure. Xia Shui stepped on Luo Fugue's shoulder. Then she released an extremely cold sword qi, killing the abyssal monsters in front of her. But there were too many of them. I can't hold on anymore. Take the pill. Luo Fugue roared. After all, he was the main target of the attack. The attacks of the abyssal tribe seemed to be endless. Luo Fugue couldn't bear it any longer, so he immediately roared. Luo Fugue swallowed the overlord pill that Li Zongjio rewarded him. If he wanted to resist this beast tide, he couldn't do it without taking the pill. Ugh, it had only been 2 minutes, but it felt like 2 days had passed. It was hard to resist. After taking the overlord pill, Luo Fugue's aura exploded. Boom! Within a radius of 20 meters, there was a vacuum. The surrounding abyssal monsters were all blown away and shattered. Get down! Luo Fugue smashed the shield in his hand on the ground. Immediately, a crack appeared in front of him. Some of the abyssal monsters fell into the crack. Wang Jian was quick to react. He knocked an arrow on his bow and fired a flaming arrow into the crack. Boom! The raging flames, coupled with some of the explosive power, killed a group of abyssal monsters. Then Luo Fugue swung his shield in another direction. Another crack appeared on the wall. Xia Shui also quickly released the sword qi in her hand. The sharp and terrifying sword aura froze the abyssal clan in the crack into ice cubes. The sharp aura that followed shattered them all. The effects of the overlord pill could only last for 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, Luo Fugue originally thought that he would enter this weakened state, but he didn't expect that his state didn't weaken at all, and his body had improved a little. Fuck, this medicinal pill is too awesome. You guys should eat as well. It turned out that the overlord pill in his hand could not only increase his strength for a short period of time, but it could also allow him to absorb the energy within it. Therefore, after the effects of the pill ended, not only would he not enter a weakened state, his strength would also increase to a certain extent. It was different from the kind of pill that purely increased one's explosive power, as expected of a pill concocted by Evil Lord. Just this alone was enough to shock everyone. They couldn't believe that such a powerful pill existed. Take turns to take it. We have to hold on for 5 minutes with each pill. The effects of the pill could only last for 3 minutes, but the beast tide would last for 20 minutes. Up until now, they had only held on for 5 minutes. If they only relied on this pill, they might only be able to hold on for 1 round at most. Therefore, in the process of taking the pill, they had to try their best to stimulate their potential as much as possible. This time, it was Xia Shui who took the pill. At the same time, Xia Shui also gave Luo Fugue 2 pills. If you can't hold on, we'll all be wiped out. In such a tense moment, Luo Fugue didn't waste any time, nor did he act pretentious. As soon as Xia Shui consumed the elixir, she could feel a powerful energy gathering in her body. Then Xia Shui dashed out and circled around the area, wiping out all the abyssal tribe members. Under Xia Shui's sword, there were no intact corpses left. They were all basically turned into scrap. Xia Shui couldn't hold on for 5 minutes. She barely managed to hold on for 4 minutes. Then, she couldn't hold on any longer. She immediately retreated. Let me give it a try too. After Wang Jian finished speaking, he took the pill. The pill that Li Zongjio gave them was the overlord pill. The effect of this pill could save their lives, and it also allowed them to kill more abyssal clan members easily. In 10 minutes, Xia Shui and Luo Fugue directly killed nearly 600 abyssal clan members. This was equivalent to a day's worth of results for each of them. It was simply unimaginable. After taking the pill, Wang Jian entered a state of true harvesting. The bow in his hand could easily kill a column of Abyssal clan members with a single arrow. In an instant, the column of Abyssal clan members in front of him was pierced through, and after that, a terrifying explosive force was formed. Therefore, these Abyssal clan members self-destructed one after another. The people on the main warship watched the cooperation of the three people, and their blood boiled. It seemed that they were completely infected by this struggle of power. These people's tenacious fighting spirit was really admirable. Zhang Ying was even more shocked. This was because Li Zongjiu only spent a day to cultivate these young people who had not even had much experience in Jianghu into battle-hardened experts. Compared to the beginning, they relied on their own talents. It took more than 10 minutes to fight one Abyssal clan member, but now they had found a way to accurately use the sword in their hand to kill the enemy in front of them within 2 moves. Even 2 moves were considered a lot. They were even faster, basically killing 1 or 2 with 1 move. Simple and efficient. This kind of simple and direct attack was not something that could be done directly. It required hundreds of battles and countless repetitions to turn all the moves into this 1 move, and finally merge them into this 1 move. This was the real definition of turning complexity into simplicity, straightforward and direct. It had only been a single night, but these people had already become experienced veterans. Zhang Ying looked at Li Zongjiu's figure. Was this the realm of an expert? It was really incredible. Of course, the premise was that they had a strong enough strength to guarantee it. Otherwise, if ordinary people used this method, it was basically an act of suicide. Chapter 1519. Only a powerhouse of Li Zongjiu's level was in charge. Li Zongjiu also gave these people dawn. Moreover, these dawn were absolutely good dawn, although Li Zongjiu only gave them 5th grade dawn, but it was a 5th grade dawn refined by an alchemist of this level. It was enough to easily beat the 6th grade pill refined by an ordinary 6th grade alchemist. Otherwise, this 11th grade pill would not be so easy to refine. This was the gap between the realms. One had to admit that some people were so powerful. Zhou Zhang was also dumbfounded by the side. He was not stupid. Li Zongjiu had been pressuring them all the way here, but he also left them a way out. As long as they were decisive enough, smart enough, and have enough willpower, they could continue. But as for how far they could go, that would depend on their own willpower. Li Zongjiu was actually training them. Otherwise, if the top Abyssal clan was released, they could easily get rid of them. Therefore, Li Zongjiu's seemingly bad taste was actually real control. Only when one had complete control over the entire situation could one play freely here. Otherwise, the situation would have been even worse. These people in front of them were the Abyssal clan who killed without batting an eye. In their eyes, humans were just delicious food and nourishment. They would not have the slightest mercy. If they did not control it well, they would be dead. It was because of this powerful strength that Li Zongjiu was able to grasp the details so well. The first 15 minutes were still manageable, until the last 5 minutes. The 3 of them had to take pills at the same time to be able to withstand it. Boom! After a bloody battle, a small piece of the shield in Luo Fugue's hand had been cut off. Under such a terrifying attack, just now, it was very good that Luo Fugue's shield could withstand until now. As for King Arrow, he only had 3 arrows with special abilities left. After all, the basic attacks were all arrows condensed from one's own dark force. However, if it was a physical arrow, its power would be enormous, and it would have such unexpected effects. Now only 3 were left. Even Xia Shui's sword was damaged. There were several nicks on the blade. But in comparison, their physical strength and willpower were almost exhausted. It was precisely at such a time that it would be a very difficult test for a warrior. Moreover, they all knew that they couldn't hold on for much longer in the second round. Rather than wasting pills, he might as well give up now. A normal person would definitely think the same. Even the people on the main battleship were thinking that they should just give up. Even if they continued to fight, it would only be a waste of energy. However, Xia Shui and the others were still checking their weapons and equipment, ready to fight at any time. Use fire! Xia Shui and the other two had no intention of leaving at all. They were just thinking about how to deal with the next beast tide. As a powerhouse, he would never back down. Therefore, he had to make ample preparations for his own strength. In the face of any difficulties, he could not back down. If there is no path of retreat behind you, then you must persevere. Under Xia Shui's command, the corpses of the Abyssal clan were piled up together and set ablaze. The Abyss race was most afraid of fire. As long as a path was created to kill the Abyss race in front of them, it would be considered a success. But compared to the beast tide just now, such a flame was indeed a little too small. It was estimated that each of the Abyss race would be able to extinguish the flame with a single breath. But now there was no other way. If you want to back out of this round, I can keep the rewards of the first round and compensate you with the pills you have consumed. But if you want to continue, then follow the normal procedure. I just want to see how you look when you give up. Li Zongjiu's voice was heard on the Golden Island again. For Xia Shui and the others, this kind of temptation was definitely a fatal attraction. Even Luo Fugui wanted to raise his hand and say that he gave up. At the very least, he would be able to take back the pills that he had consumed. However, he quickly dispelled the idea. After all, the three of them had experienced Li Zongjiu's strength in less than 2 days. Who would dare to take up Li Zongjiu's challenge? Who knew if something worse would happen later? It would be too late for regrets. So, they had to follow the original plan. We choose to continue, Xia Shui said to the empty space. She did not know if Li Zongjiu could hear her. In fact, Xia Shui and the others did not know that their current situation was being displayed in front of the others. But the number of kills could still be seen, clearly. In the short 20 minutes, just now, the total number of Abyssal clan members killed by the three of them had reached 3,000. Of course, it was an accumulation. Some of them were only injured and did not really die. In fact, towards the end, they were already resisting the attacks. They thought that Li Zongjiu would do something strange. But Li Zongjiu suddenly stretched out his hand and waved. Immediately, 3 rays of light fell from the sky. With a boom, they landed in front of the 3 of them. Boom! It was a huge green shield that landed in front of Luo Fugui. This is looking at the patterns engraved on the green shield. There was also a heavy and steady feeling that was released from it. What a powerful shield! When Luo Fugui stretched out his hand to grab the shield, he immediately knew what was in his hand at this moment. Black tortoise shield. Xia Shui also got a sword. The power of this sword was above the power of her original sword. Water frost sword. Xia Shui was also shocked. In front of Wang Jian, it was an orange-yellow treasure bow. This is fierce sun bow. Just from the aura that erupted from these 3 weapons, they could already tell that they were all divine weapons. Hiss! This is too extravagant. Those are divine weapons. Everyone was shocked. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and directly rewarded them with 3 divine weapons. Don't be too happy. Why? Are divine weapons rare? Li Zongjiu could not help but frown. He said it so casually. His attitude made people want to go up and punch him.